chat. Today is day 104. Yes. We are loading up right now. My headset is probably doing the stupid fucking dog whistle noise. And I have no way of fixing it. Testing. Yeah, I can hear it already. That's awful, bro. Well, I'm just mute my mic because literally just non-stop dog whistle noise. I don't know how the fuck to fix it. Gotta get a new headset or something again. Didn't stream yesterday because the map was broken all night yesterday, but I fixed it. So that's the update. I haven't done anything off stream except fix the map. I had to delete all the light probes out here, so we'll start off the stream with that. I'm gonna have to be muted because there's just constant dog whistle noise, both in my ear and on stream, so I don't know what the fuck to do. I guess I have to return the headset again. So that's the news. Yeah, we'll be working on the map. I'm gonna just play some beats and YouTube videos so the stream is not silent. I don't know what I'm gonna do to fix it. Everything is just fucked.
Build a website. Alright, today we are playing a brand new part of Verco's incredible transit reimagination. Alright, today we are playing a brand new part of Verko's incredible transit reimagination. This time, he's kindly given us early access to show you guys farm. This has been completely redone from the ground up and of course is part of the bigger transit project that he's working on. Through his Patreon, people can play this survival map early, but the public release, I'm sure, will be very soon. Anyway, let's jump into it. I'm very excited to see this because we've already seen Bus Depot, we've already seen the underground tunnel network, and we've seen Diner, so this is going to be a good one. Okay, right, straight away, you could appreciate there's a lot more going on with this farm compared to classic transit. I mean, the foliage alone looks incredible, especially with this lighting. It's got a different layout as well because we're playing where normally the farm survival would technically be out of bounds. This is where the zombies kind of hop over the fence here, but we're able to actually play in this zone, which I think is pretty cool. Of course, we're gonna grab quick revive real quick. There's also a gobble gun machine, but I'm not gonna spin that because I ain't no bitch. Anyway, we've got an M14 on the wall here. I'm sure somewhere there's an Olympia as well. That would just make sense. Yep, there it is, right there. I think for today, I'm gonna be uncultured. I'm just going to be straight up uncultured. I'm sorry. Just going to whip out Old Reliable real quick. Well, that was just a bad choice, wasn't it? I've also just realized on the bottom left, it took me ages to even notice, Verko's still playing into the fact I hate Mule Kick. It's just forcing Mule Kick down my veins immediately. The bad developer just knows how much I loathe this perk and will forever basically cyberbully me. You know, Verko, I'm reporting you. I would rather sit on a bottle of Who's Who than drink Mule Kick, IRL. Like, I'm being dead ass. Right. Let's open up this first door real quick. We've got a hell of a lot of money right now. May as well open a few other doors. Grab a Thompson, because why not? This is going to be my third gun, isn't it? Oh, God, that's so disgusting. I actually forgot about this feature. So Verko added this thing where every 5 rounds, there's like a ready up screen. So you can actually take some time to open up parts of the map, do what you want to do before meleeing to continue, which I think it's an underrated feature. Like, I really like that. So I say now's a good time to actually show you guys around, do some exploration real quick. This is what the barn looks like, which it looks so good in this reimagination. We may as well head upstairs real quick and see what's what. We've got a box location here. Of course, that makes sense. But look at this, man. This looks so incredible. It really does. We've got this kind of extension that wasn't in the original that you can kind of head down these stairs. You've got a kind of shed with Widow's wine in it. That's pretty cool. And we can also see the entrance to one of the tunnels that leads to the underground network connecting a lot of the different POIs in this map. We've also got Wonder Fizz. Very nice. Oh, readying up gives us a perk drop as well. Forgot about that. I love the lighting. I love how the fog kind of blends the colors so well. Genuinely amazing. Anyway, let's ice these hellhounds. Right, and we may as well explore this underground bunker real quick and appreciate the detail. Even in this underground section, it looks so incredible. What is that? Trench gun? Yeah, the lighting is 10 out of 10. It looks so good. We've got an MP40 we'll buy. What I really need though is jugs, so I'm kind of hoping it's in this main kind of farmhouse here. We've got a buildable bench. I'm guessing that's for the shield. We've got a fridge, which may or may not work in the full version of the map. More to the point though, we don't actually have the power, so I think I need to go back to the underground tunnel. I may as well spin the box real quick. I love the green glow. Okay, M16. What I also love is that many of the weapons as well, they have unique upgrade variants because you can master them by effectively double papping. And the mastery versions of certain guns do kind of very unique abilities, which I think is so sick. Right, trench gun. You know what? We're going with the trench gun. I feel like we've actually got a pretty sick loadout, even though I despise Mule Kick with every fiber of my being. We've got a trench gun here. Then we've got an M16. And then we've got an ISO. Like, we've got a really rapid submachine gun. I feel like these 3 guns are actually going to be really interesting to master. Even if this trench gun takes half a working day to actually reload. Anyway, it still feels very beefy, though. It feels like it's crunchy. From every angle, though, this map, I still just look around and I'm like, this must have taken so long. I mean, I know Verko's been working on this map for a number of years now, and it shows. It really shows, like, how much effort it must have taken to make something look this good. It's you'd be hard-pressed to believe this is Black Ops 3, really and truly. Right, we're on the ready up screen, so let's quickly explore the rest of the map. We've got the main garage here. Of course, we've been through the farmhouse already, but it does look really good. And I like the fact we can exit through the back now. Like, even just the pathway from the back of the house into the underground tunnel, like, there's detail literally in every corner, every crevice of the map. It's unreal. It really is. Okay, this is really cool. I have to show you guys this. So there's this kind of jump in the underground section of the tunnel, but Verko has added like a moon Bowie knife kind of wall buy, except it's a PTRS. That is so sick. I have to grab that. I have to. As much as I hated Vanguard, the weapons are actually kind of cool. But I'm pretty sure this is the power room. So let's quickly walks through here. Oh, it actually stretches on a bit. Dude, this looks crazy. Oh, we got Jug in here. Perfect. That's going to be a nightmare to get mid-round, though. We've got a commando wall by here, but this looks so good. Like, just the way this light reacts to the environment, there's so much aura here. I mean, even walking in here, look at Pack-a-Punch. Look at just the aura that has. Oh, sweet. We got a shield pod as well. I like the way it kind of glistens, too. All right, there it is. Hit the power. Okay, right. Let's grab some perks. You know, actually, let's Pack-a-Punch the PTRS. I have to do it. Dude. I love this camo. Every time I see it, because this was in the other survival maps as well, this camo looks so good. It kind of reminds me of the World at War pack camo, but kind of if it was made in Modern Warfare 2019. I really like it. No, and in fact, I actually might just stay down here for a little while. Yep. This PTRS is a joke. It literally fires like a shotgun now. It destroys everything. Okay, we're going to use this ISO to get points because it's just so good for it. I'm thinking we're going to pap all 3 of our guns. I do, of course, want to hit the box to show off some of the other weapons in the map as well. Okay, right. Let me demonstrate this PTRS. So all these zombies are just gone. They're just wiped out. I don't even need to try. I don't even need to aim. Now, bear in mind that I don't have double tap right now. And you see my point. The thing's incredible. Right, how much does it cost to master? 20K. I'm making it happen. In the meantime, though, we may as well upgrade the trench gun, because why not? Okay, it's a double pump. It's mag-fed, and it's got an aperture sight now, which, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like aperture sights on old weapons, but still, this does feel pretty sick to use. I like the name as well. I mean, that's exactly what it feels like. It's so beefy, like, damn. It's also kind of crazy how fast the rounds pass by down here. Like, you can really just jump through the rounds, like, within a couple of minutes. It's wild. ISO, what are we thinking? Good? Bad? We're going to find out. Hectic kebabs. Well, it's got a beefy fire rate and apparently can penetrate solid brick. That's pretty cool. It's looking good, though. I can't lie. I wish the ammo count was a little bit higher, though, to be fair. But in terms of appearance, I mean, it looks clean. It looks really clean. Oh, I like that the speed coder machine is purple. It actually looks a lot better like that. Right, let's grab double tap. Another thing this ready up screen with no zombies is allowing me to do is actually kind of soak in the ambience. I can definitely tell Verco put a lot of time into the sound design. It shows. It really does. It adds so much atmosphere to this map. Anyway, as much as I love the trench gun, I won't lie. I can't look past this aperture sight. So we're going to replace it with something else. Hopefully we get something good. The box has a lot of cool weapons in it, to be fair. What is... Ooh... The AUG... Was that with a drum mag as well? It does have a drum mag. I also like that immediately it's fully auto. Even though it's the Cold War version, it's not 3-round burst. So I'm definitely keeping this. We'll do one more spin just in case we get something incredible. What is it? Oh, okay. I'm taking that. I love me a double barrel shotgun. I really do. Any day of the week. Another thing that I love about Verco maps as well is that if you don't like hit markers, because I definitely don't, you can literally just turn them off. And just like that, there we go. No more annoying hit markers. It's a lot better without them, in my opinion. You know what's really funny? As I'm recording this video, Astra Malorum from Black Ops 7 literally just launched. And I'm playing this instead because you know what? This is better content. I'm not gonna lie. This is better content. At least for my channel, I'm pretty sure playing this is actually what you guys would love to see more than watching me play the new Black Ops 7 DLC, which I think is a pretty big statement for how much we enjoy classic zombies here on the channel. It's also interesting because I actually remember mentioning this in a previous video, but I made a video where I hit round 100 on the least popular custom zombies map, and that video is now sitting on like 27,000 views. Meanwhile, the 2 Black Ops 7 videos I made, which was on the Van Dorn Farm Survival Beta and also my first run of Ashes of the Damned at launch, putting the views of those 2 videos combined still doesn't even make a fraction of what the round 100 on the least popular custom zombies map video did. But I find it interesting because I remember a lot of custom zombies map developers were kind of worried that Black Ops 7 would overshadow their work. But to be honest, it's looking like Black Ops 7's not overshadowing anything. I just kind of find that interesting because in my opinion, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even think Black Ops 7's bad, but people from many audiences just don't really seem to care about it. Right, it's looking good. It's looking like we've almost got 25K now, pretty much. And as soon as we have it, we're just bolting straight down. We're bolting straight down to the underground. We're gonna master this AUG and it's gonna be gorgeous. All right, here we go. Pack-a-punch the AUG. It does keep a scope. It's kind of got like a 4x zoom scope now, but here we go. The mastered version, caked up 777. It looks wild. It's kind of got this... Dude, it's animated. That looks so sick. So that looks like Thunderwall. Bro, look at the muzzle flash. Look at the bullet traces. That looks so sick. I mean, we've got a ridiculous ammo count, and you can even see that there are purple bullets inside the magazine. That's so cool. Yeah, this was worth the mastery. This is going to go hard. We don't even know how much ammo we even have in reserve because 1023 is just kind of like the max value. I think next we'll master the PTRS and then we'll also do a complete mastery on the double barrel as well. It just looks so good though, doesn't it? Like all of the effects kind of gelled together with the hellhounds, with the fog, with the lighting of the map, and then this kind of bright purple muzzle flash. Like it, yeah, it's definitely got a lot of vibes to it. I should also probably find that second shield part actually. Well, like it actually might be worth having on this map though. To be fair, oh, yo, this ain't Thunderwall. Is this Shadow Rift? To be fair, that would explain the purple. Okay. That, yeah, it's Shadow Rift. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm down. That is crazy. I'll be honest though, I completely forgot that Verco did that because to be fair, that is in the other survival maps as well. Right, let's rebuy a quick revive. Oh, don't get too close. Don't get too close to me. I can't believe I went down. What an amateur move. Right, Vigor Rush. Get down with Veins. So we're going to go for a mid-round Juggernog. This is, yeah, this could end very badly. This could end really badly. You know, I just realized I have one gun that can solve all of my problems. Here we go. No double tap. Doesn't matter. Grab Jug. There we go. I ain't even scared no more. I ain't even scared. Just look at him. Look at him. Bozo. You know, I'm going to grab Speed Coder as well, you know. Oh, dude, even the purple bottle and the purple shader. I like it. I'm here for it. Okay, right. I'm back to training where it's safe rather than taking risks with floor spawners everywhere. We should be fine. We'll grab 20k. We'll master the PTRS. We'll also master the double barrel shotgun. Let's not die again. Come on now, Conjurer. I think I just need to get good. There we go. That's my way of getting good. That is so cool. It is ridiculously powerful. I love it. Okay, double points and a death machine. Why not? May as well go for it. Okay, right. That's the end of the round, isn't it? Also, I imagine you guys want to see how effective the PTRS is with an actual crowd. So let me quickly demonstrate. Let's see how many rounds it takes to actually destroy this entire horde. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 2. Oh, okay. 3 for this guy. This guy had to ruin it. All right, cool. At the end of this round, no. Oh, really? Well, what I was going to say is, hey, at the end of this round, I can master the PCR. No, apparently not. What I really should have done is taken my own advice and, you know, found that other shield part to protect my ass. That, you know, that would have been intelligent. Just a shame that intelligence is something that I'm clearly lacking. What's embarrassing as well is that it's not even that hard to train out here. It is literally a skill issue. Like, I'm just playing badly. And I hate that. I love to have something else to blame, but in this case, bro, it's just me. It's just me. Well, found the other shield part. That would have been nice earlier. Okay, right. Let's build the shield. This time, I'll be fine, okay? If I fail now, all of you can just bully me in the comment section, okay? You're officially permitted. Oh, round 25. I completely forgot about this as well. This is so cool. So on round 25, Richtofen takes over because, of course, that's Cannon to Moon with Transit in Black Ops 2. So, oh, that is so sick. So now even the dogs have blue eyes. Bro, we've got the Richtofen announcer as well now. Okay, we're looking good. We're getting this last dog with the melee. Beautiful. As you can also see, this change from Moon has come with a skybox shift as well. We are now playing at night. Just another incredible feature. Like, I love that detail. I really do. When maps have a skybox change, I kind of get a little bit, you know, a little bit bricked. But even the death machine is pack-a-punch now. There's a lot of changes here. Okay, right. We have enough to master the PCRS, so we're going to do it mid-round. I don't even care. I know the risks, bro, with the flashlight as well. This whole map has a completely new atmosphere now. This is so cool. Okay, here we go. Mastering the PTRS. Very aptly named. We've got dead wire on it, and it was already good. Now it's just even better. Look at this. Look at this. They have no chance. They have zero hope. It's literally over for all of them. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Gone. Right, let's pat the sword off double barrel. Right, we've got the snuff box, of course. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not good. I mean, yeah, sure, it's not mastered, but the PTRS didn't need to be mastered to be good. This is, yeah, this is kind of bad. It's looking a bit dicey, but not to worry. This thing, here we go. Just blast this off. All of my problems are solved. I'll still master this thing just in case it gets really good, but I'm kind of doubting it. Yeah, we're making moves now. We're flying through the rounds. Oh, I think we've hit an effects limit. Yeah, that's a double points right there. Can't even see it. We're looking good though. Ignore the downs. Ignore the downs. We just completely ignore that. Right, okay. Let's master the snuff box. On all fours. Okay. Looking like another dead wire weapon though. But, ooh. Okay, so it's like a double burst. Yeah, that changes things a little bit. This might actually be incredible. This is what I'm saying though. This is what I love. The weapons actually become something different when you master them. And that's what I love about this map. It re-injects that kind of curiosity you had back in World at War. Like, I actually want to master every weapon in this map just to see what they do. That's actually one of the biggest reasons why I love this transit project, to be honest. It's the fact it's not just the lighting, it's not just the detail of the map, it's also the atmosphere of the map, and it's also the weapons within them, and the wide range of added mechanics to make those weapons feel better. Anyway, let's hit that ready up button. Oh, max ammo, we'll take that. I'm thinking we're going to aim to master one more weapon, and this box spin is going to tell us what that weapon is. Okay, stoner, kind of pass on that. This box spin is going to tell us what that's going to be. Here we go. Something exciting, please. Spats 12, you know what? Yeah, we'll try that out. Okay, so dog round's kind of a bad time to really test if a weapon's good or not, but this double barrel now does destroy everything, in fairness. Kind of excited to see what it's like on a zombie round. Although having hit the FX limit, it's a bit of a shame, because now I can't enjoy the muzzle flash or like the pellet impact, so Black Ops 3 just can't handle the sauce. It can't handle all this sauce. Okay, right, we've got a meaty crowd here. Let's not get ourselves killed. Okay, we're just gonna spam it and see how good it is. 3, 2, 1. Ooh! Okay, yep, that's actually not bad anymore. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, to use these guns feel really good. They feel so much better than just their normal Pack-a-Punch version. All right, we've almost got enough to master the Spats 12. We're looking good right now. There it is. Yeah, we're absolutely flying through the rounds at this point. This map is very fast-paced. I like it for that. It just feels like the spawns have kind of been gotten down to a T. It doesn't feel like any zombies kind of straggle miles away from you. Hit the pap, and it is pretty freaking powerful, though it's still not quite like the PTRS. Yeah, this PTRS still decimates everything, without question. We're going to clear this round out so fast in here. Dude, it's about to be the fastest round 34 of my life. And there we go, already. I mean, obviously, I cut my editing, so to put it in perspective, that was definitely less than 2 minutes. Looks like we do have enough to master one weapon already, so, I mean, may as well, right? Why don't we just do the old reliable XM4? Rohan's Arc. Still got that fireworks camera that we saw on the Spas 12. It does look really cool. In terms of performance, though, it definitely feels very much like I'm trying to use an assault rifle on round 35. It's not the greatest thing in the world. So, back to old reliable, I guess. We're going to beat round 35, and then I think, to be honest, I'm content there at that point. I think we're pretty much at the end of the round already. In fact, that was the end of the round. Well, lads, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you enjoyed this preview of the farm survival section of Verco's incredible Transit Reimagined project. Again, you can check out the support link down below if you want to go ahead and support Verco. And when this map drops publicly, I will also link the download in the description. But I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new. Massive thank you to Verco once again. And I'll catch you guys in the... Wait, never mind. I can't actually off myself in the game if I have a Widow's Wine Grenade. That's ridiculous.
In 2015, a custom zombies map known as Leviathan released for Call of Duty World at War that quickly became one of, if not the greatest custom zombies maps of all time. In 2020, Leviathan returned and was added to the Steam Workshop for Black Ops 3 Zombies, introducing new game mechanics and a complete graphical overhaul, amplifying its greatness. Much of the custom zombies community holds Leviathan as the greatest custom zombies map ever made, and would even go so far as to rank it higher than the majority of official Treyarch maps. Taking place between Ascension and Call of the Dead, Leviathan features the Ultimus crew as they fight to escape an underwater Group 935 research facility. Part of Leviathan's charm is its attention to detail. Not only is the map visually stunning, but it also features a map-specific zombie shield, custom specialist weapon, unique wonder weapon, as well as returning favorites such as the ray guns, wave gun, Gersh device, and QEDs. Leviathan also has custom masks and helmets that will grant players additional boosts to help them traverse the elements. This map truly has something for every type of zombies player and even features 2 custom boss fights with cutscenes. In this video, we'll be traveling to the depths of the ocean to see if we can escape this underwater hell and defeat the Leviathan once and for all. The first thing that you'll notice about Leviathan when you spawn into the map is that you're right next to Pack-a-Punch, very similar to the Moon's spawn with Area 51, but you're also inside of a submarine, and in the front of the submarine, if you go ahead and knife this wall right here, you can swap out your M1911 for the Mauser starting pistol, which, like, I don't really know which one's better on this map. I don't usually Pack-a-Punch it, but of course we gotta get the Mauser for Origins. But the submarine will throw you out, spit you out by the spawn room, and you guys can notice here that we are underwater, so again, very similar to Moon, but it swaps out the outer space theme for an underwater Atlantis-esque kind of vibe. And then if you come in this room right here, you can grab your aquatic breathing apparatus, which replaces the PES system for the PED from Moon. And if you come out here, we also have some challenge poles, just like the Gorod Krovi, as well as, I mean, Origin started it, but, you know, Gorod Krovi had it, Revelations had this exact sort of design right here. But we have to consecutively survive 5 rounds in the cafeteria, kill 30 zombies with Poseidon's Wrath, which is the specialist weapon of the map. You guys can see down there in the bottom left, that is the specialist weapon. And then the shield is right there in the middle. The rest are all just Easter egg parts and wonder weapon upgrades. And the last challenge that we have is kill 15 zombies without drowning, without wearing the APA device, which is not a hard challenge, but if you complete all 3 of these, you get the God Mask from Revelation. So we're definitely 100% going to attempt to do this, just because the God Mask is really, really useful, especially in the later stages of the Easter egg. That was probably, what, 4 zombies, so we're a little bit of the way there. The other thing about Leviathan, guys, is that it is super, super large. This is a massive map, and you need a ton of points in order to not only open up the map, but complete the main Easter egg. So we're going to make sure that we get quick revives. There are no mishaps, because, like I said, trying to get set up on this map is kind of a pain just because of how large the map is. I've never officially done the Easter egg. I've done the majority of it one time before I got to like the last step, which is a lockdown step right before the main boss fight. So I think I'm going to spice it up this game. Usually every single time I play, I go towards the power first. You know what? No, we're gonna stick with our normal path. If you go towards the power and turn it on, as you guys can see out here, there are excavators that will dig certain areas of the map, and it's actually really, you kind of need the excavators to dig for one of the later steps of the Easter egg. As you guys can see out here, there are excavators that will dig certain areas of the map, and it's actually really, you kind of need the excavators to dig for one of the later steps of the Easter egg. The lower rounds, like I said, guys, just really racking up points, trying to traverse the map, get yourself better weapons and whatnot. And then really quickly, we're going to see how many more we need underwater. It's about halfway. This will be really easy with the MP5K in another area. This one is really easy too. This is going to be the hard one. Surviving 5 rounds in the cafeteria. I might hack that and see if we can't get another challenge, because the hacker is on this map similar to Moon. Like, this map is basically based on Moon from Black Ops 1. I mean, you guys can't tell between the excavators and the underwater replacing the outer space areas of Moon. But like, it's got the hacker, it's got the wave gun, it's got the QEDs, it's got the Gersh device. This is basically a love letter to Black Ops 1 zombies, and it plays, even today in 2020, it plays exactly like a Black Ops 1 map. Even though this was a original custom map for World at War zombies, they really went pretty faithful with the Black Ops 1 feel. There are no gobblegums. There are no, I think gobblegums is the only real Black Ops 3 feature they don't have, because like, even the HUD, like the shield is Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3. The specialist weapon is Black Ops 3. But like the weaponry and like the way to traverse the map and stuff, it is really I don't want to say a carbon copy of Moon, because the map is very different, but you know, it's basically BO1 times BO3. There are, like I mentioned earlier, masks. One of the masks that you can get is a shark mask. You get it by killing 5 sharks outside of the map and then doing something with the jacks. The jumping jacks from Dire Eyes are the special enemy, I guess, for the game on different rounds here. We're going to try and finish up this challenge right now. I think we were probably like 7 away. I don't think that was enough to finish it up, but we should be like 1 zombie away. There is usually a part for the specialist weapon, Poseidon's Wrath, somewhere out here. I think that's the only spot, actually. The other spots for the part is in this room heading towards power. But yeah, the main objective, guys, at least on the low rounds, is to get to power, turn everything on, open up the map, and get yourself a jug, and then you can really start building for the Easter egg. There's like a mini boss fight at the start of the Easter egg. I don't want to say like start, but like first 2 or 3 steps, there's a mini boss fight. And it's super easy if you have your perks set up. There's our challenge complete. Let's go. Kill 15 zombies without drowning. We got ourselves a double points, which will help us open up the map a lot faster. I don't know if we can go back to the spawn and pick up anything from the challenge pool. I would assume maybe like something for that would be a max ammo. I guess we get one right there. But something as simple as a max ammo, or maybe, I don't know what else we could get. That one has to be a max ammo. There's no way we're getting anything better than that. The part for Poseidon's Wrath is right here. I think it can spawn in this hallway as well, like on that wall right there. But yeah, as you make your way through the map, it's kind of linear, where most of the parts are on your way to the biodome, which is one of the main areas you're going to be hanging out for the Easter egg. And then if we go, I'm actually going to go down... I'm going to go down this way. This way has a part for the shield that we can grab too. I think it usually spawns right here. There's 2 other spots for it, but there you guys go. It's a custom shield too. It's actually really, really solid. It doesn't have like a dragon's breath ability, but it does have like a underwater boost ability, which will clear the zombies if they're around you, and it's super, super useful. But just go and get, like, dude, this custom map is already 5 years old. I think it was made in like 2020, maybe like just over 4 years old, but still almost 5 years old for this custom map.
it still holds up today. This is unanimously like the #1 custom map of all time. There's just so much going on. This is the closest thing I think that a custom map has come to being an official Treyarch map. These are the sharks that you can shoot. If you kill them, they'll drop you power-ups. We don't want that right now, though. We want to make sure we save some zombies around and continue to open things up. And then in here, this is where you start the main Easter egg. I don't think this is actually step 1, but I always do it just because I run through here. And it's nice to get knocked out of the way. And then in one of these side rooms, there's also, I think, a part for Poseidon's Wrath. Maybe it's this room over here. Double taps in here as well. There it is. Yeah, it's the second part for the specialist weapon. And then if we continue to move this way, this will take us into the AK-74U room. This is kind of like the central hub for the Easter egg, I guess. There's a couple of different steps that you gotta do when you're in this area, but there's nothing like, okay, you always return to this one spot. Like in Gorod Krovi, you're constantly going back to Dragon Command to talk to Sophia and stuff. That's not like that in this map. I guess it could be that room in there with the Dr. Wells character that's in that little tube. I keep trying to get points for the AK-74U. It's one of the wall weapons I really enjoy in zombies. And in this map, it's alright. It's not the best wall weapon. It'll just continue to rack up points for you as you progress the lower rounds. We got a sick double points again. Will help us traverse the map, get more opened up here. It was kind of at the end of the round too, so there wasn't very much to use. That's fine. Okay, so this will lead us to the biodome. Like I said, you want to really get the shield and Poseidon's Wrath built ASAP. And the last part for Poseidon's Wrath is on the other side of the map, so now we're kind of just dealing with a shield build. So the next part for the shield is out here by Speed Cola. There are, like every other part in COD Zombies, 3 locations it can spawn. I don't know all of the locations around here. I think it's either up here in one of these corners, and then if not, it's like down around this area. So we're just going to keep kind of honestly walking around looking for it. Do the typical run around and hold F when you see something that says interact. I don't think it's in this corner either. I think it might be over here by this rock. It's like this green area. It's right there, perfect. And then I think this leads you into, I believe, this is the underground laboratory where you can not only get steps for the Easter egg done, but the hacker device, which is very, very needed and necessary in this Easter egg, is down here as well. So I didn't actually want to buy into here because there's nothing of relevance besides the hacker, and we won't need that for a while. Although we can get, I think actually next round 100% will be a jumping jacks round. If you successfully complete the jumping jacks round, you'll be able to get a key, which will allow you to pick up a skull and take you to the first boss fight. So I might as well just chill down here and wait for a little bit. I mean, this is running low on ammo. I don't know if we'll have enough ammo to actually complete the jacks round. We absolutely will now. That's so good. We were actually getting really, I'm talking like all-time Leviathan run RNG here with some of the power-ups, because there have been games that I've played on this map where I just don't get anything I need in the lower rounds. But it should be, the room for that should be right over here somewhere. The laboratory has really confused me. I have a good grip on pretty much the rest of the map, but the labs are just, I genuinely have no idea what's going on half the time in this area. Yeah, I think it's over back this way. You guys can see here. This is where we'll need to go. There's a door right here that we'll need to open, not shortly, but after one of the next steps. So this is the room we're going to need to be in for the first official step of the Easter egg. These jacks are going to spawn, and then this drawer is going to open up after we get the key from the jacks. So it sounds super complicated, but you guys will see really quickly. It's really not that bad as long as we can survive the jack around here. These things are fucking ferocious. Okay, so the submarine launch facility is going to be the first thing to be dug, and we absolutely needed to dig all 3 locations. What's really nice about this map is the Pack-a-Punch submarine that you guys saw earlier that we spawned in has a keypad on it that will allow us to input whatever code we want for, you know, free power-ups. You can get a Gersh device and a QED, which is needed for later steps in the Easter egg. You can also use the keypad to force dig different areas around the map. So imagine if you had like a keypad that you could force Tunnel 6 to dig in Moon. That's basically what this is. So it's a nice improvement from the original Moon map. So there is the skull. Yeah, you know what? We're going to find the hacker first before I get out of here. I'm going to get the hacker. You hack the excavators up at spawn. And unless we're able to get out of here quickly, we are going to get stuck down here because the submarine launch facility is currently our only way back to spawn. And we can buy our way around. It's just going to be a pain in the ass to buy all these doors to loop around again. So really quickly, usually the hacker spawns over here in this corner. Nope, that's not the right corner. Shit, dude, now I'm lost. This place is literally a maze. don't think it can be, maybe it's over here. There it is. Okay, good. We got 60 seconds to basically make it back through that one area. Okay, I think I know the laboratories now. So you go back out this way. As you guys can see, the excavator is getting dangerously close to this area over here, and we gotta make it back so we don't die trying to make it over there. Then it's gonna dig this area. We need to dig here because there is a step later where if you are in air for too long, you won't be able to complete the step basically. And what's fun about that step is that you basically have to have all 3 of the excavator spots dug, or let them dig, so that you can have like an airway or have a waterway to keep the special part underwater. It'll make more sense. I know I'm not explaining it very well now, but it'll make more sense when we get to that part. So off the left of spawn is the cafeteria area. There's also a part for Poseidon's Wrath up in the cafeteria and Juggernog. So we're going to just make our way up there immediately so that we don't have to worry about doing it later or looping around the map. So inside of this room, it will take you to the jug area and the cafeteria. And I know for a fact somewhere in here is Poseidon's Wrath. It is right there. That is the 3rd and final part that you need for it. We're gonna pick up Jug 2 so we don't accidentally get clapped. There it goes. You guys can hear now. It's decompressed that area, which is good. And then on our way back to spawn, we'll be able to pick up and interact with the Poseidon's Wrath. And we're not going to use it right away, but we will be using it soon. It doesn't seem like it's that high of a round either, and it's already round 8, so we're progressing very nicely. We just need to now get like a pack-a-punch weapon, a few more perks, get the shield built, and we'll be able to go to the first boss fight. Before we get out of here, let me go ahead and hack the spawn area. Will this rebuild all of them? Okay, perfect. Yeah, you just stay over there behind that barrier while I deal with what's going on over here. Yep, let me hack this guy up here. I don't actually want to, I feel like we're definitely 100% getting a max ammo from those challenges, so I don't want to do that quite yet in case we need it later on. It'd be nice to save and have for an ammo drought. One thing that's really tough about this map is that it's so big. Like I said, at the start of the games, like you're just constantly spending all your points opening up the map and buying doors and stuff. But once you get a grip on it, it's not the hardest map in the world to learn, but probably the first, even like 10 times you play the map, it's going to be really, really tough. And like I said, even earlier when we were in the laboratories, I still didn't know which way to go. The box is out over here. Now we're just chasing the mystery box, really. We're not doing anything we need to. But let's just hit the box twice. We need some better weapons than the MP5K and the AK-74U for now. The G11. Okay, I seem to always get that on this map, so that's fun. It's my favorite weapon. Not really. Something good. Fucking ELs. E6. All right, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna get the box. But actually, I'm gonna go and grab the hacker really quickly and come back up here and use it on that, because what's nice doing this is how you get free Gersh devices for a later step of the Easter egg. You hack this wall panel right here, fill it up with souls, and then you should be good. But I don't want to run around the whole map. I want to just be able to jump down here, and I think the labs are right in this door again, so 1,000 points will get us in there. So I guess we're kind of opening the map and hitting the box at the same time. Hopefully I don't respawn too quickly. I just want to get up here and make sure I hack this panel. I think it's actually 1,000 to hack too. Yeah, motherfucker, dude, you're just constantly burning points on this map. That's what I meant, but when it was a Black Ops 1 map, like there's just so much going on, so many doors to buy, and the low rounds are really spent like opening up the map and traversing it. Like with Black Ops, if you had a gobble gum here, you get a machine on this map, and you can get shopping free. This whole map, not the whole map, because I don't think you can run through the whole map in 60 seconds, but a good portion of the map would be very, very accessible on round 1, which would cut down the tedious point racking up on low rounds. But you guys can see here, this is the soul step. So after this, it will input a code, or give us a code that we can then input to the submarine. And we're not going to do that right away, because I think the Gersh devices are needed for the last step of the Easter egg. They're really stuck on this wall over here, huh? There we go. Want to make sure we get all of them in this room before I start firing off. Like the G11 is so good, but it just blows through ammo. The box would be really nice to get the wave gun or their Mark II early on. Okay, the regular ray gun, I will actually take. I think I might keep this. I don't know if this can break glass. Doesn't look like it, but then again, you never know. I'm gonna spin one more time for a better bullet weapon. Maybe we could somehow get lucky and pull back-to-back wonder weapons. I seem to have really, really trash box luck on this map, because, you know, it mirrors Moon. But we're gonna just pull for pulling's sake. That's actually probably better. We're gonna take that and run with it. Ooh, I don't like the crosshairs on this though, the iron sights. You know what, maybe one more. 99.9% of gamblers clip before they hit big. It's not... Not what I wanted, but it's not bad. That's a decent pull. Yeah, look at that. It's done. Okay, 4544. I mean, it's an easy code to remember, but I'm probably gonna have to come back and take a peek at that later. 4544. So we're gonna try to get it down to like 1 zombie in this room, rack up some points. We have enough to get double tap and speed cola. If we can get up to like 10k this round, I'd say we could be eating good. Pack-a-punch might be a realistic bet before we get to the boss fight portion of this. We also need to open up the map and get the last part for the shield. That's in the area for the boss fights. There are some doors we'll have to open up. I doubt we'll be able to go this round. Maybe one more round after this, unless it's double points. Oh shit. Yeah, that's ray gun in case of an emergency right there. Use our knife to really rack up some points here. Of course, double points right at the end of the round. I probably should have just left that and not ended the round. Dumb play on my end. Alright, this way will take us back to the... Okay, Biodome is going this way, so we're just going to open the doors. I don't really care. Biodome's down here. Last part for the shield, I believe, is the hacker device as of right now. We also actually need to fill up this down here, so this round we rack up some more points. We're going to place the skull down, and this is really just a soul chest. That might be one more round before we can actually go to the boss fight. I don't think you really need pack, because the guy was pretty easy to take down last time, and I only used 1 weapon against him, but just in case, you know, you never can be too safe with Easter eggs. Okay, the skull's done too, so whenever we want to go to the boss fight, we can. The last part for the shield is either up in this area or down below. We should... And we're not going to have enough to pack-a-punch and get our perks this round, so maybe like 1 more round will be worth it. There's the last part for the shield. We're gonna have to buy the door to build that, so yeah, it's right here anyways, so that's not too bad. This is the room where you build the shield. Put it up right here. Custom shield, by the way, it looks absolutely beautiful. Kind of its own take, an aquatic take on the Origin shield. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get speed cola. Double tap is in the room with the guy that we interacted with earlier, and then we can wait for pack-a-punch next round. I think I'm gonna do the commando since it's my only bullet weapon. The ray gun might fall off relatively soon, but here is double tap. That beeping noise was the pack-a-punch submarine flying around. It just flew overhead, or was about to. The ray gun looks so clean here in the light underwater. It looks so cool. This map is so fucking beautiful. It holds up, dude. Like, even... This is better. I can't even lie. This is better than, like, half of the Treyarch maps. I can't even lie. Like, I can't even lie. No hate against Treyarch maps. There's nothing wrong with what they put out there, but this map is just, for whatever reason, bro, they went so hard on it. This is kind of what everyone's been asking for. Like, even if it was, you know, this is in Atlantis, and this is more of just, like, an underwater facility, this is basically what people wanted to see in some sort of an Atlantis map. Here comes the submarine. So the way you get into the pack-a-punch submarine is just you just wait for it to get above you, and then you hit the jump pad and it'll launch you into it. So here you guys can see it's a little too close for me. It feels like you could just jump in it without the jump pad, but here it flies up above, just like this, and you hit the jump pad and fly right into it. As long as you like kind of hit it, you'll be teleported right in here. So we're gonna pack the commando over the ray gun. The ray gun's still putting in some work. In case I need to buy any more doors, we'll have a little bit of extra stuff, but I think we should be good. Look at this pack camo really quickly before we get back out there. I mean, you can't really see it too well because the commando's wrapped. This thing is like a mix of like underwater Origins camo with some like 115 or element 115 patterns on it. It just looks beautiful, man. They put so much effort into this map all around. All right, so we are about to go to the first boss fight. It is a... I'm not gonna spoil it. You guys will see. I mean, if you guys know custom zombies, you know, I think you guys have probably seen this before. So we got the crystal skull going. You activate the crystal skull. It goes in through this portal, and then we will follow it in there as well. We are teleported to a room with Primus statues where we must throw grenades at the top of them to eliminate the smoke, and the smoke will be teleported into the middle of the room. So that's 4. I think as long as you hit it, you're good. 2, 3. This room right here is giving me like Shaolin Shuffle boss fight areas. I don't know why. Like, it's not even close to the same, but I don't know why. It just gives me that vibe. And you get all 4 right into the middle, and you go ahead and interact with this, and you start the boss fight by crumbling and falling through the floor into the man's secret lair. That sounds really odd and really sus, but... And then this motherfucker right here, the deep sea diver guy just chilling on his throne.
Too bad this will be your final resting place.
Yeah, I don't think it will. So he's got a shield effect, a harpoon gun, and if you get harpooned, you basically just have to break free by meleeing, kind of like if you were stuck in the ice of Call of the Dead. So when you see that max ammo drop, he's gonna hop into the middle of the map, And now you have to hurry up and get behind one of these poles because he turns into basically the DE boss fight where he does a super slam. You can see there, as long as you're behind the pole, you're good to go. You won't be affected by his, then he'll spawn back into the map. Like I said, this one is not too difficult, truthfully. Like this is, I don't want to say it's a light boss fight because you can definitely get cooked pretty easily if you're not careful, but you just keep moving and traversing the map. And these grenades are annoying because they don't really do too much damage to you. Definitely not as much as the regular grenades that you could throw at yourself do, but they'll stun you and it'll fuck it up with the rest of the zombies. Like I said, all you gotta do here is they'll start to charge themselves and you stand on this little pillar behind here. He'll do his little zappy attack again. Now there's one more that we'll have to face. I don't know if Jacks spawn again. They do spawn again. This boss fight is relatively light. If you got good perks, if you got a good setup coming into this area, I don't want to say you can never lose, but yep. Okay. As I just said that, the dude literally is on my ass. I think when his head turns red and he goes aggro, you've already got him like down to the point where he's really relatively pretty weak. All right, let's get through here. I think like one more should be good. He's breaking it up here. There he goes, that's it. You take out the boss here, get a free max ammo just like every other round you did, and then you get the 1-inch punches from Origins, which is really, really dope. They're not really good in this map, but nice addition to the collection of overall things you'll be racking up throughout this main Easter egg. You can come back this way. You can teleport yourself back to the main map, and you're back here in the Biodome, chilling. All right, so for this next step, we're gonna go back to the underground bunker that we were in earlier where the hacker is, right inside of here. And at the end of this hallway here in the back, there is a door that you can interact with, and you'll be told to basically figure it out, you know? Like, figure your shit out. Which I already think I did that, so that's fun. Okay, yeah, he's not talking to me, so I think I did that earlier. I think you can do that like out of order, as long as you touch the door or interact with it earlier on in the egg, it'll spawn in. But usually he's got something to say, and then after he's done talking, you know, you can move on to the next step. I think we already actually did that. We were down there earlier. And so for the next step, we have to go to the AK-74U room, which I was talking about earlier, the one that's now been flooded with water. Hopefully you don't need the hacker for anything in there, otherwise I'm gonna be cooked. Yeah, you go in here, hear the computer. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy enough. So it's A, B, C, D. So normally it's not this easy. Sometimes it's like 3, 4, 2, 1, or 4, 1, 3, 2. And these numbers on this computer will correlate with these buttons around this area. So there's one right here, there's one right here, there's one in the back corner of this map over there on the right, and there's one back there. So all you have to do is just interact with the buttons on the computer based on their number. So this is A, B, C, D. We are very lucky that it's 1, 2, 3, 4 because it makes it super easy. You just got to interact with the computers in their order. So this one represents letter A. This one here, off to the back in this corner, will represent letter B. C is up here in the corner. I don't really know how they decided to number those pads, but this is C. And then the last one is D. Never mind. Okay, I got it. I don't know what I was thinking. That was D anyways. Once you get it right, it turns off. And now you do Simon Says from Moon. So we have the normal Simon Says here. We got red. Double red. Easy enough. Triple red. This is the first time I've ever seen that on Moon or on this map. So triple red. Red, 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 green. So this is probably by far the easiest Simon Says stuff I've ever had in my entire life. Red, 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 green. Triple red, green, blue. Wow, this is by far the easiest step I've ever had. Triple red, like it's literally just going in a line here. So 1, 2, 3, here, and then here. And then the last one, if it's yellow, I'm gonna be amazed. Wow, okay, that is probably the luckiest set of code you could ever get in your entire life for the Simon Says step, whether it's on this map or Moon. Literally just right down the line, it'll flash green, and you know we have completed that step. All right, so as you guys can see, when you complete the green step, we have 9595. Again, another super easy code right there, and we have to go to the submarine and input it. There is a code cylinder or a keypad inside the submarine that I was talking about earlier, where you can get yourself free Gersh devices, free QEDs. You can spawn in any of the hacking codes or any of the excavators to dig different areas of the map. You can spawn all that shit in too, which is really nice. We gotta go in there and enter that code. I believe it was 9595. Wish I don't have to pack a punch my ray gun though. This would be really nice for this next step. But all right, it is 9595. And we're in, and this is, the keypad's a little bit wonky, kind of got to aim to the right, so 9595. Of course, that one doesn't work like that. 5 entered in, beautiful, and then this door opens up right here. Super, super dope. Again, just such a fucking cool Easter egg. And you can pick up a valve over here. And then really quickly before we exit, I'm going to look at the codes to... No, I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. We'll do it later. But we can dip on out of here now that we have the valves. And then this step is honestly really kind of annoying, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But you go around the map and you basically place the valves at 5 different locations and then turn them. And then you'll get like a code for the valves, and then you do another step where you turn the valves to the specific code. It sounds really, really confusing, but trust me, it's really not that bad. The first valve that you interact with here, of course, it's labeled, and I don't think this changes every game. See one right here, you place it on here, and it's green. So you can go ahead and spin the valve up once. The second valve is going to be all the way back at the cafeteria, so we got to kind of do some jogging to get over there. So yeah, now that we're at the cafeteria, the second one should be back on the wall, I think, over here. Yeah, this is number 2. You guys can see right there, number 2. Place it, spin it up. The third one is going to be, I think, over where we actually did the Gersh device step, where we did the soul step to get the code. I think we can go this way to get over there a little bit faster. Yeah, I think this takes us right over there. Yeah, it's right here. Look, that's number 3. Turn it. It was right next to the box in this area. And then number 4 will be right where we picked up Poseidon's Wrath, so not too far away from here, back past the cafeteria, next to the spawn room. I'm tripping out here. It's right in front of me. Okay, valve number 4. Turn it up. And then the last one, I believe it's in this side over here by the M16 wall by on your way to power. So it's not too far out of the way, but it should be like right around this corner. Here it is. Look at this. Valve number 5. So you make this complete loop around the map, which is nice. And then you can move back towards the area over here. All right, so this is where it kind of gets confusing if you don't know what you're doing, but it's really not that confusing. So when you make your way back into this room here with the doctor and the tank, on this wall over here, you'll notice numbers labeled with what pressure you have to turn the valve to. So what you have to do here is basically, I'm gonna pause, bring out my trusted YouTube notebook here, and I'm going to write down what color the valves are. So green will always be the first one you turn, blue will always be the second one you turn, red will always be the third, white will always be the fourth, and then yellow will always be the fifth. But the numbers for these change each game. But outside of the shield build table area, there's going to be valves now that match the same colors and numbers that we just got. So you guys can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now you have to go up to each of these valves and turn them to their correct number sequence. So the first one is going to be green, and you want to turn it 5 times. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you got to place one of the pressure valves here. I forgot you got to place it down there. So now you should be able to turn them. Yep, look at this. 2, 3, 4, 5. So green was turned 5 times. The second one we'll be turning is blue, which needs to be turned 3 times. There we go. So set it to number 3. The third one in the sequence is going to be red, and that stays at 1. So you guys can see there it's already on 1. Fourth one in the sequence is going to be white, which corresponds with the white valve. These ones aren't labeled, you just know based on the numbers. So the fourth one is lucky, funny enough, going to be number 4. 2, 3, and 4. Then the last one in the sequence is going to be yellow, which needs to be turned once. So you just basically flip it 1 time, and then you should hear an audio cue confirming that what you did worked. You can see the pressure starts to release in there. So basically what you do after that is you come over here and you interact with this to attach the last valve, spin it, and my guy Yuri, aka not really Yuri, just fake Yuri, Dr. Zav will come out, and you basically have to do an escort step now where the zombie will constantly try to attack this guy. Alright, he's just being attacked, so we're gonna hopefully walk with him now. Yep, so he's gonna take the longest route around the map imaginable. Like, literally, I'm talking like absolutely longest route around this map. He's gonna go right over here, which you guys can see. This is actually PhD flopper, and I wish there wasn't a perk limit, because I would 100% buy that for my ray gun. Now we got some runners. Good. Good, okay, there you go. So he's gonna go inside that door and open up this for me, which will allow me to grab a crystal, which I actually think that this isn't needed for the Easter egg. You obviously have to do that step to progress, but I think the crystal is just for the wonder weapon upgrade, and we don't have that. I think you can only get the wonder weapon out of the box. So, all right, so for the next step, now that we've gotten that done, we have to go find the hacker device once again, and this one is a little bit annoying. I wouldn't say annoying is the right word. I'd just say a little more tedious than the majority of the other steps. This one, you have to obviously find the hacker device, and it spawns about a billion different locations down here, but you'll take the hacker back to the guy in the tube, and then I think we'll meet up there after I figure out where this is at. But you take the hacker back to the spawn area over here, not spawn, but this guy's little tube, and you interact with one of these 4 buttons. Should be activated here. This is the first one. So you initiate the link, and then you hack it. And now you're running around the map looking for one of 6 specific switches. When you get close to it, it'll start beeping. You'll hear like a kind of noise, and you'll know right away where it's at based on that. Okay, I hear it now, so it's definitely up in the cafeteria. So that like dun-dun noise means that you're close to the button. And in this case, it's going to be right in this corner right here. So you don't need the hacker for it. You just press it. You get 150 points, which is nice. But now you have to run all the way back to the other side of the map where that guy is housed and do the whole thing again. So, like I said, it's not the end of the world. It's not like super annoying. It's just, you know, if you're in solo, this step is a little tedious. But this one right here, press F to hack it up, and we are good. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to take the gamble that it's not in the office and it's over on this side of the map somewhere. So there's one in the M16 room on the way back to spawn over this way. So let's see, like right here. I think we would have already heard it if it was right in this room, but there's one on the wall. It's not this. Oh, it is this one. Let's go. Let's go. Huge gamble, but it paid off. And we're going to need to get into the actual submarine again and call in the excavators to the biodome and tunnel 11. So here's his spiel. Now we know we can go on to the next step, but as soon as we get into the submarine, we're going to have to input 2 codes that will allow us to spawn in the excavators. Hopefully we can do 2 at once. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait for it to dig, then we're going to have to come down, hack it up, and then we're going to have to go back up to the thing and wait for it to dig, and it's going to be a whole huge debacle, but it should be relatively quick here, I think. Alright, so the first code is 2473. 2473. 2473. Beautiful. And then the second code is 0439. Hopefully these can do it twice at once. Beautiful. Let's go. That's such an improvement. Like that, I'm so glad that they have a code like that for it to hack those, because we'd be waiting like 25, 30 rounds for it to dig all 3 of them just to complete one step. So that's something that Moon definitely should have either had, or even in the remastered version, it would have been nice to see him add some sort of panel in like that that would allow you to call in Tunnel 6 directly. Like, yeah, it would have made the Easter egg pretty easy, but you're still reliant on box RNG pretty heavily, you know? So it's not like you're just constantly like, oh, you know, I can just hack Tunnel 6 in right away. It would have been nice to not have to wait, you know, 20 rounds one game to get it to hack. Alright, so the excavators have finally breached their respective areas. I actually think the biodome one's getting close, but it's not all the way there yet. Yeah, you can see it right there, about to go and dig it. So as soon as I hear the glass break there, good. Both have been broken, so we're going to really quickly hack this one up. I think this is Tunnel 11. Hopefully we don't die here doing this, but there goes one. And then the other one to hack is over here. Fuck. Alright, hack. Don't get knocked off. Beautiful. Alright, we got both of those out of the way. So now that we have those done, we are one step away from the lockdown steps, which I believe are like the last step of the Easter egg. But we definitely need to get set up before we do this. Like, we're gonna need a packed ray gun at least for the lockdown steps. I don't know if I really want the. Nah, you know what? I'll just pack the ray gun. I'll just pack the ray gun. Why not? We'll try and get lucky, and then we'll hit with the box later on. Because I don't want to start spamming the box and accidentally get Gersh devices or QEDs when I don't need them. I've not seen the Pack-a-Punch camo on the regular ray gun. I've packed the Mark II on this map, but not the first ray gun. Oh, that looks dirty, man. That camo looks so sick. All right. Time for the uranium step. This one is really not too bad. This one is not too bad if you have all the places excavated, but if you're trying to do this without the excavators, it's just not even possible. Over here, there's a button on the wall that you press that releases the mines, and there's a second submarine that is now spawned into the map. Now, outside of this little test site area, whether this is like a nuclear test site or a rocket test site, I don't know what the hell's down there. It's a rocket. Maybe it's a nuke on a rocket. This mine will spawn in. And this submarine that's approaching pretty much right now, you basically have to just get above the mine, blow it up, and there you go. It will completely spiral out of control. And then down over here, it should, hopefully when it makes its loop around here, crash. Yep, here it comes. Look at this. Oh god, don't kill me. Actually, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know if it blows up. All right. So it blows up and it will drop you the uranium. Now this is why we needed the excavators to be dug in all of the locations, because if you're inside of air for more than like 5 or 6 seconds, the uranium blows up. So it doesn't down you, but it's still a pain in the ass because you got to run down and start your trudge all the way over again. So the best route to take is up here, up through the cafeteria like so. You can hear it already starting to boil over and blow up, and then through and into this hallway that was just recently excavated, which is nice. And then out this way, in through the biodome, which I don't even think you can make it from this door right here to the other side of the biodome out into the water without it blowing up. It might be slight, but yeah, I don't think you can make it. And then this is the final push through area right here, which has already been excavated since early on in the game. And then you have to basically hurry up, super sprint, super slide over to this guy and put the uranium in this pipe. And that completes this step. So now we are onto the lockdown steps. This is easily the hardest step of the Easter egg that I've experienced. This first one isn't too bad. It's really not that bad. It's the subsequently following lockdowns in small areas where you defend computers that's a problem. So as soon as this guy stops his fucking yapping, there's going to be this button that will light up and we'll be able to interact with this, and it'll close us off with those buttons or those panels right there. So now that he's done talking, we can initiate the soul generator. And now we start the lockdown. There's a shark flying around out there too. Let's see if we can get him to drop like an insta-kill or max ammo or a death machine. That helps. Hopefully this doesn't end the round and it just keeps going here. Pretty sure they have to be inside this little area for it to work, but this death machine didn't really do much for us there. It's a low enough round. It's a pretty easy round here where we can get through this with just our commando and our ray gun. I'm going to save the ray gun ammo. I actually get a free max ammo at the end of this anyways, so I'm not too worried about it. Perfect. There it is. See, now we're getting our points again, but here's the max ammo, and then the upgraded, whatever it is, the uranium kind of thing, whatever that orb is. Now there's 3 subsequent lockdowns that we'll have to do because the power is completely turned off now, or it will be as soon as, yeah, there it is. See, speed coal is off, so we can't interact with any of this until we get the power back on. And this is where it gets really tough. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the hardest step of the Easter egg. So this is where the first lockdown is here. Sophia pulling up. The ray gun's doing some work right now, which is nice. But we gotta be really careful here, because this can get crazy really fast. I also did this on like round 20 last time I did it, so maybe on earlier rounds it's a little bit better. I had the Mark II though, and I thought for sure that that was gonna clean up the zombies, but I guess maybe not. Oh shit, see, that's bad. Okay, perfect. So that one 100% worked. Yep, because last time I did those, the jacks did not spawn. So okay, the first one is done. The second one is going to be, dude, this is pitch black. The second one is out this way. Then we will come out over here, and the second one is right here. So we start this lockdown. This one might be a little bit tougher because there's barricades they spawn out of, although I don't know if they can spawn from the power room. Okay, this is, yeah, don't like this. Definitely don't like this. This one is hell. Please tell me we can sustain this, because I feel like the power room one's going to be even worse. That one was pretty easy because there's only a couple barriers they were coming from. We could definitely use a max ammo. I think we still have one in spawn though from the first challenge we completed. Hopefully that one grants us the max ammo and not something stupid like a double points. Yeah, because we're going to be out of ray gun ammo for this next one, and I think the spawn room might be the hardest lockdown of them all. With the ray gun, this is honestly kind of light work. Beautiful. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, that's not good. Did it fail? Bro, why can't I tell? Maybe that's just a jump scare, but I don't know how or why that would have failed, considering we just kind of, no zombie touched it at the end, but it didn't spawn in the first room, so that's cool. Alright, here's the last one over here in spawn. I'm gonna see if I can't grab a nice little max ammo. Beautiful, look at that. Saved for the perfect opportunity here. I think this is the one we gotta hit. Yep, that's the one right there. Alright, here we go. Go. Just lock it down. Dude, I can't see anything. Oh my god. I can't see shit. Hopefully I can't spawn out of these barriers because that would be tragic. Hopefully it's just those two back there. There's one over there too. Oh god, this is getting bad. This is getting real bad. It's just the darkness that's the worst part about this, dude. I just can't see anything. Actually, these spawns might be a little, I don't want to say better, but because I can't see what's going on. Oh shit. Nope, nope, nope. Stay away from that. 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 Stay away. Stay away. What is this, like 60? There should have been like a timer or a health bar or something, dude, because I can't. I'm just relying on good old point and shoot here. Okay, we did it for sure that time because the jack spawned and the other guy didn't spawn. So I don't know how did I fail the other one, man? Okay, so we should be able to just switch this on. Please tell me it worked. Let's go. Okay, fuck yeah. I was so scared. I was so scared we failed the second one because I didn't see the jacks and the noise didn't sound the same to me. So now we're just gonna try to survive here. Try and get this down to like a zombie or two. And I think after this we are pretty much at the boss fight. So there is actually an earlier step in the Easter egg where after you get the 1-inch punch from the very first boss fight, you have to go back and interact with the painting that's behind the desk. I did this the first run through. I did not do this the second run through. And that's how you get the real device. So we're actually, I've been looking for the real device the entire time. Like, bro, how do you get this thing if you need QEDs for the next step? But it is indeed, in fact, my fault. So if you make your way all the way through this laboratory here, back over here, this should have been done a while ago. You guys can see this painting is glowing on the wall here. You just go ahead and interact with this, and then here is the real device. Okay, so we have everything we need there, which is good. Now we need to go into the submarine and spawn ourselves some QEDs for the next step, and then after the next step, we will do the Gersh device step, and then we should be at the boss fight after that. So here we go. We are inside it here, and then 9, 3, 5, 5 should spawn us free QEDs. Look at that. Beautiful. Unbelievable game design. Should have been on Moon, truthfully. Not destroying Treyarch for that, but just saying. Just saying. Definitely would have made the Easter egg a little bit more tolerable. There's the shed right there. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and launch this shit. Oh my god, way too far. I am trash. Is that one better? Fuck me. Dude, no way I just missed all three of them. Oh, Christ. Alright, I gotta spawn a max ammo then. Alright, 3855 is the code. Perfect. Okay, let's not fuck it up this time. Let's not fuck this up. Alright, so off of here, we need to aim this. Shit. I fucking just shorted it too, motherfucker. Okay, at least I got that one. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. There's more zombies that are spawning. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a max ammo, but okay, we finally got the first one. Jesus Christ. Okay, nice. Twofer. One more to go. Let's not have an incident here right before we finish up this last step. Come on, Shark, give me something. Thank you, Shark. Beautiful Shark. Alright, let's see if I can just hurry up and launch that right up there. Perfect? Perfect. That definitely worked. Okay, guys, we are officially at the last step of the Easter egg. Now that we're complete with that, what we're going to do is we're going to place the Poseidon's Eye right here. We're going to place the real device down right here, as well as the uranium.
The cure is beginning to take effect.
Yes, sir. We got everything good over there. Now we need the last Gersh device, and I believe the code for it was 4544, but we are going to go triple check to make sure it's all good. We're going to get the Gersh devices from the submarine here. The code was 4544, which will swap us over to our free Gershes. So 4544 spawns in our free Gersh device. Gotta love to see those, truthfully. And then what we're going to do is get our free Perkaholic from throwing it at the guy. We're going to go for the harpoon gun from the box / the wave gun. If we can get both, great. If not, we're going to really just hope for the harpoon gun because I think it's pretty good in the boss fight. And then we're actually going to take care of our challenges and go ahead and get the God Mask. Since we already have one of the 3 challenges done, I think the other one is actually just, if I remember correctly, I think it's just using the shield to get kills, which shouldn't take too long. And then the other one was kind of tough. It was like survive 5 rounds, but you can actually hack the challenges to change them. So you throw the Gersh devices right here. It goes inside of the tube.
To the surface.
Thank you.
Escape this cursed place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my friends.
Of course.
Wish you luck in your endeavors.
Okay. Goodbye. All right, so now he's gone. We got all of our perks. Check it out. We got PhD, so we're gonna keep the ray gun for sure. So you pick up the Brill device. That's the one thing you need. I don't think you need any of that stuff anymore. Okay, yeah, so we gotta kill zombies with the Poseidon's Wrath and survive inside the cafeteria. I'm just gonna do this now. I'm not gonna worry about this at all. I'm gonna really quickly look for this box to see if I can't get the fucking harpoon gun. Oh no, I wasn't even paying attention. Oh no, dude, I just fucking traded out the Gersh device. Oh, fuck me, dude. Fuck me, I wasn't paying attention at all, man. Ah, dude. That's such a rip. I was just like, oh, I'm gonna keep spinning the box. Maybe we'll get it back. Fuck, it's a one-time thing. Oh, that's deflating. That's so bad. Oh, no. Ah, dude, motherfuck now. Alright, well. Oh, dude, I was just so eager to keep spinning the box and getting my stuff. I didn't think the QEDs were gonna pop up like that. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, but that's alright. Probably boss fight like 21, 22. Can't complain about that. This, I feel like, is not really a bad spot to be trapped in, because, like, I mean, they're spawning, but it's not like hell, you know? Alright, here we go. Poseidon's Wrath time. Hook it up. Dude, this thing is so cool. Oh my god, it's so nasty. I wonder if the melee is good too. I don't think I've ever tried the melee out. Oh, dude, it's a one knife melee too. Holy shit. There we go. Challenge complete. 30 zombies with Poseidon's Wrath. Love to see it. Oh shit, I just decompressed that? Oh, that's not good. I didn't know you could decompress this area. What the fuck? Oh man, I didn't even know that was gonna do that. I guess that's pretty sick though. Dude, it's so cool when you decompress an area in this though and you just see it fill up with water. How did that kill him, but the other one didn't? Let's go, perfect. Huge, 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 huge. Alright, we are back to spawn to see what our rewards are. I think we might have to claim all of them, or at least interact with the poll, because I didn't hear any sort of indication that we just unlocked the mask. Let's see. Okay, perk we already have. Oh my god, the wave gun? What? Oh, 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 oh. Yep, we're taking that. We're taking that. We are absolutely taking that. Dude, it's got a reskin too? Oh, it's the upgraded wave gun? Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, definitely the move. Honestly, at this point, fuck the harpoon gun. I think we're set for this boss fight. Then aside from Gersh devices, I'm cool with where I'm at. Like, I got the wave gun, pack-a-punch, we're solid there. Alright, this is gonna be better, especially with the explosive damage. This is what I'm rocking with. This is the class I'm going with here. We got the max wave gun. We've got our RPK and the ray gun. This is what we're gonna rock with. I know I said I was gonna try and get Gersh devices and shit back, but I just don't feel like continuously hitting the box here. I feel like this is gonna be as good as we can possibly get. I know I should have kept the crossbow probably, but I'm not too worried about it. Oh, okay, faithful of Black Ops 1, but we got enough ammo. Not as much ammo as the Galil though, that's crazy. Alright, full send of the boss fight. All we gotta do is come in here and interact with this submarine. Let's get after it! Okay, boss fight time, guys. Is there a cutscene for this too? It looks like it. Oh, this is dope. Alright, we are escaping the facility. To the surface, to the surface, to the surface. Yep. Out from under the water. Up to, what is this, like an oil rig or a boat or something? Nah, it's a boat. It's just a massive fucking boat. Oh my god, the diver's there? Oh shit.
You thought you could escape.
I did.
You were wrong. Release the Leviathan.
Oh god. Well, this is where it gets its name. Right, time to cook. Oh my god, there he is, the big boy himself, the Kraken, the Leviathan. Holy shit. He's got shit everywhere, man. Okay, hit markers. Eating bullets. We're just gonna keep moving, we're just gonna keep moving, we're just gonna keep moving. I think we just, oh god, stun attacks, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good. That's really not good. Especially because we're taking a shit ton of damage from behind. Oh my god! No! I just fell off! Oh my god, can I get down here? I can actually hide. That's good. Come on, ray gun. Eat. Eat and feast, Ray Ray. Nope, nope, nope. This is definitely the supercharge. Get behind the fucking... Get behind the wall. Get behind the wall. Get behind the wall. This is why I wanted Gersh devices right here. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. I can't see anything right now. Oh my god. That powerful little shit. Is he going again? No, wait. He's going underwater. Okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep, yep, yep. I'm behind the wall, behind the wall, behind the wall. Maybe that wasn't the slam attack. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Dude, this thing is brutal. My shield's almost gone too. Fuck. Whoa! The hell is he launching at me? Oh my god. Bruh. A laser beam? Oh, dude, I have no shield. I totally should. I fucked up. I didn't grab the god mask. Oh, is that his big attack? That might be his big slam attack. Nope. Okay, I think we got him. Okay, okay. All right, nice, nice, nice. We definitely damaged him. We got a max ammo. No fresh shield is kind of a rip. No fresh shield is definitely a rip. Oh, the diver's here. Okay. This guy might be kind of spongy. But we were kind of lighting him up earlier. Okay, I think if we get through this guy, there's one more phase with the Kraken. I mean, not having a shield is definitely shitty, but at least we were able to get through phase 1 there. I feel like the RPK did more damage against him than the ray gun did. This guy's getting a little bit too close for me, too. Oh, God. Oh, God. Just don't let the shield break right now. I can't afford to let it break on this guy. Dude, I totally fucked up forgetting to grab the god mask. We did all that work trying to survive. Dude, this guy just every 2 seconds pulls out his shield. I don't understand. No! I get him? Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, okay, okay. No shield here is kind of a big fat L. But let's just do what we did last time. Let's just loop him around here. Oh, and now there's Jax. Oh, Jesus. I don't think this is a super... No, it might be a super slam attack. Just get behind the wall just in case. Just get behind the wall just in case. No, he's moving? I can't tell what he's doing here. That was a super slam. That was definitely the super slam. Good thing I got behind the wall here. Is he going underwater again? Oh my god, okay. I think I have one more phase. We got one more phase here. What was I using on him? I was using the RPK and the ray gun, so that was both good there. Just gotta be really careful here with no shield. Keep going, keep going. Oh shit, this is definitely the supercharge. Dude, oh my god, I can't see shit. As long as we just don't worry about the zombies and keep trying to fire at him, should be good. I feel like his mouth might not be the target we want to hit. I think we want to hit his forehead. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Finally, dude, that boss fight was long and it was really intense too, but let's go. Leviathan 100% complete. Down goes Leviathan. Down goes Leviathan. Oh my god, let's go. Does he just fall into the water, or like, do I get... I think he's just done. Back into the water, dude. What a 10 out of 10 map. That is definitely by far the best custom zombies map of all time. Hands down. Any way you want to play it. Any way you want to play it, whether you're going high rounds, whether you're just trying to explore and have some fun.
The spy, the thief, all a part of Samantha's larger plan. Now I will be taking the root device. As for you, enjoy Siberia.
Nice. This takes place between Ascension and Call of the Dead. Oh, let's go. And the end cutscene is literally right here, too. That's so cool. Let's go, guys. Leviathan beat just about 2 hours of game time, so it's definitely quite a haul. But dude, what a good ass game. What a good ass map, I should say. That thing is seriously by far the best custom zombies map that you could get. I would definitely want to try high rounding on this, especially with the weapons that you can get. But that seriously, the boss fight was super sick. The only thing I would add to this ever, I know it definitely won't get it because it hasn't been updated in 4 years, 5 years, but a health bar and the boss fight at the end would definitely be sick. But guys, let's go and look at this dude. Look at this dude. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know what this is. I've seen this before in a couple of other modes. Bro. I saw this in this is the zombie blood rush guy, but let's go, guys. Completed Leviathan. There is your unlock Easter egg. You get to be this Margwa looking guy for beating it. He's eating his beans. But let's go, guys. If you enjoyed this video, if you want to see more custom zombies, definitely leave a like and let me know in the comments down below. If this is your favorite map of all time, I think next we're going to do Shoot House, which is a remake of Modern Warfare's Shoot House, and it's set alongside of Origins, like how Nuketown is set next to Moon. So again, if you guys did enjoy it, be sure to leave a like for this video. We will definitely be running this Easter egg on stream when we get the stream situation figured out. But have a good rest of your day, guys.
Kino der Toten is easily one of, if not the most iconic maps in Call of Duty Zombies history, and today we'll be completing a futuristic remake of it that has its own unique Ascension-inspired Easter egg. Stay locked for this one because it's one of the best remakes of all time. This is Kino der Toten Rebirth. It is a futuristic version of Kino der Toten here on World at War. There is a main Easter egg in which we'll need to get a couple of special things from the mystery box in order to make this actually work, so it's gonna be a crazy-ass stream and video today. Let's go! Dan the Pan Man for the 13th month. I have never played this map before in my entire life. This is my first time booting up. Apparently there's like a cutscene or something that you kind of can load into here, Rapid said. So, initial reactions. Oh my god, dude, we're choppering into Kino der Toten. What? Amer Dempsey? Okay, perfect. No way, they're blowing up the spawn room. Alright, so this is literally like Modern Warfare, Advanced Warfare, Kino der Toten. Let's get after it. Here we are loading into the spawn room. Dude, I have never seen this before. Holy shit, this is pretty sick. It's like, dude, this is like COD, it's not COD Mobile. Kino Labs, hell yeah. Dude, it's like, they stay here or they fly away? Are they gonna sit here and spawn? No, no, wait, no, I don't want to be here. Okay, bye. Okay, we got quick revive over here. Can I buy this? 700? 700? Alright, well, okay, that's crazy. This isn't COD, dude, it's not COD Online. What was the zombies mode? It was like Chinese COD. Dude, it's like COD China. I don't even know what it is. COD, it's not COD Online. Is it COD Online? I think it might actually be COD Online. I think that might be the game. So basically, this is like COD Online Kino der Toten is what it is. What it reminds me of. Obviously, we have the power turned on to go that way. This is, dude, this is pretty. This actually looks like really, really good graphics for World at War. A lot of the custom maps for World at War sometimes can be like kind of graphically, but this is... Yeah, dude, this is literally COD Online in World at War. Our first step for the Easter egg, of course, is going to be turning on the power and linking the teleporter every Kino der Toten run ever. We got the BO2 icons down there. Guys, I'm feeling the perkaholic a little bit, I'll tell you that. I've had no food today. I'm feeling that perkaholic a little bit, so we're vibing. Dude, this looks so sick, man. Look at this. I like the glass they have. Oh, it's a sliding door? Wow, that's actually really sick. Okay, hell yeah. World at War innovation. This is the MPL. We might need to buy a gun here pretty quickly. I'm running low on ammo. I want to go one more door down to this area. I always buy the MP40 when it's on the wall down here. In this game, it's going to be the Ripper. Good points there. As long as this is still a one knife, we should be fine. No questions asked. Here we go. Our second bar. We got a turret over here. Was there always been a turret here? I don't know. This is so sick. Here we got the perks. We got a little bar. Some Starbucks coffee, it looks like. World at War Customs is medium filled with the wackiest things you'll ever see in zombies. I feel like they were able to just push it so... Oh, shit. This is two-hit system. Hold on. I feel like they were able to push the innovation in this game so much. I remember when Project Viking came out, which was like the first custom map
I'm sure there were custom maps before that were like box maps, but like the first like real like custom map ever, it was insane, man, to think about like what we got back then. And even that, like, it was just so innovative. Nowadays, I mean, there's just the custom maps in BO3 are crazy. But yeah, dude, seeing World at War customs, I mean, it's just such a good vibe, different time in the world. Who wants to team up in the Grief tournament? Chromosoma. I'm trying to run like a Grief league. If they don't, first of all, I hope they add ranked Grief to Black Ops 6. If they add Grief and there's no ranked, I'll be still happy because there's Grief, but slightly disappointed. I'm really hoping that we get some sort of ranked play. But if not, I'll actually do a league with, I mean, like Stanley said he'd play. I'm sure other creators, if I'd reached out and was like actually doing it seriously, like I'm talking like one night a week, everybody gets like, you know, 1 game, 2 games a night of Grief. Keep track of your stats afterwards, submit them, I'll take care of leaderboards and stuff. I don't know how big I can make the league, because like if everybody wants to play, then we're probably looking at like a, you know, 100-person Grief league, which just isn't honestly realistic. I probably have to cap it at like 10 teams, but yeah, dude, I'm loving it. I'm in my prime right now, peak like Transit and Die Rise. I feel like if my peak is like Transit and Die Rise, then we might have slight problems. It's 2-hit system. Until I get Jug, I'm not going to feel like confident in my abilities here. Those are pretty sick. I like the future vibe of this map. How much is this? 1250? We're almost to power. Scorpion Evo? Oh, need that in the next game. Duncan mentioned. Duncan has goated hash browns. Duncan is, I think, the best breakfast place. Is this where the power is in this map? Where's the power? Oh, nice. And this drops down, and then this looks so cool. Man, we got some scientific rock testing over here. Some holes in the ground. The chandelier over here. Nice. This is pretty sick. This is a dope-ass looking map. Okay, so our first step was to turn on the power and link the teleporter. Our second step is to get the Gersh device from the mystery box. Let's get Jug first, then we need to get the Gersh device of all things from the mystery box. This is turning into a moon speed run really quickly. The box is not here. Where is this? Where is this? Am I... It looks like there's 2 locations. I think I'm missing one of the spots here. They're starting to move pretty quickly. I gotta be careful. We gotta get Jug. Yeah, until I get Jug, especially on like World at War, Black Ops 1, even BO2, like I'm sweating. Also, guys, big announcement for the channel. I am going to be starting a podcast. My buddy Jeff is going to be hosting. The goal of the podcast is not to blow up and get hundreds. I mean, it would be nice to blow up with the podcast, of course, but really going to just be zombies-style podcast once a week. The goal is really just to, every episode, get better at what we're doing, not only from like an editing perspective and a conversation perspective, but yeah, really just like every single week get better at what we're doing. And Jeff hosts a Cleveland sports podcast, so he's going to be the host. We'll come up with some topics before and after. For the first few, it'll probably just be talking about like current topics, zombies topics in general, and then eventually we'll probably start branching out and get some guests. But yeah, I know everyone has a podcast. I just want to do it because I think it'd be fun. Extra content for the channel would be pretty dope. So yeah, we're thinking podcast. Not to copy everyone that's already done a podcast ever, but I don't know. Would be pretty. It's just pretty fun, you know. Just want to have some fun with my boy Jeff. I think it'd be cool for the community to get involved too. I think we're between like live streaming it and actually just uploading videos, but yeah, that's what we're gonna run. Thinking Perkaholics Anonymous podcast. You guys, let me know what you guys think of the names. Let's go. PodZC, MZCast, PodZC. I think it's gonna be on this channel, so it won't be a completely like. What is this guy doing over here? This guy is just really happy about the news of starting a podcast. He's locked in over here. I don't know what that was. That was crazy. Yeah, literally just gonna be kind of once a week type of thing. Talking about current topics. I think our first episode is gonna be just talking about the release of Grief coming to season 4, the new weapons that are linked to be coming in, some previous COD Zombies topics, as well as like I think we'll be talking about like custom maps too. Probably starting next week, we'll launch it. Again, the whole goal is to get better 1 week at a time. I'm not really going to be tripping if it gets 5 views, 10 views, 100 views, 100,000 views. Really just every single week we want to get better at the podcast and continuously, you know, mix in some gameplay. So it's not just us talking about the game, you know, really have a nice mix. We're taking some inspiration from other podcasters out there. I'm thinking like Perkaholics Anonymous obviously harkens back to the World at War achievement that you get on for, what is it, 20 rounds without a perk on Duries. So okay, I'm confused, guys. It's telling me the box is over in the corner, unless this is the layout's wrong. That's got to be alleyway. This has to be the right side. The other way has to be alleyway. Although I feel like this would be spawn, no? Or maybe this is spawn? Yeah, maybe it's alleyway. Maybe it's like looking at it upside down. Maybe this is spawn, and then this is towards the right side and down and around to the stage. I think BO6 Zombies is pretty good. What's my opinion? I really like BO6 Zombies. I'm a BO6 stan. I think it's one of the better games of all time. And I think if they continue to build off of the success they've had with BO6 Zombies, because whether or not you like it, it's been, from a numbers perspective, a pretty decent success. I think it's like, it's not better than Black Ops 3. I think it can compete with most other Zombies titles. If they build off of it, maybe add some traditional systems back into BO7, then I think we'll be looking at potentially an all-timer, especially if it carries over. I think regardless, though, in like 5-10 years, people are going to look back and be like, oh, BO6 was so underrated. It was one of the best games of all time. It had Terminus. Citadel was such a great map. Shattered Veil was amazing. You know, it's going to be one of those type of things. All right. Dude, the alleyway looks sick. Is this another teleporter in there? Nah, just the floor. Dude, like the space theme up here. Are we on the moon? Like, where the hell are we? Here's the box. Okay, we need Gersh devices. We also need the ray gun. I saw the Gersh. What is this? Okay, this is pretty solid. I think we're going to keep this. I'll totally ignore my arm right there in the corner. Oh, the Thunder Gun too? I think we're going to trade this out. Scorpion it is. There's a lot of space to train out here, which is nice. Although this is already kind of getting hectic. I think I need double tap. Too bad they sold that multiplayer. Yeah, the maps are not great. Some of the DLC maps have been okay. The remasters they've added in make the game a little bit better. But yeah, like the launch maps for multiplayer were terrible. They were terrible. Oh, let's go. Thunder Gun third pull. All right, cool. We're locked in. We're going to keep this until the day that we die. We are so, I mean, we're so up. I mean, if we can't beat this Easter egg with a Thunder Gun, we're trash. Holy shit, hold on. We got a Panzer. We got a Panzer. Okay. Hopefully the Thunder Gun should shred this guy. Okay. Dude, absolutely. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, God, he's not dead. Oh, God, he's not dead. Oh, God. Oh, God, I thought he was dead. Hold on. This isn't good. This is really actually... Oh. No, not with a Thunder Gun. 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 Move. No! Oh, I thought he was dead. Oh, God. Die. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, we might be cooked. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Hit the hole! Oh, no! Oh my God, no way we got out of there. Die. Oh! Dude, he just got straight back up. Oh my God. Dude, I am tweaking out. Is he dead? Okay. I needed to just need a breather. What did he drop me? All that work for a fucking carpenter? Are we serious? Man, I'll take the points at this stage of the game, but oh my God. All right, we got Jug back. That's good. I need to maybe let's go to the stage with a Thunder Gun here and just train. I feel like there's, aside from a Panzer Soldat dropping in the map, I feel like we shouldn't die. Maybe that's very arrogant of me to assume that I can survive with a Thunder Gun, but I was just really not ready for that Panzer Soldat. It got me, man. It got me back to the Dan Origins, and it gets me here on Kino der Toten 40-45. We're back. We got our points up. We got our perks back. Hopefully the Panzer doesn't show up for a few more rounds here. We need the Gersh device and the ray gun from the mystery box. Somehow we get the heart of the 2 weapons or 3 weapons to pull. Oh, just kidding. Gersh device is acquired. All right, now we got to take the Gersh device and throw it at the generator next to double tap. Well, we were right over there. Man, we got some crazy box luck today. Can't sell here. Where is the generator next to double tap? That's the question. I'm assuming it's outside the map over there by that window, but oh, there's the generator. I think the generator's out there. I'm gonna try and get this guy to be a crawler too. Hopefully it actually makes him a crawler, doesn't kill him. Perfect. That's one of the OG crawlers, the beautiful ones we like to see. I'm guessing that's the generator out there. So let's just take a quick peek. Throw it out there. Let's go. Rapid. Shout out to Rapid for the Easter egg steps. That's so clean that it was able to just pick it up and go straight through there. Perfect. All right. So kind of like an Ascension Easter egg too, where you got to throw it outside the map. So now we got to activate the computer by the MP7 on the route to the power. Okay, this is what Rapid was saying earlier. I don't know where is this the MP7? M16 over here. MP7, my guess, is probably on the left side of the map. This might be the computer. All right, to start routing the power for a special teleport. Okay, we are rerouting the power over to the teleporter. Next, we need to get the ray gun from the box. Here's the box over here. Spin it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. You all know the rules. Spin around 360. Shoot the box again to acquire the L96A1. Goated sniper, by the way. Come on, ray gun. Oh, Galil? I think I'm holding this until we get the ray gun here. Might even buy mule kick at this point. Famas. We're taking the Galil. It's already round 11. We gotta start moving here. And here we go with the Panzer. Awesome. Awesome. Just great. I can't go over 2 on the Panzers. I also have Gersh devices now, so if I get too distracted by the zombies here, we're gonna have to use it. I feel like double tap would be really nice for this guy too. Okay, he's getting a little bit too close. Knock him down. Knock him down. Dude, this guy is a fucking tank. Oh god. No, 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 no. And there's no shield. I forgot about that too. Gotta watch my back. This guy is an absolute sponge. Now he's dead. What do we got this time? Okay, so the first Panzer we had, Carpenter. Second Panzer, I can't even see what it was. Let me loop it around there. Please, double points. Come on, double points. Oh, let's go. Oh my god. This is our shot for the ray gun. I mean, we're loaded now. Not like loaded, especially when it comes to box RNG, but I feel like we're in a way better spot than we were. About 9K. Could get greedy and try and grab that. Let's, honestly, you know what? Let's get double tap and let's just keep spinning the box. Let's not pack a punch. What if for the Grief League, certain number of teams can stream on Discord so people can watch different perspectives? I was thinking about doing a thing where, like, like one person has to stream minimum per team, and then like doing what Z4C does, really like flipping between. But yeah, it would be cool to like market. Imagine like, this is just spitballing. I haven't talked to anybody about this. I'm just like, this is just pipe dream, like just thinking about the potential of a Grief League. If there's rank play, I probably won't do it because I'll be sweating rank play. But if there's no rank play, it'd be sick to be like, okay, like everybody plays on like Tuesday nights, right? Tuesday night's the league night for Grief, and then like we have like kind of like how the NBA does, where like everybody plays, but then like the marquee matchup for one night would be like Team Stanley versus Team Pizza, and then like the second game of the night, like later in the night, it'd be like Team Zone X versus Team DK, right? Something like that. I think that'd be so sick. But it'd be a lot of management on my part. But I'm down for it. I think it'd be so much fun to do. Oh, let's go! Let's go! It's the buried ray gun too. All right, we're so locked in. We're so locked in, guys. Okay, now we gotta use the teleporter to go to Pap and shoot 4 orbs in the corner. All right, no way. Round 13, we've got perfect box luck. Got the thunder gun. Got the ray gun. I don't think we need a thunder gun for this. All right, so it says go to Pack-a-Punch and shoot 4 orbs in the corner. I'm assuming they're gonna be just like chilling around here. Oh, these? Oh, they're insta-kills. 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Yeah, this is COD Online. This is the same, or maybe it's Advanced Warfare. I don't know. We got a Panzer too. Where's the Panzer? Oh, keeping the Panzer. We need to get PhD. Might get PhD instead of stamming up now. I shot those, right? Those were all 4. Let me just make sure they're all hit. Perfect. Hopefully this Panzer's not right up my ass when I spawn too. I'm gonna take out the thunder gun just in case I gotta knock him down here. What is this? Oh, the Hell's Retriever? No way. Okay, we're locked in. No, it took my Gersh devices away though. Oh, no. Oh, I hope I didn't need those anymore. I gotta buy my way out of here, or what is this? We're up on Moon? Oh god, I'm stuck in this corner now. What? Oh. Where's the Panzer? I know he's here. I know the Panzer's somewhere on this map. There he is. You can't fool me.
I'm familiar with your game. Although if the perks are scaling, then we might be in trouble. Might not have enough to pack a punch and get PhD 37. I'm gonna do it just because I have the ray gun. Hopefully there's no limit. Here's the Panzer again. Need to kill him with the Hell's Retriever this time. I think that ate him up pretty well. I really just need to pay attention to what's going on here with the zombies. 1, 2, 3. Bang. Nope. Okay. Thank God we got PhD. With double tap, this is still at least making the ray gun viable, even though it's not packed. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to lead all the zombies away from this crawler and then take out the Panzer with the Retriever. Come back to that crawler in a little bit. 1, 2. Will this kill him? I'm assuming this will kill him, right? Finish him with the Hell's Retriever? Okay, I'm a little bit... Oh god, he's right on my ass. Wait. I'm a little bit scared that this ray gun's gonna kill him. I wish... This is the one instance where I wish we had a health bar here. For this chair. Is he dead? He's dead. There's the key card. Perfect. Okay, so pick up this. Now I think we take it over towards Jug. We got 369 points, so you know we're locked in here. I think we're actually about halfway done here. So we gotta go to Jug and insert the key into the terminal and play Simon Says. All right, guys. You guys know me. You guys know how bad I am at Simon Says. Please be ready to help. Perfect. Okay, so it's blue, green, red, yellow. Blue, green, red, yellow. Yellow. Blue, green, red, yellow. So it's yellow, blue. Yellow. It's actually... Okay. 4, 1. 4, 1, 1. 4, 1, 1, 1. Don't think we could have an easier code here. 4, 1, 1, 1, 2. 4, 1, 1, 1, 2. All right, never mind. That was actually pretty simple. Got that one done. Hell yeah. We're moving on. We're moving on. All right, so we've got destroy 6 generators around the map with grenades. Okay. No ray gun? I'm assuming this is one of the generators here. We have in the main room, on the stage, bottom of the alley. Yeah, okay. Here we go. 2, 3. Oh, I threw 2 at once. That's not good. How do I know when they're destroyed? This is definitely the generator, no? Why did I randomly... I didn't even notice that, dude. I got all the perks. Super cool. Appreciate you for bringing this, but I didn't even notice that. Apparently, when you get to this stage of the Easter egg, you get all the perks. So now it doesn't even really matter whether or not... perk limit here. We just get them all for free. On the stage, it's like, look up and you'll see it. Okay, so I'll look up in the sky here. Oh, okay, so it might be like... All right, I see what's going on. There it is. So you can do it with the ray gun too. You don't even need grenades. Perfect. So there's one right there. Thank God. I'm just gonna have to go back up the pack-a-punch multiple times and look for it. There's that one behind double tap. So there's 2. Bottom of the alleyway. So this one is... Where is this one? Oh, probably right in here. If I had to guess, probably out there in the back. Yeah. There's 3. Now we need behind Speed Cola, behind Simon Says, and in the main room. I'm guessing that's Spawn. Okay, there's one behind Simon Says. That's 4. Okay, so we've got one back here. That's 5. I think the only one we're missing is... Oh, here's stamina, by the way. Not that we need it anymore. This is a nice little area. Oh, this is a door? Oh, it's a hop down over. This would have been actually really sick for Kino if this was included. Oh, it's Atlas Corporation, so it is Advanced Warfare. To the right. I'm assuming that's Spawn, maybe? Or maybe over here, too. Is that it? Yep, that was it. That's all 6 right there. Perfect. Okay, we were able to get that one. All right, so now we are on to call the escape heli from the stage computer. This looks like stage computer right here, although it could be in the back here, or it could be over here. There it is. Perfect. Okay, so now we hit this one here, and we've got to escape on the heli. Where is the helicopter coming in here? I think we might actually be done. I think we want to crush this one. Oh, I hear it. Here it comes. Exfil, baby. Maybe. Here we go. Sorry, buddy. Might want to stand clear. Oh, here he comes. Let's go. Come on, bring her down. You're good. You're good. Get on the little bird. Crush him. You're good. Hey, guys. Yeah, I did it. I got the ray gun recovered. I got this thunder gun too. I know this wasn't on like the checklist, but I got that, and then I got this weird like tomahawk looking thing. Perfect. Okay, so now we get on the little bird. Maybe. Hello? Guys, can you scoot over? There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm on. Let's go. And now we're exfilled out of the map. Now we're moving up in the sky. Another nice shot of Kino. We're leaving.
Phoenix 1-1 Punisher. Blue sky. I repeat, blue sky.
Blue sky? Listen, I don't know about blue sky, buddy. This is looking pretty dark to me. This dude's looking into my soul. What are you looking at, bub? Keep it moving. All right, nice. Very nice, guys. Very nice. That was pretty sick. We win. 15 rounds it took. We had unbelievable box luck today. We got the thunder gun within the first couple of hits, Gersh device, couple hits after that. Ray gun took a little bit longer to get, but that was crazy. We knocked that out. No problems at all. Wow, that was such a good map. Did I actually play that map for high rounds or just for fun? That was probably one of the better versions of Kino that I played. I mean, I still have my gobblegums, but the overall layout for that was really nice, and it wasn't too hard. And we're going back in. Never mind. We're going back in. Let's go, guys. Massive dubs.
Hello everyone and welcome to Learning Lore. It was November 8th, 2010 when I was sitting in the line for the midnight release of Call of Duty Black Ops.
Woods, it's been a while.
This would be the second time, I believe, that I had ever been to the midnight release of a Call of Duty, the first being Modern Warfare 2. And I remember back in those days, that line was down the street and around the corner. Like, there had to be a solid 150 to 200 people in the line outside of my local GameStop. If you guys weren't around in the times of midnight releases, you missed something extremely special. It was a fantastic experience. And then if you're like me, you came home and you just played the entire campaign as fast as you possibly could, and then started playing zombies until your eyes bled. And of course, the map that I was so excited to play was Kino der Toten.
Entry 7410 Tovan! Perhaps this station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me.
Because just, I think, a month before the release of the game, there was some leaked footage of a guy in the MPL room of Kino der Toten, and that little, 10-second clip of a guy walking through the map made me so excited to play Black Ops Zombies. And I even remember being distinctly annoyed when I found out that you could use the computer cheat codes to get the maps early, to be able to play 5 without having completed the campaign like I did. Because I was like, I rushed home to complete this campaign, and then sure enough, the next morning, everyone found out that you could just go on this little PC, type in a couple codes, and then boom, everything's unlocked. It's like, man, you guys didn't go through the struggle that I just went through playing a video game all night, as if that was actually, a difficult thing to do. But I dove into that game, and I played a ton of it. With the zombies, the multiplayer, wager matches.
In the money.
Let's go.
It was probably one of the best overall packaged games as far as, the multiplayer being super solid. And then, of course, the zombies. This being the second game that has ever had Call of Duty Zombies in it, and being the first one that will eventually have Easter eggs and some real development of the lore, which, at the time, I knew barely anything about. And the truth is, I still don't really know all that much about the lore. I certainly know a few things, but this series right here is meant to change that. So if you're like me and barely know anything about the lore of Call of Duty Zombies, but have always wanted to learn, you can learn alongside me. And if you're someone who's been studying it all along, I hope you'll have me. But without further ado, on October 28th, 1963, from Derice, Ultimus teleports to Kino, and this marks the first time that Ultimus travels through space and time. Ultimus locates a lunar lander at Kino and flies it to the Ascension facility. So there's a lot of things we learned in episode 1 of Learning Lore, such as who Ultimus is, this group of 4 former soldiers, 3 of them being brainwashed by Group 935, and one of them being an ex-Group 935 scientist, Dr. Richthofen. And just like the entry I read to you said, Ultimus teleported from Derice, where
the Wunderwaffe DG2 overloaded a teleporter and sent them through time to Kino der Toten. But it's very obvious when playing the map that Kino der Toten is not a facility that was made in 1963. It is definitely a Nazi-ran facility. And in episode 1, we learned that Group 935 was originally a secret facility that did not operate under the command of a government, but eventually Maxis turned to the Reichstag for additional fundraising. And in doing so, shortly thereafter, in 1940, Germany created new facilities for Group 935, one of them being this Kino facility, and the other one being the Wittenau Sanatorium in Berlin, or Beracht. But the question certainly remains of what exactly happened at the Kino facility back in these 1940 days. What kind of research was happening there? Because we know at Doris there was certainly the teleporters, and they were working with this matter transference device, trying to get spatial teleportation to work, as well as other projects such as the Wunderwaffe and reanimating undead subjects. Well, the asylum facility that was made at the same time as Kino was used to test different methods of torture and brainwashing on these individuals that were there at the site to help Germany create that undead army that they wanted so bad, and it seems like the Kino facility is no different. On December 20th, 1942, accompanied by Samantha, Maxis is transferred to the Kino facility to focus on creating Germany's undead army, and Samantha is left in Richthofen's care, who presumably followed along with them. And this, of course, is before all of the events that happened at the Doris facility, before Samantha was put into the MPD, before zombies happened. At this facility, Maxis is working with different subjects, one of them named 2-6. And his main goal was working on mind control for these subjects, to be able to control them so that Germany can operate their undead army.
The test subjects have been undergoing treatment for 5 days with little progress. I have been assured that given time, the programming will take hold.
And finding the reels while playing Kino, you can see it looks like chemistry was certainly a part of this. They were probably making drugs for these zombies, essentially, to dull them down and make them more controllable. But drugs was not the only thing that they were using. It seems that they were also using film. They were using the theater, essentially, to create, like, mind control videos?
In the past weeks, we have made great strides in breaking through to their subconscious. I have had the projectionist make edits to the film. These changes have been very effective.
And it seems that this, or maybe a combination of the film and drugs, was extremely effective, and Maxis had a very good outlook on what this undead army could become.
Subject 2-6 has had a breakthrough. He is responding to the treatment and following basic instructions. The violent outbursts have been greatly reduced, and given time, we feel this method of treatment will be 100% effective in most cases.
Dr. Maxis believes that he is on the verge of a breakthrough, and if this patient 2-6 can retain these impressions for longer than 26 hours, they'll have the process perfected.
Our timeline for deployment can be accelerated, given the progress we have made in the past 2 weeks. If patient 2-6 can retain the impressions longer than 26 hours, we will have the process perfect.
But of course, us being in the future here in Black Ops 1, we know that Group 935 was not successful, and Germany lost the war. They did not make their undead army, and this subject 2-6, well, he lost control and was killed while attacking one of the handlers.
Another setback. Patient 2-6 was killed this morning in a field test. He lost control and attacked one of our handlers. His injuries were minor, but patient 2-6 was destroyed. The break in programming coincided with the flashing lights and loud noises of the fire alarm in the test facility. One moment. What is it?
It seems that a fire alarm went off. The flashing lights and noises of that alarm, well, made patient 2-6 start acting more like a zombie and attacking everyone around him. So listening to all of these radios and films, we can definitely surmise that the Kino facility was mainly used for testing on these subjects, trying to use mind control techniques through film and drugs to make the test subjects controllable and usable as an undead army. And when you play the map, of course, just looking around, you can find cases of zombies as well. And it certainly would make a lot of sense that inside these little capsules are the zombies that they were using as test subjects. And like the Chronorium stated, while Maxis was working with these undead subjects, Samantha was also at the facility, and if you go to the dressing room, well, you can find evidence of this on the walls, as well as with props scattered around the facility. And while we're looking around the map of Kino, there's actually a few other things I want to point out as well. One of them is in this maintenance room. If you come to the back and look on through this window right here, well, you see a game of poker, which is kind of cool, but on the bookshelf, there's also this little note here that is clearly the Illuminati symbol, hinting at Edward Richthofen's involvement with the Illuminati. Because on that very same bookshelf, and many others around the map, you can find a memoir of Edward Richthofen, and on the spine it even says DG2 and DG3. Okay, so now we know what happened at the Kino facility and what the Kino facility was used for by the Nazis during the 1940s. But it's now 1963 when Ultimus arrives at Kino, and of course a lot has changed, but they find the place overrun by zombies, obviously. I mean, it's a zombies map. So how did they get there? Well, of course, we know that the Kino facility had plenty of zombies around and test subjects that they were using, so it makes sense where the actual bodies came from, but why were they still attacking 18 years later after the events of Darice? Well, my assumption at this point is that it's because of Samantha. Samantha realizes that Ultimus has made it to Kino and unleashes zombies across the facility. But there is one new type of zombie that we have no idea how it has been created. I mean, at this point at least, and that is the Nova Crawler. It seems to have just appeared now 18 years later. Suddenly, Samantha has some new tricks up her sleeve. And we'll learn about that in just a second when we get to 5. But first, we have to answer one more question. Well, as I stated earlier, Ultimus arrived at the Kino facility and located a lunar lander that they fly to the Ascension facility. But looking around the facility, this is not something that is super obvious, and, well, I don't really think there's any evidence of a lunar lander being on this map anywhere. And, I mean, not to mention, it also doesn't make any sense of why there would be a lunar lander at the Kino facility. I mean, it's an old, repurposed Nazi facility. Surely there is no lunar landers at it. So this is one thing that is certainly questionable at best, and not to mention, there's also other things about the Kino facility that definitely deserve looking into. So before we answer the question of the lunar lander and wrap up the details here at Kino, let's talk a little bit about these infamous portraits on the wall. So of course the characters here are depicted in portraits. This is Ultimus. We have Richthofen here as the biggest portrait on the wall, and 3 smaller portraits here being Takio, Nikolai, and Dempsey. But there's also some blacked out portraits, such as this one that's hanging on the wall, and this one on the ground. But these 2 aren't the only portraits like this. There's also 4 more of them outside the map. And it's definitely warranted to question about why these are there. I mean, Richthofen makes sense. Of course, this is a German facility, and he has done work here. But the other 3 here were test subjects at the time that this facility was used by the Nazis. So why would there be portraits of them on the wall? And, I mean, not to mention, who is this silhouette meant to represent? Now, there is one solution of this that can be found and classified that this could be Premise Nikolai, since there's an Easter egg in that game. But for right now, let's talk about what this could have been back in Black Ops 1 days. Well, there's multiple possibilities of who this could be, but what is important to note is I don't think these portraits are depicting different people. It definitely seems that every single one of these silhouette portraits are exactly the same, or at least nearly exactly the same, and are most likely all depicting one person. And what's my guess? Peter McCain. Now, the reason I say Peter McCain and not like Pablo, for instance, is because someone like Pablo wasn't theorized yet at all during the making of Kino. And certainly someone like Premise Nikolai wasn't either. But Peter McCain, however, definitely was, and he was a secret character of World at War that kind of had this backstory and was the reason that the events of Verrückt happened. And of course, you can even find his body on Shino Numa hanging there in the spawn room. And although this certainly isn't a complete answer, because there's obviously no way to answer it, it definitely does not even scratch the question of why these portraits are there in the first place. considering at the time the facility was made, these were test subjects, and here in 1963 Kino, there should be no reason that these people were put up on the wall. I mean, no one really knows about them other than Group 935 and secret organizations in America and Russia, which gathered intel from the collapse of Germany after World War II. So I really think the best way to surmise all this is it probably is Samantha's doing, or perhaps Dr. Monty's, right? Because we know that Dr. Monty is reaching through time, and actually, the events of Kino, if we look at the Chronorium, well, these temporal rifts that were caused from Ultimus traveling across time is when Monty started to step in and begin making some of these changes, help Group 935 invent perk machines, the chalk drawings, all these little nudges. And perhaps in these little nudges, he also wanted to, well, put some portraits on the wall to let you know he was there. Which the Chronorium is an amazing project that was led by Mr. Wafflewaffles, and all of these people you see on your screen here worked on it, and I want to just say thank you to all of you, because for the guy that is trying to learn the lore and really doesn't know much about it, this is probably the best resource out there. Okay, so that is the portraits dealt with, but what about the lunar lander? Well, it's very obvious that the teleporter at Kino doesn't exactly work as intended. I mean, when you use it, you can get teleported to multiple different little locations that are definitely at a different place and perhaps at a different time even. This is of course where you find the Group 935 film reels for what happened at the Kino facility, and it's also where you can find little Easter eggs hinting at the story from World at War. Oh, and while we're here, the rocket thing? Well, if you go up to it using no-clip, there's a World at War interaction symbol, and if you go on over to the dressing room and jump in front of this mannequin a couple times, this little rocket at the table can be launched. And I thought this little interaction symbol was just super cool to see. A little relic of World at War, and it also shows us this cool little Easter egg. But anyways, because of this clear teleporter issue, well, it's my assumption that Ultimus found this lunar lander after teleporting to some unknown location. And it's most likely this was somewhere near the Ascension facility, considering lunar landers cannot travel very far. I mean, in real life, these lunar landers could travel probably around like 30 or so miles on a single tank, and I mean, not to mention in the zombie storyline as well, when you play Ascension, those lunar landers have to refuel every single time you use them, and man, they travel like way less than a single mile. So it would make a lot of sense that this teleporter at Kino malfunctioned once again, teleported them to a location near the Ascension facility, or perhaps adjacent to it. They hopped themselves on the lunar lander and arrived at our next map, Ascension.
Main power offline. Auxiliary power activated.
Where did all the color go? Why is there no power?
Now, before we get to the events of Ascension, there is a whole lot we need to cover leading up to November 6th, 1963. And at the same time, we'll also answer the question of the Thunder Gun, which appears on Kino as well, and we haven't even mentioned it yet. So before we get to the events that happened at the Cosmodrome, we first have to step back in time. And of course, we know that on November 5th, 1945, Group 935 was disbanded after Germany lost World War II. And because of this, much like real life, the United States and the Soviet Union shared resources from these Group 935 research stations, and Richtofen's diary was among those items that was recovered by the Soviet Union. So I suppose that means that the Soviet Union took the resources from De Ries, which makes a lot of sense because that's in Berlin. The Soviets hired many Group 935 scientists to work among them. One of them is a man named Harvey Yena, who forms what is called the Ascension Group for the Soviet Union. This is akin to a more modern and Soviet Group 935 working on experiments for Russia. And almost 10 years after the foundation of the Ascension Group, on October 19th, 1955, a guy named Gersh and another guy named Yuri Zavosky begin working for the Ascension Group, and they will become very pivotal in what happens there, and why the Easter egg, which we'll get to, is important. In studying Group 935's medical elixir research, the Ascension Group starts developing some of their own elixirs, them being PhD Flopper and Stamina, probably the two most revolutionary perks that came out of Black Ops 1. And also, later that same year in 1962, Gersh begins to work on Project Thunder. Of course, the Thunder Gun. And then just a month after that, on December 12th, 1962, Gersh and Yuri begin to work together on the Gersh device, codenamed Project Mercury. Gersh was essentially the leader of the project. He was essentially Maxis for the Ascension group. And Yuri in this situation is a lot like Richtofen. In fact, we'll see here in the story a lot of parallels can be drawn between Gersh and Maxis and Yuri and Richtofen. And while the Ascension group is working hard on all the science stuff, the events of Kino der Toten happen in 1963. And it's important to note that up until this point, there was no zombies happening. So it seems that either Samantha chose to wait until Ultimus was around to start doing zombie stuff, or she needed the rifts that were created from Ultimus traveling to Kino to be able to start doing the zombie stuff. Which I think the latter is the case, and I'll tell you why in just a second. Just one day after the events of Kino, on October 29th, 1963, Gersh informs the senior staff that Yuri has been removed from Project Mercury and has been transferred to Rocket Research because, well, he was not exactly experiencing success.
Convey my sincere gratitude to you for that. But on to business. I am pleased to report that all projects are running smoothly again after recent personnel changes. As I had previously mentioned, Yuri Zavoysky is a brilliant scientist, but he has so far proven incapable of handling Project Mercury, or as you call it, the Gersh device. Due to numerous delays and setbacks, I have sadly been forced to transfer Yuri to the 8K64-A experiments. I have decided that your nephew should take his place, and look forward to working with him directly. Yuri's incident with the Casimir mechanism leaves no doubt in my mind that this is the right decision. The explosion caused the mechanism significant damage. It will take time to remanufacture all of the parts, unless some of them can be salvaged.
So it seems that Yuri's research wasn't exactly working, and he in fact caused damage to the Casimir mechanism, the main thing that they were working on. And it seems to be that this Casimir mechanism is essentially the Soviet analog to Group 935's matter transference device. This was their project focused on teleportation. And of course, Yuri was not happy about this decision whatsoever. He starts to build up anger. Yuri seems to think of himself as a bit of a pioneer, and this recent demotion to work on rockets did not work for him.
Rockets? He transfers me to work on rockets. These experiments require no finesse, no imagination. My intellect is ill-served blasting a bunch of monkeys into the atmosphere. But I can't fight Gersh over this. I was able to hold on to my keys. Some after-hours research. No one else really understands what Project Mercury is capable of. Until then, this lab will have to do. Wait, is it a Matryoshka doll? Is someone with a child?
And as you heard from that radio, Yuri was able to hold on to the keys to his research laboratory. So he's still able to perform the research that he wanted to do behind Gersh's back. A lot like Richtofen did behind the back of Maxis. But there's also something else important to note about this radio. At the very end, Yuri says that he sees a Matryoshka doll and asks, has somebody let a child in? And according to the Chronorium, this radio was recorded one day after the events of Kino der Toten. So it seems that Samantha is starting to slip into this reality once again and put her seeds around the Matryoshka dolls being one of them. But the Matryoshka dolls was not the only seed that Samantha was planting. Yuri also finds a teddy bear in a box. And it's entirely possible that this teddy bear that was found in the box was simply just something that they recovered from Doris, which would make a lot of sense because along with this teddy bear is also where Richtofen's diary was.
Found the box today. Some Rebenka left his teddy bear in it. A disgusting and filthy toy. Who keeps bringing their child onto this space? Thank God they did not take the diary. The things I've learned about Element 1. I'll have to conduct this research on my own, away from the destructive hands of Gersh. His research into Project Mercury has stalled, but will he be transferred? I doubt it. As long as Project remains on track, his friends, I must start small.
And it seems that Yuri is prepared to continue doing this research behind Gersh's back, and is also developing some severe resentment towards his boss. And in this mode of sneaking behind Gersh's back, it seems that this is the first time that Yuri starts to read Richthofen's diary on his own. So he's learning now all about Element 115 and all of the things that happened at Doris. And while this is going on, Gersh is working hard at Project Thunder and actually nearing completion. And although the work on the Gersh device is not so successful, a lot like the matter transference device from Group 935 wasn't, Project Thunder, however, is giving some motivation to the Soviets to keep Gersh in power.
I assure you that our craft will be far superior to whatever the Americans, or should I say, Canadians, are developing. Finally, Project Thunder is nearing completion. My staff has assured me that the remaining issues of the effective range and power cell size will be solved within the next few months. Oh, and also, you should know that Dr. Zavoysky does not appear to be adjusting to his new position. He has been hostile towards the other scientists, at least more than usual, and has frequently been seen muttering to himself. The transition must have been hard for him, but if he does not learn his place soon, I may require another, more competent scientist to replace him.
And as you just heard, Gersh is starting to have some concerns about Yuri. He marks this off as Yuri just not adjusting well to his new position, which is certainly true, but he also says that he's been more hostile than usual and muttering to himself, which sounds a lot like he's been corrupted by Element 115, just like Richtofen was. Again, I'm sure you can see the parallels here. So Yuri is working behind the back of Gersh, and Gersh is, of course, leading this secret organization to continue studying Element 115 for teleportation reasoning and, of course, new weaponry. And the through line from World at War still exists. The development of the weaponry is easier than the development of the teleportation, which I suppose does make a decent bit of sense. I mean, using Element 115 to blow stuff up is certainly a lot easier than using it to teleport you to a specific location at a specific time. And now Yuri, in going behind Gersh's back, has gotten himself infected by this 115. And it's important to note that this happened extremely quickly. This was only November 4th, 1963 when he started to mutter to himself. And just one day later, on November 5th, Yuri completely loses it.
He's after in my head. Always in my head. I can't find her. I can't. Oh, I can't stop it. Keep it out. Why won't she leave me alone? Calm down, Yuri. Calm down. No, I won't. Shut up. Stop. You stop. Okay. I will.
Yuri has officially been subdued by Samantha, and obeying Samantha's wishes, Yuri tricks Gersh into activating the Gersh device, and that rift that is created absorbs him and also allows Samantha to travel through.
This had better be good, Yuri. The fact that you are even in this lab again is reason enough to have you permanently removed. You've done anything that will ruin Ned's inspection tomorrow. Do not worry. You will not be disappointed. In fact, I'm sure you won't forget it. But I can't take all the credits. If you will do me the honors. What the? No! Yuri! You fat pig! Enjoy your trip! Oh no! No! What have I done?
As you heard when Gersh hit the button to activate the Gersh device, you can hear Samantha Maxis say having fun, just like she did in Doris when you activated that teleporter. Gersh is sucked into this rift, and immediately after, it seems that Yuri has a moment of remorse. It may be the case that after Samantha was able to go through this rift, that Yuri had a moment before he was also sucked in the rift, where he was himself again, and immediately realized what he had done shortly before meeting his demise and being sent to the Pentagon. So before Ultimus arrives at the Cosmodrome, Gersh is currently stuck in the Gersh device, essentially. Yuri and Samantha are not there at the Cosmodrome anymore. They both traveled through a rift, and at the Soviet facility, of course, left in the wake of these events, is a zombie outbreak. On November 6th, 1963, one day after these events took place, Ultimus arrives at the Soviet Cosmodrome and free Gersh from the Casimir mechanism. Richtofen recovers his diary from the facility and learns that they need the Vril device from the Siberian facility for his plan. Maintaining his ethereal form, Gersh sends them into a rift to their next destination before beginning his travel across space and time.
Please, help me. She's coming. The mechanism must be repaired.
Usually the voices sound so angry.
And immediately upon entering the facility, Ultimus is met with Gersh pleading to them to repair the mechanism and help him escape, because she is coming, and she being Samantha. And the very first step of the Easter egg on Ascension is to help repair this mechanism by throwing a Gersh device outside the map and obtaining what looks like a generator.
Casimir mechanism activation in progress. Error. No power detected.
You've done it. Now, it needs as much power as possible. Hurry. She's getting nearer.
Got it! Power!
And in doing so, you can hear the request for additional power. So it does kind of make sense that these are generators. And after getting that first node, you can come on over to this little computer down here, press interact, and you'll hear this.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 1 activated.
3 more. No, stop it.
Hey, there's power going to that thingy now!
You can hear Gersh say that node 1 is complete, and there are 3 more before fully repairing this Casimir mechanism. And also, well, you can hear Gersh saying, stop it, most likely to Samantha, who is trying to get to him. I'm not exactly sure yet how all of that stuff works in the dark ether, right? But it definitely seems that Gersh is holding on to hope that will help him. And I've always wondered where exactly that generator, that node 1, got teleported to. I've always just assumed that it was outside the map and wasn't present anywhere. But it turns out that it is indeed teleported to the top of this building, and you can even see a wire running from it down to the side. And that wire goes down the wall and around to the computer that you have to interact with. As you can see, before node 1 is teleported, there's actually a missing texture in the area where it's teleported to, and the same could be said about the bottom of node 1 as well. But I suppose while we're here, we might as well also point out the fact that that thing right there on the ground, well, I believe this is the Casimir mechanism. As you go through the Easter egg and start doing the different nodes, lights start appearing on this Casimir mechanism, seeming to apparently power it. Although I gotta say, it really doesn't make sense that such an important device is just sitting right here in the middle of what appears to be, I mean, a scrapyard, right? There's like a lunar lander just chilling right there that seems to be in disrepair. And, I mean, a whole bunch of other stuff, like barrels, a random truck here crashed into a wall. It definitely doesn't seem like the place for such a mechanism. Now, I've never noticed this before playing the map, but there is this little, like, crane grabber thing chilling right here, and the track does lead all the way over to where the Casimir mechanism is right now. So it is very possible that the mechanism was originally attached to this. It was actually, like, hanging up there, just chilling. And whenever Gersh turned it on and all that rift stuff happened, it ended up falling and rolling a little bit down to where it is resting now. And as far as the laboratory that Gersh and Yuri have been working in, I believe it is this building. I mean, that would make sense considering this is also where the Casimir mechanism is. And the computer to power it up. Which if we just hop on in here, we can see this room at least does not look like much of a laboratory. But we can imagine what could have been here, as well as probably a staircase that would have led to this room down here, where it seems like there's a bunch of servers and computer-related stuff. But alright, let's get back on track with powering this thing up. The problem is, though, the next step of the Easter egg requires 4 players. You have to press 4 buttons around the map at actually different perk locations, all at the same time during a monkey round. And obviously, me doing this in solo, that would not be possible. So I've downloaded a mod called BO3 Reimagined, which allows me to do this and actually play the Ascension Easter egg solo and do these steps just a little bit differently. And in fact, really the only difference is I don't have to press them all at the same time. Which I'm not entirely sure what's happening when you're pressing these buttons, although it is obvious that you're rerouting power to the Casimir mechanism. And you have to do this while the facility is on high alert status during a monkey round. So it could be possible that while the facility is in this shutdown effect, these buttons become possible for the employees to press to reroute power to a certain part of the facility if requested to. And in order to make sure it's not some lone actor doing this, all 4 buttons have to be pressed at the same time.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 2 activated.
Are they trying to communicate? Oh, no, they haven't.
And also when you complete this node 2, you can hear Gersh say that it needs more concentrated power for this to work. So that leads us to node 3. So of course, all those who have played Ascension know that you can launch a rocket on the map, and in fact, that is how you get access to Pack-a-Punch. But this is not the only thing that's underneath this rocket. There's also a clock and apparently a pressure pad that is extremely useful for powering up the Casimir mechanism. This Easter egg step is relatively simple. You really just need some time, and all you gotta do is stand on this pressure pad with normally all 4 players, and just stand there for 2 minutes straight. Not doing anything, no shooting, no throwing grenades, and obviously no moving. And after doing so, you can hear the announcer say that the power has been rerouted to the Casimir mechanism.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 3 activated.
Yes! Yes! Almost there! Hurry! She's coming!
Could this be related to Hendrik's work?
Gersh also talks to you again after completing this node, and he says, yes, you're almost done with this task, and then also screams Luna, which Luna in Russian is the word for moon. Although I suppose that's probably not too hard to guess, considering, I mean, you just put an R on it and you get to English. But not only that, it was also the name of their space program, the Luna Programme. Luna Programme.
Лунная программа.
This program was akin to the American Apollo program, and they sent various robotic spacecrafts to the moon between 1959 and 1976. A whole lot of them were failures, but there was a lot of success, and, well, in a large way, it's the reason we're still using Russian rockets today. But as for the zombie storyline, there's a reason why he screams this. It's a code word that we need to enter in order to be able to activate Node 4. And how do we do this? By using the lunar landers. This step of the Easter egg, again, would require more than one player playing, as you need to call a lunar lander from one part of the map to the other in order to do it in the correct order. Essentially, you're collecting letters that are just floating in the sky and spelling Luna, L-U-N-A. The first one is supposed to be collected by flying from spawn to stamina up, but here in BO1 Reimagined, I can just fly it from stamina up to spawn, and it works perfectly fine, as it probably should have in the first place, Treyarch. And then you just repeat this process essentially for the next 3 letters. Now, there really isn't any explanation for why there are floating letters in the sky. I imagine this is Samantha related. I mean, that would make the most sense that this is at least like some kind of Element 115 thing going on. I would imagine normally these letters would not be there if this was an actual thing done at the facility before the rifts opened and, you know, all of these events have taken place. And after you complete this, you can hear the announcer say that the Casimir mechanism has been activated and full power has been achieved.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 4 activated. Full power achieved.
Gersh is, of course, very happy about this and says, quick, open the door. Which, if we go back and remember where he is right now, he was sucked into a rift, so this door that he's talking about is that rift itself. After completing all these nodes, the lights on the Casimir mechanism are now all lit up, and on the ground is a small little orb. This orb, I believe, is supposed to be the rift itself, and in order to open it, you need to throw a Gersh device at it, shoot a bunch of ray gun shots, a couple Zeus cannon shots as well, and a few Matryoshka dolls. But with BO1 Reimagined, this is actually significantly easier and makes it able to be done in solo. And with what's interesting, if you fail this part of the Easter egg, you can hear Gersh say, "I can see the outside, but I need more power," or at least something like that. It's actually kind of hard to hear him, certainly when you're shooting a thunder gun. Man, whoever recorded that's an idiot, right? So I think the reason why we need the Gersh device and all the Zeus cannon, the upgraded wonder weapons, is because we're injecting 115 into this rift, and we need a whole bunch of it in order to open it.
Casimir mechanism safety protocol initiated. Shutting down power systems.
Yes, I'm free. I cannot thank you enough for releasing me from that horrible place.
Fascinating. Undimensional rift. Goodbye, Gersh. It would have been good to know you.
But when you do complete it, this orb starts floating up into the sky. You can hear that a safety protocol has been initiated and the Casimir mechanism is shut down. And of course, we hear Gersh for the last time. Which it doesn't seem like Samantha's too happy about this. And this part where the screen goes black and white and you can hear Samantha screaming is actually extremely important for the map 5. Which, in case you've been wondering this entire time why we skipped over 5 and started with Ascension, well, you're about to find out. But just like before we get to the events of 5, let's talk about what happened after World War II and what's happening at the Pentagon. Just like the Soviets after the downfall of Group 935, the Pentagon hired many of the former scientists to replicate their work. And on July 29th, 1952, the Pentagon began experiments involving their own versions of the undead. The Germans, they were working on reanimating soldiers for an undead army, while the Pentagon, well, they tested on animals instead. And actually, you can see this in this animal laboratory in the basement of 5. And it seems to be the consensus among the community that this is how these Nova 6 crawlers were made that we find in Kino and 5. The United States also has another facility other than the Pentagon where they're continuing this research, and that is the Groom Lake facility, or Area 51. And we won't get to Area 51 until next episode when we cover Moon, but it is important to note that a lot of research is conducted there as well. And after some years of doing this research, on November 3rd, 1959, the Pentagon constructs their own prototype teleporter and commence experimentation. It seems that these two projects working on the undead as well as teleportation is the Pentagon's main concern, which is the opposite of what the Soviets and the Germans cared about. They cared about the weapons first. In fact, it wasn't until about 4 years later when the Pentagon started developing weapons of their own, such as the Winter's Howl. And although it did take them a while to start developing a wonder weapon of their own, if you look around while playing the map, you can tell that they've been studying the wonder weapons made by other countries, such as the Thunder Gun here inside of this cabinet, and out the door and through this window, the ray gun sitting here on the desk, seemingly being reverse engineered by the scientists here at the Pentagon. And inside this room where this ray gun is on 5, there is also part of a teleporter, which it seems the Pentagon has acquired from one of the Group 935 facilities, and I'm not entirely sure which one this is, actually. We know for certain that it's not Kino, considering the Kino teleporter is still at Kino in 1963. It could be the case that they got it from the Darice facility, even though that the Soviets also got their share from that facility as well. If we look at the real history that happened after World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union divided the resources of the German government, split up their territories as well as Germany itself. But they didn't just divide the country into 4 different sections, they also divided Berlin into different sections, since Berlin was vital to Germany being the capital and all. So it could make sense that in the Zombies universe, the same kind of thing happened. With Darice being the main vital facility to Group 935, perhaps they divvied up the resources that were gathered there as well, and maybe this teleporter that you find here was from Darice. But alright, it's time to get to the point. Why did I cover Ascension before 5? Well, if you remember from earlier in the video, the event that caused the zombie outbreak at Ascension was Yuri tricking Gersh into activating the Gersh device, creating this rift and allowing Samantha to travel through. This is what caused the outbreak at Ascension, but it's also what caused the outbreak at the Pentagon. And it's also why Yuri, who you might know as the crazy scientist who steals your gun while playing 5, is walking around the halls at the Pentagon. On November 6th, 1963, the same day of the events of Ascension, in the Pentagon, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and Robert McNamara meet with Fidel Castro in the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Due to the events at the Cosmodrome, a zombie outbreak occurs, and Samantha sends Yuri to the Pentagon to thwart their survival. And during the intro of 5, you can hear the zombie outbreak happen.
Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, that there are only a few generations.
Sounds like someone breaking in!
It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be and has to be massive to deter all forms of aggression. Gentlemen, lock and load.
And this must be at the same time those rifts occurred at the Ascension facility, which the Chronorium states that that happened on November 5th and not November 6th. So it could be possible that the events of 5 really happened over 2 days instead of just 1. Perhaps day 1, the day you play on, is actually November 5th when the whole rift thing happened and the zombie outbreaks occurred. And day 2, when these leaders have been fighting off the zombies for such a long time, is when the events of Ascension happen. And after Gersh is freed and Ultimus departs from the Cosmodrome, the outbreak ends at the Pentagon and all 4 characters survive. Which is kinda strange to say that all 4 characters survive, considering the map 5 is very hard to survive on. And in order for these guys to survive 2 days playing the map, I mean, they had to get to a pretty high round, huh? I suppose in Classified, it's like round 115, right? You gotta get to? Or like, I think it was originally round 150. So if these guys have been up all night playing zombies, getting to around 150 together, like, dude, they had to be sweating it, you know what I mean? But in the intro of the map, you can see they do have a huge arsenal to work with, although you as the player don't exactly get access to this. And actually, what's kind of funny about this is the place where they get those guns from is the place that the Pack-a-Punch is in the game. So the events of 5 happened because of the events that caused Ascension to happen. And the events of Ascension caused the outbreak that happened at the map 5 to end. It's really interesting how these 2 maps were interlinked, and me being someone who never really studied the storyline, never really learned it until now, I never knew that this was the case, because in-game, there really isn't many hints at this. Except, well, I suppose for one, that I really just thought was kind of a funny Easter egg, but I guess it makes a lot more sense now. On the map Ascension, while playing, you can hear telephones ringing around the map, and if you go up to them and interact, you can hear characters from 5 fighting off the undead. And these red phones can also be found on the map 5, but unfortunately when they ring and you interact with them, you don't hear anything on the other side. At least not that I have found, although I do believe in Black Ops 4 for Classified that this isn't the case. You guys are going to have to let me know down in the comments. And of course, we'll cover that in detail when we get to Black Ops 4. I suppose another interesting conclusion about these phones being at the 2 facilities is that the Pentagon and that Soviet secret facility had a direct line to each other, which I doubt they shared research, but it could be that this was to ensure that the Cold War didn't turn into a hot one, or perhaps a zombified one. But as the Chronorium stated, after Richtofen recovered his diary at the Ascension facility, he learned that he needed the Vril device from the Siberian facility, or Call the Dead, for his plan. So in order to continue this storyline, we have to go to Siberia, but that is for next episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and if you did, leave a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure you're subscribed so you can come back for more. I cannot wait to continue the story. It really surprises me how much of this I didn't know and just how many details there really are in this storyline. And like things such as Ascension and 5 happening at the same time that I never knew, it really blows my mind. It was also really cool to see how many parallels happened here with the Ascension group versus like Group 935, how Yuri was a lot like Dr. Richthofen and Gersh was a lot like Maxis. I can't wait to see where the storyline goes, and I think this is where things are going to start getting pretty confusing, but I think I'm ready for it. In the meantime, if you want to watch more of my content, you can click one of the
We now know.
Molotov lit! Someone hot-footed through here. Hot-footed? No, fuck you. More footprints. Nikolai is being given runaround. You will be safe there. Only one. Sending Molotov. Was that close? I can't even tell anymore. What are you? I know this toy. Why is it here? They are good people. I will not let Spetsnaz hurt them. They will be safe here.
You came as a savior offering sanctuary, but you delivered them to something far, far worse.
Safe there. Do not be here when they arrive. These caves do not find you. Nikolai will show you there. They will make example of you. You can trust Nikolai. Spetsnaz will not ask questions. Only kill. You must feel you are hiding terror.
A demon made its home here, hungering in the darkness. But you did serve Nikolai, consciously or no. And the creature marked you a most favored servant.
Nikolai will never be able to make right. But he will try.
Bonus points! Full power!
Black Ops 7's mysterious new villain, the Great Voice, aka the Warden, is shaping up to be a very pivotal character moving forward in the Black Ops.
Presenting the award for Best Breakout Streamer. Welcome to the stage, Nicewig.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. New York is in the house tonight. I'd love to see that. You know, listen, you might not know who I am, but I can guarantee for the nominees for the next award I'm about to present, you're gonna know every single one of these people. They made a statement this year in the streaming game. So the nominees for the best breakout streamer is as follows.
Rakai! Adat! BDG! Vanilla Mace! Gwendolyn Ortiz!
And the streamer award goes to Adapt.
Second nomination and first win.
Damn, best breakout streamer. I want to start by thanking everyone who voted for me, my fellow nominees, Vanilla, Rakai, Wendy, DDG. I feel like across the board, we all had great years. And it's an honor to be nominated and let alone bring it back to the crib. This means so much to me and I'm so grateful, man. Thank you guys. You guys have no idea how much you have changed my life, man. Nah, this is insane. Nah, this is tough. Thank you guys, and I just want to say, man, if anyone's out there going through a tough time, going through hard times, just know anyone who's ever achieved anything great in their life have felt exactly what you're feeling right now, and it's really important that you keep going, that you keep waking up every single day and putting one foot in front of the other and trying your best, and if you take anything from me, take that, man. Thank you guys so fucking. Make some fucking noise, y'all.
With Willard Wyler's wild, wicked welcome reinterpretation back to the zombie saga via Dean Roth in Ashes of the Damned, paying homage to this villain of old, what better wondrous window than now to wander wistfully through the whirlwind storyline of Infinite Warfare Zombies, now that it is relevant again in Black Ops 7. In trying to understand Willard Wyler better for future Dark Ether content, I recently took a look back at the full story inside of Lee Ross's Zombies epic, and was pleasantly surprised by what I found. I also found that there were, frankly, no good resources online for learning the storyline, with some elements discovered not being discussed on YouTube literally at all. So I thought the best course of action would be making a video of my own, going through the full story of Infinite Warfare Zombies that includes some of the late game twists from its storyline. From Willard Wyler's tragic downfall, the stories of the other celebrities, canonicity of Director's Cut, all the way to the defeat of Mephistopheles and what comes next. All of that and more in this video, so stay tuned.
Our journey begins with the story of Willard Wyler, long before we ever step into the world of Zombies in Spaceland. Wyler spent more than 4 decades crafting films before the chaos of the zombies mode unfolded. He wrote and directed schlock horror films. One of his first hits was Disco Devil. The synopsis: in Willard Wyler's Disco Devil, a young demon from the underworld is cast out for his love of disco dance music. When he attempts to rock the dance floor, he's met with an otherworldly resistance that brings down the house. Written and directed by Willard Wyler, released June 13th. 1975. Sometime in his life, Wyler wed a woman he fell in love with named Alexandra and fathered a daughter, Winona Lee Wyler. Tragedy struck when cancer claimed Alexandra while Winona was just 6 years old. Devastated, Wyler threw himself into work and pulled away from his daughter, since her features echoed his late wife and stirred unbearable grief inside of him. That kind of loss can twist a person deep inside, and for Wyler, it marked the start of a long slide into isolation, where the glow of movie lights became his only escape from the shadows of home. However, Wyler's films, either due to a changing market, the shift of culture, or perhaps the wreck he had become inside, began to seriously suffer. Flop after flop came, and he felt his life's work slipping away. But after already losing Alexandra, Wyler refused to let go. In his desperation, he searched for any way to make his films once more a hit. Eventually, Wyler struck a pact with Mephistopheles, the cunning demon from the classic tale of Faust, who tempts ambitious souls with forbidden knowledge and power in exchange for their eternal damnation. Trading his soul to this infernal dealmaker granted Wyler the unholy ability to lock people inside of his films, dooming them to the horrors and monsters there. This was far beyond a reckless gamble. It was a man's breaking point, a director so consumed by the fear of irrelevance that he handed over his very essence for a chance to reclaim his glory. The deal infused his creations with real, inescapable dread, turning his movies into living traps where victims became fodder for the nightmares he conjured. Actors and extras were now tossed into the living films, able to be really murdered, and the gore captured within a film camera. And with this cursed ability, Wyler poured everything into reviving his career, channeling the demon's influence to craft bolder, bloodier spectacles that blurred the line between scream and slaughter. One of his first major ventures under this dark pact was Nightmare Summer, released April 13th, 1979. The story follows 4 young high school friends who ditch class for a wild beach party in a secluded spot far off the grid. They are blissfully unaware that something sinister lurks just beneath the sand, ready to erupt and turn their carefree escape into a fight for survival. But Wyler didn't stop there. He dove deeper into the abyss with the Extinction series, a lineup of films titled Point of Contact, Nightfall, Mayday, Awakening, and Exodus. These epics hurl desperate teams of fighters into overrun outbreak zones, pitting them against ancient cryptids, colossal, prehistoric horrors that make dinosaurs look like footnotes in history. The creatures swamp with unrelenting savagery, claws ripping through defenses, turning every desperate stand into a visceral symphony of chaos and extinction-level threats. Wyler birthed this saga straight from his soul-bound pact, using Mephistopheles' power to amp up the stakes and deliver the kind of raw terror that had eluded him before. This also allowed Infinity War to wrap up the leftover story of Extinction, effectively weaving those unresolved stories into the Infinite Warfare Zombies canon, sealing their cliffhanger fate within his demonic web. But if you want me to make a full story video on Extinction at some point in time, I can do that if it's heavily requested enough. With his newfound powers humming, Wyler wasted no time testing their limits on those he saw as threats to his vision. He zeroed in on the director-actor duo of Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes, whom he publicly ripped for dragging his cherished legacy through the mud with their irreverent style. In a surge of vengeful spite, Wyler hurled them into the brutal confines of rave in the Redwoods, twisting Kevin into a monstrous chainsaw-wielding slasher, a relentless engine of gore who claimed Jason as his inaugural screaming victim amid the foggy woods. Rave quickly evolved into Wyler's private execution chamber, a go-to exile for anyone bold enough to challenge his authority, with the slasher as his vicious executioner. Defiers vanished into its loops, forced to battle shambling zombies or dodge the slasher's whirling blade until their luck ran dry, their fates eternally replayed in cinematic purgatory. As Winona blossomed into a fierce young woman with dreams of her own, she found herself drawn to Matthew Mason, a dedicated worker in Wyler's crumbling film empire. Wyler, still clinging to control like a lifeline, despised the romance from the outset, viewing it as another erosion of his influence. But he relented on the marriage, extracting a bitter concession. Matthew could hyphenate his surname with Wyler's, binding the union to the family name and ensuring any future grandchildren carried forward his bloodline and legacy. For a fleeting moment after the vows, stability flickered. But Wyler's studio soon spiraled into financial ruin, battered by debts and bad breaks. He barricaded himself against buyout offers from opportunistic suits, too proud or paranoid to surrender his kingdom. Winona, tired of the toxicity, made the fateful choice to break free alongside Matthew, pooling their talents to launch an independent film company and forge a path untainted by his shadow. The revelation hit Wyler like a thunderbolt. He exploded in betrayal-fueled fury, accusing them of ingratitude and sabotage after all he'd sacrificed. Driven by Mephistopheles' whispers and his own fractured heart, he transported them instantly into Raven the Redwood's deadly embrace, where the slasher made short, savage work of them both. To smother any suspicion and preserve his facade, Wyler crafted a heartbreaking alibi, a private jet crash off of Bora Bora's coast, bodies lost at sea with no trace of wreckage to contradict his grief-stricken tale. Yet, even as Mephistopheles' corruption coiled tighter around his soul, remnants of the man Wyler once was flickered through the cracks, tormented by waves of guilt, especially over the daughter he'd condemned. That inner turmoil fueled a desperate, hidden agenda enacted under Mephistopheles' nose. Redemption. He began recruiting actors into his films, not just for sport, but with the calculated hope that a cohesive team might unravel the demon's chains and drag him back to freedom. His initial gamble rested on the original four: David Hasselhoff, Kevin Smith returning alongside Jason Mewes, Pam Grier, and Cassandra Elvira Peterson. Elvira, with a mischievous streak, loved commandeering the in-film announcements, injecting her signature campy horror vibe, which invariably earned Wyler's heated dressing downs to toe the line and respect his script. But egos ignited like dry tinder. Their inability to collaborate splintered the group, dooming them to isolation in separate cinematic purgatories. Hasselhoff got sealed in the neon-drenched frenzy of Zombies in Spaceland. Kevin recycled into Raven the Redwoods' endless carnage. Pam thrust into Shaolin Shuffle's Kung Fu apocalypse. And Elvira left grappling with grotesque mutants in Attack of the Radioactive Thing.
Their true memories are but a thing of lore, as I require them for a performance far greater than they were ever previously destined for. Celebrity is nothing more than a thin coat of armor that fades. Ah, but here they can profoundly change the destiny of so many. The original four now must remain encased in this prison, as little more than supplemental aids, endlessly awaiting the four that can truly help me unravel this spider web. Forgive me, my friends, but the lost souls of this dimension need your attention and your will to fight. You shall be their beacon of light.
Each failure chipped away at Wyler, but it only sharpened his resolve. He pored over casting reels and bios with renewed obsession, until four young standouts ignited a spark of true belief. Andrew Wright, Sally Simpson, Poindexter Zitterman, and Aaron A.J. Jordaniels. In them, he saw not just talent, but the raw synergy, the heroes his twisted tale desperately needed to finally shatter the curse and reclaim his soul.
I have sent thousands through this maze, endlessly searching for the few that can withstand its onslaught of treachery and deceit. Every last one of them has been filled with too much fear or anger to persevere. Those closest to succeeding filled me with such hope. For a moment, I believed that I had finally come upon specimens that could endure. But alas, they too had proven to be nothing more than a parlor trick, loaded with disappointment. My search must continue.
With that fateful selection, Wyler set the stage for what he hoped would be his salvation, handpicking 4 rising stars whose lives had forged them into unlikely heroes. They were the same: Andre Wright, Poindexter Zitterman, Sally Simpson, and Aaron AJ Jordaniels. Each carried their own scars and dreams, the kind that drive a person to chase the spotlight, unaware they were stepping into a director's deadly trap. Let's start with Andre Wright, a kid born and bred in the gritty streets of the South Bronx. Raised solely by his determined mother in a world that chewed up dreams and spat them out. Like so many youths trapped in the ghetto grind, Andre burned with the need to carve out a name for himself and break free from the cycle of struggle. But where others chased street cred through gangs or hustles, Andre turned his gaze to theatre and entertainment, betting everything on the magic of the stage to lift him higher. He kicked off that bold path by linking up with a local group called the Bridges Society, a lifeline that nurtured raw talent amid the urban chaos. By age 10, Andre's hustle paid off in a big way. He snagged his debut acting gig in a modest off-Broadway production, a breakout moment that rocketed him from obscurity into the grind of commercials and bit parts on sitcoms, always as those memorable background faces. That momentum carried him straight to a juicy role on the soap opera Beverly Hills Hospital, where he exploded into TV's bad boy, the charming rogue who had fans swooning coast to coast. When Willard Wyler came calling with an offer for his latest flick, Andre had to admit he'd only caught a handful of the old man's movies and picked up whispers of wild rumors swirling around him. Wyler brushed it all aside with his silver-tongued charm, painting the gig as pure child's play for a natural like Andre. Hooked by the promise of easy stardom, Andre signed on, blind to the abyss waiting in the reels. Then there's Poindexter Zitterman, shaped by a childhood under the watchful eye of his father, a brilliant particle physicist lost in equations, and a mother drowned in bottles, her alcoholism casting long shadows over the home. Young Poindexter escaped into worlds of wonder, devouring comic books, video games, Saturday morning cartoons, and every single Willard Wyler film ever churned out, idolizing the director's flair for the fantastic. High school senior year forced his hand when graduation rules shoved him into drama class, a detour he never saw coming, but fate twisted into triumph. He landed the lead in the class play, a performance so electric it blasted him onto the radar and launched his trajectory skyward. Poindexter chased that spark all the way to New York City, grinding through auditions until he became a Broadway mainstay, the go-to guy for quirky, brainy roles that packed houses night after night. Word of Wyler's next big project hit him like a thunderclap. As a lifelong fanboy, he jumped at the chance without a second thought, rounding out the crew by linking up with Andre Wright, Sally Simpson, and Aaron Jordaniels at Wyler's shadowy theatre for what promised to be the role of a lifetime. For Poindexter, this was more than an opportunity for work. It was a pilgrimage to collaborate with his hero, oblivious to the demonic strings pulling Wyler from the darkness. Sally Simpson burst onto screens as a pint-sized TV sensation, starring from toddlerhood in the reality smash Growing Up with The Simpsons, a fly-on-the-wall saga spotlighting her entire chaotic family. Her dad, a jazz legend, chased fame with a trail of notorious mistresses that tabloids devoured, while her mum, a battle-hardened veteran actress, poured her soul into scripts and spotlights, leaving family dinners cold and forgotten. The show minted Sally into a child star, but when it wrapped, she struck out for Hollywood independence, hungry to script her own legend beyond the family brand. Yet success eluded her grasp, her every step dogged by the ghost of her parents' glory. Interviews fixated on their scandals. Critics dismissed her as nepotism's kid sister, burying her own fire under questions about dad's flings or mum's awards. Desperate to shatter free and claim fame on her raw merits, Sally latched onto any breakout chance. Enter Willard Wyler and his mysterious new film. She hadn't bothered with his back catalogue, but the allure of a lead role under a veteran director drowned out the doubts. It felt like her ticket to the big game, a way to scream, "This is me!" to a world that saw only echoes. She dove in head first, her ambition blinding her to the peril scripted in Wyler's soul-souled vision. Finally, Aaron AJ Jordaniels. Born under the California sun of Los Angeles to a powerful duo of sports icons, his mum hung up her racket as a retired tennis pro. His dad rode waves as a world-class surfer, their elite heritage pumping AJ full of athletic prowess that dominated high school fields and courts. Everyone pegged him for pro leagues or endorsements, but AJ craved the roar of crowds in a different arena. He pivoted to the limelight of TV dramas, skyrocketing to teen heartthrob status in his hits like Werewolf Poets and High School Hunger, where his chiseled charm and easy charisma owned the screen. But when scriptwriters axed his character in High School Hunger, AJ hit a wall, staring down typecasting as the pretty face with no depth. He yearned for the silver screen to prove his chops ran deeper than abs and ad-libs. To show Hollywood he packed real range. Wyler swooped in like a savior, dangling a meaty movie role that screamed credibility. With smooth persuasion, the director convinced AJ this was his leap to legend, a project to silence the skeptics and etch his name in cinema stone. Eager to evolve beyond the small screen, AJ grabbed the bait, stepping into Wyler's web with stars in his eyes and no clue of the monstrous fate awaiting. These four, bound by ambition and Wyler's cunning lure, arrived at his theatre ready to shine, each chasing their vision of escape or triumph. Little did they know, they were the pawns in a Faustian endgame, thrust into zombies in Spaceland as Wyler's last desperate shot at breaking Mephistopheles' chain.
I am Willard Wyler, master of the macabre. For over 40 years, I directed the most terrifying, visceral, and bloody scenes ever committed to film. My contribution to horror is nothing short of genius. Before my retirement, people demanded to know my secret. How did I make it all look so real? If you really want to know how the sausage is made in a Willard Wyler picture, the recipe is simple. First, you add actors. Then, you start grinding.
Hello? Hey! Anybody here?
This is the place, right? I feel like we're being set up for some punk-ass reality show.
This is a Willard Wyler production. One time he held an audition on an abandoned steamship and then sunk it just for effect.
Wait, you mean with the actors on it?
Yeah, I was just getting into character.
Willard Wyler?
You're late. Welcome. You've all been chosen to play a unique role in my return to the big screen, my killer comeback. But I'll warn you now, my methods tend to be a little extreme.
Is he kidding?
I expect my actors to give it their all. Their blood, their bodies, everything to the performance. Thus, it is imperative we set the mood to ensure each of you fully commits to your character. What you're about to become a part of is a culmination of my life's work, the crowning achievement of my career. The first scene is set in the 1980s. I call it Zombies in Spaceland. Hang on to your seats.
He is so not kidding.
You still say this is all for effect?
Forget what I said!
I say, get me the hell out of here!
Hey, what's with the Letterman jacket?
And the bling!
It appears our wardrobes reflect the parts we're auditioning for. And clearly, I'm the nerd.
Ugh, you've got to be kidding me.
He shoots. He scores.
Yuck, gag me.
Totally epic!
Woo! Now that's how we drop the mic. Yay!
These four ambitious souls converged at Wyler's decrepit theatre, stepping into what they believed was their golden audition, only to trigger the nightmare's opening act. The intro cutscene pulls us in as Andre, Poindexter, Sally and AJ push through the dusty doors of the run-down venue. Buzzing with excitement for a shot in Willard Wyler's comeback project, the legendary director, fresh from years in retirement, greets them with his eerie charisma, insisting they need to get in the mood for the tryout. But his words drip with deception. He herds them towards a flickering screen to watch a teaser scene, a ploy to hold them still. While they stare transfixed, Wyler slips upstairs to the projector room, where he slices his palm in a sinister ritual. Photos of the four actors surround a cryptic circle of symbols, and as blood activates the right, a swirling vortex yanks them screaming into the film's heart, sucked straight into zombies in Spaceland. Those outer symbols on the ritual etch a chilling prophecy, the symbols translating to, representing the great power in this world, emerge from the magical stones. The great power is Mephistopheles himself, the demon whose pact bound Wyler, and the stones tie into the keys needed to challenge his dominion across the saga. But we will get onto that later. Plunged into Spaceland's vibrant, retro-futuristic theme park, the four land disorientated amid candy-coloured rides, arcade lights, and looming roller coasters under a starry sky. At first, they are meta-aware, cracking jokes about playing roles in Wyler's cheesy flick, piecing together that they've been trapped in some twisted movie set. But the moment zombies shamble out, growing and clawing from the shadows, everything snaps. Their personalities warp overnight, locking into the archetypes Wyler scripted. The cocky leader, the brainy inventor, the feisty wildcard, the athletic hotshot. Whatever caused that flip remains a demonic slight, Mephistopheles' influence enforcing the immersion to keep them grinding in his game. Gameplay kicks off in survival frenzy, fending off undead waves across zones like the fountain area, Polar Peaks icy slides, and the underground tunnels, powering up teleporters and flipping switches to unlock the park's secrets. The main quest unfolds in grueling steps. A test of teamwork, Wyler secretly prayed they'd ace to free him. First, activate the teleporters and hit the Pack-a-Punch room. That upgraded weapon forge tucked away like a hidden vault. It mirrors Wyler's real-world projector lair, but ever so slightly different, hinting at a brush with escape. Yet, the actors' altered mindsets chain them back to the film, compelled to play out the script rather than bolt. And even if they try to leave, after a period of time, they will be forcibly returned to the film. However, inside it they see an important artifact, the Soul Jar. A jar with 4 slots for pieces of a soul key to open it, and the only likely path for escape. Returning to Spaceland, the characters meet David Hasselhoff, the first of the original four. Hasselhoff was trapped in the Spaceland movie by Willard Wyler, forced to relive his iconic role from the Knight Rider series.
Michael Knight.
When four actors arrive in the film, Hasselhoff attempts to assist them by giving hints as to how they can progress, hoping to see them escape the film. Together with Hoff, the crew manage to communicate with and summon the giant UFO lodged into Polar Peak. They attract it to float above the Pack-a-Punch portal and call down the aliens inside, battling them to the death. Once all of the aliens are defeated, they lure the UFO over the Pack-a-Punch portal once more, using a laser to destroy the UFO. It drops a shard of the Soul Key.
You did it! The Soul Key is your one-way ticket out of Spaceland. But know this, this was only the first stop on Willard Wyler's Film Festival of Horrors. But I've got faith. I know you'll see this through to the end. And maybe, just maybe, we'll meet again on the outside. Best of luck, my friends. It's been my pleasure to serve you as your DJ for this cosmic adventure. Cosmic Tunes Radio, signing off.
Wyler chimes in during the UFO takedown, grumbling that this isn't the path he envisioned, his frustration a clue to his deeper scheme and the internal schism between his true plan and Mephistopheles' will.
Why do you continue to go off script? You realize none of this is going to save you, right? Again with the stupid little robot and the action star. Don't worry. He'll be dead along with the rest of you soon enough. Your soul will be mine. Cut! 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 Ah! You're ruining this film! Why won't you just die on cue already? I knew you weren't fit for the part the moment I set eyes on you. You'll never work in this town again!
That projector room's second ritual, smeared with blood and stripped of actor pics, decodes to a grim vow. Mephistopheles grants your innermost desire. Death is merely the beginning. Serve thy master eternally. It lays bare Wyler's doom, a slave even in death. The outro cutscene seals the terror. With the UFO wreckage smoking and the soul piece in hand, the park glitches, shadows twisting as Mephistopheles' laugh rumbles. The actors, key and grasp, feel a pull towards freedom, but Wyler's voice crackles through, hinting that more films await, yanking them deeper into his cursed reel. Spaceland's just the gateway, the quest for the full soul key only just beginning across Wyler's demonic film catalogue.
The twisted branches of horror that filled the forest tore the soul out of nearly all cast into it. Damn it! No matter. The rave will surely end their silly little existences once and for all.
No! Where the hell are we now, Bathos?
I think the other question is, when the hell are we?
We're not in the 80s anymore, dude.
Yo, how about who the hell are we?
Grunge. Really? Looks like I got your old gig, Andre.
I don't know about you guys, but at least we aren't in that demented theme park anymore.
Yo, shut up, hey? I heard something. Listen.
Oh, shit, man. We got zombies again.
You have got to be kidding me, man.
As the dust settled in Spaceland's wreckage, with the UFO smoldering and the first soul key fragments clutched tight, victory twisted into chaos. Poindexter lunged for the glowing portal, snatching the prize. But a fresh vortex ripped open, yanking Andre, Poindexter, Sally and AJ through the void before they could celebrate. Back in the real world, Willard Wyler slammed his fist on the projector in fury. His comeback derailed yet again. Damn it, he snarled, voice laced with venom. No matter, the rave will surely end their silly little existences once and for all. Maniacal laughter erupted as the lightning cracked the sky, hurling the actors into the next layer of his hellish anthology. They tumbled out into Raven the Redwoods, Wyler's slasher-soaked shocker set at Bear Lake Summer Camp during the wild, pushing up daisies rave in the 1990s Northwest USA. The film unfolds as a neon-drenched bloodbath, where thumping bass and fire pits draw ravers into the woods for a party turned slaughter. From afar, lights pulse across campsites strewn with party favors and music gear. But horror crashes the vibe. A zombies' first-person stalk builds dread, dragging partiers into bushes, chomping one mid-dance, sparking screams as the undead horde overruns the crowd. Panic scatters survivors, but the undead claim them all. One raver rising with a guttural roar to seal the frenzy's doom. Our heroes portal into a rickety wooden cabin mid-mayhem, decked in grunge 90s threads. Sally frets over their location. Poindexter spots a radical 99X calendar pinning the era. AJ questions their shifting identities, and Andre gripes about the flannel. Relief at ditching the theme park fades as zombie growls echo, silhouettes battering windows, plunging them back into survival. Layered beneath the carnage lie Wyler's hidden confessions, etched in memory charms scattered across the map, revealing victims he'd banished for crossing him. Details that flesh out his descent we only glimpsed before. Brittany Maxey, an ambitious actress dodging Wyler's creepy advances, rebuffed his touchy hands and kept crew around for safety. But he cornered her alone, sparking assault until Foreman Jeff interrupted. Lured to a fake screening with photos of her and co-star Jacob Geiger, Wyler stalked her like a jealous lover, shoving her down to trap her in the film, where a masked killer stabbed her gut, her hands clawing the cold mask in her final moments. Jacob Geiger, smitten with Brittany during rehearsals that bloomed into secret romance, faced Wyler's rage over leaked affair pics that threatened his marriage and career. Wyler demanded he end it, his jealousy over her a twisted obsession. Danny Wapner, a broker labourer saved by Foreman Jeff Hudson's fatherly guidance, got a ride home that detoured to Wyler's theatre for a big chance meeting, only to witness bickering erupt into a vortex sucking them in, where the slasher hacked Danny's legs and mutilated Jeff like a ragdoll. Jeff, loyal after 40 years of sweat on Wyler's sets, confronted unpaid wages amid the director's harassment of a young actress. But Wyler deflected with voodoo tricks, dooming the crew and Foreman to forest dismemberment. A Native American envoy from the Northern Lakes Tribunal delivered tribe's ban on Wyler's shoots after sacred site desecration. But Wyler dismissed protest, pulling him into the screen to face undead and the masked beast's neck-severing blade against a tree. An aspiring actress, idolizing Wyler's realism, joined a class trip to his theatre turned soul trap, her professor pimping students for the director's eternal youth deal, freeing them to zombie lumberjacks and the masked freak. A private investigator tailed a mark for Wyler, snapping pics of her with a bearded co-star. But a spiked drink warped him into the woods, gutted and dumped like chum by the unstoppable slasher. Travis, urging asset sales to save the bankrupt company against Winona's warnings, blacked out from a bronze-toed blow, waking to real blade pain in the film, regretting aiding the mad man. Winona's pacifier charm expands her tragedy. Managed by checklists and nannies post-mother's death, she rebelled with Matthew despite Wyler's name demand. Nearly eloping, breaking news of their children's film company unleashed his violent curses, dooming them to the woods where the slasher struck her first. Matthew helpless, her unborn child a secret sorrow in her last breaths. Matthew's ring charm echoes their secret year-long courtship, his hyphenated sacrifice for love, hesitation at her independence, the vortex pull to the cabin, refuge denied by a suspicious island man, then the slasher's attack, claiming Winona as he bled out. At Raven the Redwood's core lurks the tale of Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes, lifelong Wyler fans who idolized his shocks. Breaking into Hollywood, Kevin pushed sequels and remakes to honor the master, Jay craving any slice of the legacy. Wyler invited them to his private theater for exclusive footage, but rage awaited, accusing them of ruining his film's purity. He condemned them to rave, twisting Kevin into the masked slasher, a chainsaw-armed nightmare who butchered Jason, but would lose his memories as he returned to being Kevin. So he then retreated to Turtle Island's cabin, hiding from zombies while Wyler fed more victims to his blade. Countless souls met gruesome ends, stalked lovers, protesting tribesmen, unpaid crews, all chopped and slayed at Kevin's hands. The actors, piecing through the haze, took a boat to Turtle Island, post-restoring the power and repairing the engines, finding Kevin barricaded, refusing to budge without help to escape. This is the course of the main quest. Torn photo scraps trigger rituals unlocking memories. First, a scratched face image in the recreation area, placed at Thunderbird Amphitheater amid infinite rave zombies. Demands shooting 10 arms from ground tendrils. Success sucks them in, spawning the slasher to kill for the piece, revealing Jason in the photo. Kevin trusts the actors more, but needs closure on the story. Fighting the slasher once more, it drops the Kevin side of the photo, letting us hear he and Jay be sucked into the film. This is when the lost memories from earlier are forced to return. Kevin, boatbound, recalls slaughtering Jason, tumbling into the lake to morph into the super slasher.
No, this has got to be a fucking mistake. I didn't kill him. I couldn't have killed him. Oh man, Jay, man, Jay, I just gotta get out of here. I gotta find Jay. Jay! Oh, God!
Wrecking the vessel and stranding the crew. After a long battle with our crew, Kevin sinks into fiery defeat, yielding the second soul key piece as soon as the crew grab it. However, they are once again forcibly transported into another film.
We did it! Did what exactly? We're still not back in the damn theater.
Where the hell are we now?
If I'm right, I think we're about to get a whole lot more funky.
The heinous streets of the Big Apple are treachery, with a side of mayhem for good measure. Patience, young grasshopper. Welcome back to New York.
What kind of a person steals hardworking people's money and then funds their own ventures with it? Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but this guy should get the book thrown at him.
The data is clear. They've lost nearly 70% of their market value following the results of this investigation. Honestly, I don't know if Macintosh and Macintosh can survive this.
The world wants to know, where has Arthur Macintosh gone?
As the super slasher roared in defeat, sinking into the earth in a blaze of fire, Poindexter snatched the glinting sulky fragment from the ashes. But another portal swirled open, ripping Andre, Poindexter, Sally and AJ from the woods before relief could settle. In the real world, Willard Wyler's maniacal laughter echoed through his theater, savoring the shift to his next sadistic reel. The screen flared to life with Shaolin Shuffle, plunging the actors into a gritty 1970s New York City nightmare, where disco beats masked a city crumbling under chaos. Reporters dissected the scandal of Arthur McIntosh, billionaire head of McIntosh and McIntosh, who embezzled company funds for shadowy venturers, tanking stocks and sparking investigations that gutted New York's economy. Crime surged as desperation gripped the streets, while McIntosh vanished into the sewers, chugging a glowing green flask marked 13 that twisted him in agony, rats swarming his form as he rose laughing, transforming into something vile. The film's world pulses with 70s turmoil. Eccentric tycoon David Savage taunts the public with a hidden fortune, igniting riots and bloodshed across the boroughs. Undead hordes ravage lower Manhattan, commuters witnessing grotesque feasts on the living amid subway screams. Rats overrun the island, officials fearing plague outbreaks, yet vendors slash meat prices amid the vermin surge. A macabre irony. The White House reels from presidential scandals, the vice president's hollow promise of no more corruption ringing false. National pride swells for the bicentennial. Fireworks set for New York Harbor as Brits eye reconciliation. But oil embargoes jack gas prices to firstborn child levels. Blockbuster Epistle Esophagus defies boycotts, audience clamoring for sequels despite holy protests. Amid this decay, the Black Cat Dojo rises as a beacon, led by the fierce Shaolin sister Pam Grier, training vigilantes against the encroaching dark.
Greetings, young grasshoppers. I have been waiting for you to arrive. What is it that you desire most, young one?
Dropping into Staten Island streets and subways, the actors navigate nightclubs, dojos and sewers, clashing with skating divas and ninjas undead under Pam Grier's guidance. To prove worthy, they endure the enemy's full wrath, earning her trust and access to ancient Chai Pass, forging shuriken throws from Seik gods. Guided by Pam, they shatter rat cages with shurikens, trailing freed rodents to chains of prisons until all of the rats are set free. They begin shooting precise Chinese glyphs in sequence across walls, bathrooms and alleys, triggering gongs. This summoning the Rat King for battle. His green eyeball drops, allowing them to see his hidden symbols. Dragon symbols pulse into view, shot in hidden spots from barbershops to rooftops and subways, unlocking a ringing grey phone's Morse code to a 3-digit film code matching a Nightmare Summer poster. Placed on Inferno Club spotlight, it reveals an explosive marked window, ninja waves, and rooftop ciphers spelling words like Mephistopheles or Rat King, until they hear the gong once more. A second Rat King clash yields a brain, and the film itself begins to fall apart. 3 rounds later, the film burns, trapping them before Black Cat Dojo in fire-bad zombie siege. Then, perhaps the most important step of this Easter egg, a gold turnstile piece appears. They install it in the subway, allowing them to complete a step they would have otherwise been trapped on. This turnstile will appear again, so remember this. The third Rat King fight drops a heart grenade. Pam directs to the Suez's lair for the final showdown. They use all of the pieces of him collected so far to battle the Rat King, eventually knocking him down long enough that Pam Grier can deliver the killing blow. In the outro, Pam praises their wisdom and courage, gifting a token from the imprisoned, her katana, before vanishing in smoke. Sally marvels at her baptistry. AJ laments her absence. Andre swoons over her, and Poindexter urges grabbing the soul key. Sally claims the third fragment, portaling them to a black and white world.
Thank you, my young apprentices. With the Rat King's demise, you now possess the wisdom, strength, and courage to move forward on your journey. I present you with this token
On behalf of all of those that remain imprisoned, may it serve you well on the journey ahead. Namaste.
Damn, she was badass.
Yeah, too bad she isn't coming along for the ride.
All I know is if we catch her on the flip side, I'm calling dibs.
Well, I guess it's time to grab that key and get the hell out of here.
Oh man, who the hell turned off all the color?
So many wasted souls have come through this film. There's been some really good ones, too. I mean, a few that I genuinely liked. But, like everything in Little Willie's grasp, it just ends up flaccid and lifeless. Trust me on that. You gotta wonder, though, what happens to the souls that are lost here? I mean, where do they go? I like to think they get to go to their happy place, but once you die, aren't you supposed to go there instantly? I mean, that's what all those religious books say, right? Well, whatever this layover is, I sure hope this isn't the final destination for any of us.
Hello there, my lovely videotape worms. Looking for a scary good time tonight, huh? A little romp in the dark, perhaps? Well, you've come to the right place. That is, if you're looking to end up as a permanent fixture in this black and white hellhole I've been calling home lately. But hey, you and I are in for one hell of a ride tonight. You know, I have to say, when I said I wanted to part in one of Willard's movies, I didn't mean permanently. Sheesh, your gal shows a little interest, and the next thing you know, they're putting you up on our shelf. What is it with the men in my afterlife? It's been hell watching this movie over and over again. But with you on the scene, I've got a new script that's just dying to sink its teeth into you. I mean, I bent over backwards to give this thing a rewrite, which is odd because usually bending over forward is so much more useful. I just kill myself sometimes. So what do you say? Let's give little Willie some unpleasant dreams.
Oh man, who the hell turned off all the color?
I'll give you one guess.
Willard!
Bingo.
Surprise, surprise.
As the Rat King crumpled under Pam Grier's katana thrust in the sewers, Sally seized the third soul key fragment. But a swirling portal yanked Andre, Poindexter, Sally and AJ from New York's grit into Wyler's next twisted frame. The recap flickered across the screen, sealing Shaolin Shuffle's chaos, before sepia skies loomed with a full moon and swarming bats over an eerie medieval house. Inside, Elvira lounged on a red couch by a TV, her campy charm masking torment.
Hello there, my lovely videotape worms.
She purred, teasing a scary romp, but griping her permanent trap in this black and white hellhole. She'd begged for a Willard role, not eternity replaying her film, with men fixated on her afterlife. With the actor's arrival, she rewrote the script to haunt Little Willie, snapping fingers to ignite the TV. Willard Wyler's attack of the radioactive thing, hosted by Elvira. The feed plunged them into the 50s' B-movie beach town of Sonoma Beach, California. Black and white haze and nuclear blobs scarring the sands from military tests, teleporting the crew into archetypal outfits amid a military tent. AJ griped at the color drain. Poindexter pinned it on Wyler. Sally spat his name. Andre shrugged in grim acceptance. Scattered like forbidden scrolls across this irradiated wasteland, Wyler's diary entries cracked open his fractured soul, revealing a director no longer just puppet master, but tormented prisoner of Mephistopheles' pact. His suffering mirroring the actors as he confessed why he chose them. Their fire making them the only ones able to potentially shatter his chains.
I've spent lifetime searching. Is this all for naught? Shall I be punished further? Trapped in this place? It matters not. I must persevere for them. They are all that matters. I've been so careful, yet I fear a watchful eye is upon me. Even these thoughts feel invaded and unsafe. Am I just being overly paranoid? All I have done has shown that I have served well. I have never openly strayed from this curse. May they all grant forgiveness to a foolish soul.
He saw Sally as a ferociously courageous young woman. Her fearlessness a shock that defied her scripted role as mere zombie fodder, charging headlong into his deadly gauntlet towards what seemed inevitable death and destruction. Yet she pressed on, much left to prove after triumphs in prior horrors and against the slasher's rage. New York tested if she'd fade as a flash in the pan or rise eternal. Her unshakable belief in Pam Grier blossoming a path Wyler never scripted, a flicker of hope in his demonic cage. Andre embodied the immense courage Wyler anticipated from Bronx streets. His commanding 80s flair unleashing greatness long buried. Spaceland's neon trials igniting it fully as David's trapped plight fueled a righteous rage. Rave's woodland nightmares broke many, but Andre rose fiercer. The clash with Kevin unleashing the inner fire. Wyler foresaw New York claiming his final breath amid urban decay. Yet Andre thrived like he owned the shadows. Pam's spirit reigniting through this unbreakable force Wyler had handpicked for salvation. AJ proved no mere mortal, enduring the 90s rave onslaught as warm-up before making short work of Kevin in a majestic dance of destruction, though much remained to prove before any triumph. New York devoured souls wholesale, but AJ scaled astounding heights even as death loomed, his athletic core and teen star grit surprising Wyler at every turn. Poindexter mirrored Wyler's own brilliance, his inner mastery of Spaceland's mechanics shining despite lacking raw brawn, churning echoes of the director's younger self in moments of pure ingenuity. Others learned of his wisdom, though his obsession with facts over David's celebrity allure tempted Wyler to strip that intellect and slow the climb. Rave defied expectations, wit outclassing Blades with little fear, Kevin's truth unbowed. New York forged him anew, his solitary quest against Pam's aid toppling Arthur, though bonds eluded him as he chased truths beyond the group. Elvira's hosting weaves the 1950s terror. Government nukes birthed radioactive horrors from the ocean, blobs oozing across beaches, military tents hiding failed containment as mutants crawl from the waves. Our actors, glimpsing Wyler's torment once more, chase freedom under her sassy guidance, her own imprisonment fueling her motivation against Mephistopheles' relentless grip on their souls. To get them started, Elvira restores colour to the world, much to the dismay of Willard.
Oh, I must have hosted a dozen of Little Willie's crappy films from Spaceland to Murder High on my late night show. You'd think after all I'd done to promote his B-movie bombs that a girl would get treated with a little extra care. But here I am, stuck in this dump of a film with you. Not that there's anything wrong with you, Cupcake. It's this movie, these brain-dead losers. I mean, I haven't seen the moon in... oh, crud, I don't even remember how long it's been. So you see, kid, it's nothing personal. Not against you, at least. But Little Willie, it's real personal. And this isn't gonna end well for him.
To forge ahead, they assemble a zombie from scavenged parts. Once assembled and killed for a second time, it yields a key. In the meantime, in the distance, they also spot that same turnstile which appeared for them back in Shaolin Shuffle. It is lodged into a hillside far away. With a sniper, one of the characters shoot the turnstile and it flies up and into a portal. How it got there or where it is going is still unknown to them at the time. The key dropped by the zombie unlocks the gas station garage for a chemical station which allows the actors to create a nuclear bomb. They realize this weapon will be the key to destroying the large mutant creature in the ocean, the killer Krog, essentially giant mutated frogs. From here, the characters construct and activate the bomb before escorting it under radioactive thing, fireballs, and Krog assaults. The characters then trick the creature into eating the bomb before having to battle it and fight their way inside to then arm the device. The beast roars as the nuke detonates inside, explosion ripping off screen, body chunks raining on the sands below. AJ quips about shellfish dinner. Poindexter vows an eternal seafood boycott. Sally agrees. Andre craves real colour and escape from the films. At the antennae, AJ readies. Andre yanks the glowing soul key sack, grimacing at goo. Portals out, they emerge in a starfield spaceship breaching atmosphere, back in their present-day hairstyles, but space-suited. Poindexter warns zombies were tame. AJ probes the threat. The crew snaps and shuts up, interrupted as Wyler's "To be continued, aha!" crackling over black.
Anybody want shellfish for dinner?
I'm pretty sure I'm never eating shellfish again. Ever.
Ugh, you and me both.
I am really feeling the need to get out of this place, time period, whatever you want to call it. Maybe off to somewhere with a little more color.
Ready when you are, my friend.
Ugh! Oh, this is so nasty. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, shit. If you guys thought the zombies were bad.
What is it? Some kind of big...
Shut up, AJ!
What? What did I say?
To be continued.
A spaceship? Who the hell's flying this thing?
Yeah, cause it ain't me. Must be on some kind of autopilot or some shit.
Where the hell are we, and where is this thing taking us, P-Dex?
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, no, this can't be.
Enough with the scare tactics. Details and fast, Poindexter.
This location, it looks familiar, like one of the 5 movies I mentioned in Radioactive Thing, but I can't think of any other film in Willard's library that fits.
What 5 movies, man? Spit it out.
Extinction.
Extinction? Well, that sounds like a real party.
Not. This looks like the underground research facility in Nightfall, but something's different about this installation. That movie took place on Earth, so I'm not exactly sure what this place is. It's like a rewrite or a remake.
A rewrite? This whole damn place is about to get a rewrite.
Look, man, we came for one thing, the last piece of that key. And I ain't come all this way to be scared off by Willard's Brain Dead Brigade.
If I'm right, zombies are gonna be the least of our problems in this place.
As the radioactive thing detonated into a cataclysmic nuke within its guts, chunks of grotesque flesh rained across Sonova Beach's scarred sands. Andre wrenched the 4th soul key fragment from the beast's oozing antenna sack with a grimace of disgust. But triumph shattered as a portal vortex tore open, hurling Andre, Poindexter, Sally, and AJ from the 50s monochrome into a hurtling spaceship breaching a starfield, strapping them into spacesuits amid present-day hairstyles. The craft plummeting towards a frozen ice planet. Poindexter's panic mounting as Sally demanded details. Andre blamed autopilot. AJ grilled for bearings. Glimpsing the military outpost nestled in snow-swept mountains, Poindexter pieced it as a twisted Extinction saga rewrite. Nightfall's Earth base remade off-world, the never-before-seen finale of Wyler's cryptid epics. Point of contact, Nightfall, Mayday, Awakening, and Exodus. Andre pressed for the film's lineup. AJ mocked the party. Sally vowed her own rewrite. Rifles primed. OSAs replacing pistols. They stormed the desolate facility. Cryptids prowling before zombies stirred. This Forsaken Station, the deadliest gauntlet yet. the final shot at the last key piece or eternal doom in Wyler's reels. To seize victory, they vault to the ops center, dropping through a hole past Tough Enough to claim Neil's N31L's head, or Neil's head for short, from the icy depths.
Please, do not disassemble. Neil lived.
As Zeta Corporation, we know it's the right thing to do.
Slotting it into Spawn's terminal to boot the system. 4 discs unlock the core. In the midst of solving the various parts of Neil's puzzles on the space station, the crew also find a machine capable of sending objects back in time. Nearby, they notice the same golden turnstile they had seen before and realize now where it had come from. They activate the machine, sending the turnstile back in time. However, it first appears erroneously in the 1950s, but thanks to them shooting the turnstile back into the portal back in Attack of the Radioactive Thing, it will fly back to them once more. They get one more chance, readjusting the machine and sending the turnstile back to themselves in the past in Shaolin Shuffle. Interaction warps to the boss arena. Sealed containers crack under Neil's blast, unleashing 4 rhino cryptids. Titanic chargers with brutal HP and rams for defense. Portals ignite scout swarms opening sections. Phantoms phasing in amid near-open chaos. Sentries and candy perks aiding the cull. Ammo crates refilling. AJ, Sally, Poindexter and Andre fight together one final time, battling the mammoths leading hordes of cryptids. Mammoths topple. Poindexter claims the final soul key shard, portaling them theater-bound. Wyler rushes forward, elated. You've done it. My God. My goodness, you've finally done it. AJ steps up with a gold glare, his tone dripping finally. Yeah, we've done it all right. We've just got one more thing to do. Before Wyler can react, Andre and AJ lunge forward, gripping his arm in iron holds as he squirms, eyes widening in terror. Unhand me this instant. Give me a moment to explain. Don't you understand what is taking place? Wyler pleads, his polished facade shattering into raw fear. Andre snarls back, muscles taunt from cycles of survival. Shut up. We're sick of you, your lies, and all of this voodoo BS. Sally and Poindexter close in, faces hardened by betrayal, as Sally hisses, "It's time for a taste of your own medicine, you sick bastard." They drag him, kicking towards the cinema room emblazoned with the Zombies in Spaceland banner, his heels scraping futilely against the worn carpet. Wyler's voice rises to a frantic pitch. You have no idea the magnitude of what you are dealing with. You must listen, or all hope will be lost. With a collective heave, they hurl him through the threshold, slamming the door shut as AJ braces his bulk against it, muscles straining. You know what to do, Poindexter, AJ grunts. Holding firm, Poindexter bolts to the projector room, flipping the switch with grim resolve. Zombies in Spaceland, now starring Willard Wyler. The machine whirs to life, the screen inside the room igniting with a vortex of light that claws at Wyler, pulling him towards the neon abyss. He pounds desperately on the door from within. I beg of you, listen. For a mere moment, bright lights pulse through the cracks, the suction howling as Wyler screams. Please, no, you'll only make matters worse than they already appear to be. Countless souls are at stake. We must work together. His cries cut short as the portal swallows him whole, the glow fading to a dim flicker. The theater falls eerily quiet. Sally whispers into the hush, voice trembling with fragile hope. Is this nightmare over? Are we finally free? Poindexter rejoins them, panting from the sprint as AJ steps back from the door. I don't care to find out. Let's just get the hell out of this place while we can, he urges, turning towards the exit. Andre grips the handle, straining with all of his might. It won't budge. Sally's eyes widen in alarm. Why in the hell won't it open? The camera pulls back, revealing the horror. The 4 now clad in Wyler's signature outfit, his twisted essence imprinted on them. Andre recoils in shock. What in the hell is going on, man? Poindexter's face drains of color. Oh no, what have we done? They hammer the doors in unison, cries for help echoing through the empty halls. But outside, rain-lashed streets swarm with zombies under storm clouds. The apocalypse unchecked. The scene fades into inky black. Mephistopheles' booming voice reverberating like thunder. You have severed thy master well. Your death was merely the beginning. His maniacal laughter rolls on, sealing the devastating twist. They've unwittingly played straight into the demon's claws, condemning Wyler to Spaceland not as punishment, but as a catastrophic blunder that unleashes deeper damnation. The saga's supposed end merely birthing an eternal cycle of torment. Wow.
You've done it! My goodness, you've finally done it!
Yeah, we've done it all right. But we just got one more thing to do.
Unhand me this instant! Give me a moment to explain! Don't you understand what has taken place?
Shut up! We sick of you, your lies, and all this voodoo bullshit.
It's time for a taste of your own medicine, you sick bastard.
You have no idea the magnitude of what you're dealing with. You must listen, or all hope will be lost.
You know what to do, Poindexter.
I beg of you, listen for a mere moment.
Zombies in Spaceland, now starring Willard Wyler.
Please, no! You'll only make matters worse than they already appear to be. Countless souls are at stake. We must work together. Ah!
Is this nightmare over? Are we finally free?
I don't care to find out. Let's just get the hell out of this place while we can.
It won't budge!
What in the hell won't it open?
What in the hell is going on, man?
Oh no. What have we done?
Come on, help! Somebody help!
My creative desires have corrupted all those that I have held so dear to my heart. I want nothing more than to undo the treachery released by my convictions. I remain a lost soul amongst all the others with despair, fear, and uncertainty at every turn. I seek the freedom of all that I have encapsulated in this prison that exists neither here nor there.
From this shattering revelation, the storyline is twisted anew. The actors' vengeance, a hollow echo as they realize their souls reimagined, ensnared in Wyler's infernal anthology. With the fractured soul key shards finally reassembled and slotting into the pulsating soul jar, an ancient artifact thrumming with damned energy like a heartbeat from hell, director's cut is unlocked. A remastered odyssey replaying each film in merciless sequence. But this time, the veil lifted. Willard Wyler, now their unlikely ally, lent spectral guidance, his voice crackling with a mix of atonement, anger, and urgency, coaching them to dismantle Mephistopheles' grip. Empowered returns to the films flooded them with every perk upgrade humming in their veins and bankrolls swollen with points. They stormed the maps as augmented Avengers, now able to progress much quicker and fast-paced. Wyler's intel turning familiar nightmares into calculated strikes against the forces holding them there.
Feeling something familiar, are we? Perhaps a spot of déjà vu? I could have sworn we've shot this scene once before, too. Sometimes the second time is when you get it right.
Zombies in Spaceland's vibrant perks pulsed with renewed frenzy. Neon lights casting elongated shadows as empowered hordes fell under barrages of wonder weapons. The UFO's cataclysmic crash birthed not a key fragment, but this time a radiant talisman. Its ethereal glow etching promises of demonic reckoning into their palms. Raven the Redwoods, fog-shrouded campsites echoed with chainsaw roars, subdued by their might. The Super Slasher's inferno defeat yielding a second talisman from smoldering earth, its ruins whispering of shattered packs. Shaolin Shuffle's gritty New York underbelly flowed like a kung fu fever dream, the Rat King's sewer throne collapsing in a tide of vengeance. A third talisman ascending from his twitching form amid echoing gongs. Attack of the Radioactive Things blighted California shores, quivered under nuke-borne fallout. the beast's innards erupting the fourth talisman in radioactive haze. Elvira's wry narration fading into triumphant static. The beast from beyond's frozen extraterrestrial bunkers cracked open like eggshells. Cryptid behemoths pulverized in the endgame arena. The fifth talisman materializing from mammoth husks. But escape remained a cruel mirage.
You have served thy master well.
Who the hell are you?
I am nothing more than the one that has created this manifestation of reality you've yearned for. I am no one, and I am everyone. But to you, you may call me Master.
You're crazy in the head, man. We didn't ask for any of this.
Hey, look, man, I don't care who you are, but this theater, this place, I ain't never asked for this shit. And I can tell you right now, that master BS ain't cracking, bruh.
Is this not what you sought? A return to this very sanctuary?
Greetings, young grasshopper. What is it that you desire most?
Can you please tell me how to get back to that damn theater with this nightmare and take everyone that's trapped here with me?
I need someone to collect souls, and you have proven to be worthy of such a task. Bow before your new master. I shall consume your soul.
As the quintet of talismans are lined in their grasp, humming in unison like a chorus of bound souls, the theatre's exit doors mocked them once more, unyielding iron seals to freedom. A sinister voice slithered from encroaching shadows. You have served thy master well. The actors whirled in shock, Sally demanding the intruder's identity. A curled-haired silhouette emerged, proclaiming itself the architect of their reality, demanding the title Master. AJ and Andre rebuked the madness, denying any craving for this hell, with us fans being able to recognize the silhouette is clearly resembling the mode's creator, Lee Ross. With a snap, it morphed into Pam Grier, echoing their past desires for a return to the theatre and revenge. Gasps revealing the trap of their own words twisted against them. The facade cracked. I need someone to collect souls. Bow before your new master. Unveiling his crimson form, red skin etched in searing runes, tentacle wings scrawled with runes spelling, kneel before me and despair. Fiery aura, wreathing horns, and glowing maw. Reality convulsed. Mephistopheles ascended. The apex confrontation igniting in hellfire. The characters are left back in their clothes from the beast from beyond, floating on a giant ritual platform made of the original glyphs Wyler had used to ensnare their souls in the first place. Around them was nothing but space. The void. Very similar to the Dark Ether. They had to hold their ground and fight. The devil loomed titanic, polymorphing to mock their hopes, unleashing apocalypse, fireballs, breath infernos, black holes, firewalls, meteors, slams, blazed tornadoes, skeletons clawed free, phantoms phased, cryptids rampaged, slashers revved. Blue rhinos thundered. Clowns detonated, ninjas blurred, all the dangers they had ever faced culminated together in one epic final fight. They use all of the talismans they have collected to place inside the various ritual symbols which hold them here. They repeat this 5 times until each talisman is now fighting back against his magic. Here, they can finally bring him down. With a hurl of ammo, Mephistopheles finally falls to his knees, bellowing, "Master, why have thou forsaken me?" As he dies, this seems to suggest even he was not the one pulling every string.
Where the hell are we?
Ugh! Why can't we leave this place?
A vortex hurled them from theatre bound. But the exit was still sealed. Poindexter questioned their prison. Sally raged. Exterior revealed floating aisles mirroring the films, all adrift in the soul jars projector void ether. Every theatre an illusory echo. Wyler's narration cackled. To be continued. From here, we must return to Spaceland, this time playing as Willard Wyler to facilitate his escape from the film after the characters threw him inside of it. After doing so, we see the final cutscene in the saga of Infinite Warfare Zombies.
You show these kids a good time through some of your greatest classics, give them a chance to rewrite history, and this is the thanks you get? Ha! Ingrates. Let's get this show on the road. I've got souls to collect. Spoiler alert! No one's getting out of here alive! Except for me. But we already knew that.
Willard! Now do you understand? This is why I chose each of you. There is much to do. Shall we begin? The end?
The cinema doors exploded inward with a thunderous crack, revealing Willard Wyler striding forth from the neon glow, his face alight with vindication and resolve. The actors spun in stunned unison, mouths agape. Willard, he advanced through the flickering lights, eyes locking onto each of them. Sally's fire, Andre's grit, AJ's defiance, Poindexter's intellect, his voice steady and profound. Now do you understand? This is why I chose each of you. The weight of his words hung heavy, unveiling the truth of his tormented pact. He'd handpicked them not for torment, but for their unbreakable spirits. The only souls fierce enough to challenge Mephistopheles' dominion and unravel the demonic web binding countless others. There is much to do, he continued, a spark of hope cutting through the despair. Shall we begin? The end blazed across the screen in bold letters, a momentary breath of closure, only for ellipses to trail, morphing into a haunting question mark that pulsed with uncertainty. Wyler's laughter erupted from the void, manic and echoing. The end? Question mark. Exclamation mark. Even with Mephistopheles toppled and Wyler forged into an ally, true liberty eluded them. Just who was Mephistopheles' master? Was he truly defeated? And how can our characters escape this purple limbo dimension they are trapped inside? All of these questions still remain from Infinite Warfare Zombies and linger even now, ever awaiting the chance at a sequel.
I am the director, not you. I sought to do something I had never achieved before. To capture real fear. Pure fear. Pure performance. The ultimate celebration of terror. You said you wanted to be immortal. I used to love the darkness of the night. But now, I fear I will never see another sunrise. This house has been torn, dragged into a physical manifestation of hell. Not a hell that I created, but perhaps one I condemned myself to.
With the credits rolling and Wyler's echoing laughter fading into the void, the Infinite Warfare Zombie storyline leaves us dangling on the edge of an unresolved abyss. Trapped souls, demonic hierarchies, and a pact that defies reality. But as we step back from this cinematic nightmare, intriguing threads emerge that weave it into the broader tapestry of Zombies' lore. Could these connections signal a revival in Black Ops 7, pulling Wyler's cursed films into the dark ether shadows? Let's explore the hints that suggest Infinite Warfare's epic might not stay buried forever, despite the fact that it was cut short due to Infinite Warfare underperforming due to its space setting. which similarly the Chaos storyline from Black Ops 4 Zombies was cut short, due to it also underperforming. Yet, Trek chose to reincorporate it in the Dark Ether saga with Black Ops 6 Zombies. Could Trek be trying to do the same with Infinity Ward's Infinite Warfare Zombies, this time with Black Ops 7? We shall see. One striking, obvious parallel lies in the hallucinatory sequences from Raven the Redwoods, where drug-induced visions plunge players into surreal distortions. These trips mirror the otherworldly aesthetics of the Dark Ether dimension, with swirling voids, ethereal lights, and bizarre entities. Most eerily, floating, jellyfish-like creatures drift through the haze, identical to the spectral forms haunting Dark Ether excursions we have had ever since. This visual echo raises questions. Were Wyler's films always brushing against the Dark Ether's veil, like liminal spaces, or pocket dimensions? Or did Mephistopheles' manifestations bleed through from that chaotic realm? Could he have even been using small pockets of the Dark Ether to create the films? Drug-induced connections to the Dark Ether are not unheard of either, since in Black Ops 6 Zombies we learn that Kraft was appointed to the CIA to lead the MK Ultra project, where they used drugs to try and hide, warp, or unlock memories, such as using LSD, which was even used on young Eddie as a child to try and free him of his nightmares of the Ether story. Even more so, it's the same as what we see within the 9 intro cutscene, where the crew breathe in a hallucinogen that sends them back in time to the Colosseum. Could Willard have even been using small pockets of the Dark Ether to create the films? We see they are all floating in a purple space void, eerily similar to the current depictions of the Dark Ether, much like the pocket dimension of Dr. Monty's house in the exfil sequence created by the Entity in Black Ops 7 Zombies Ashes of the Damned. Deeper ties surface in the narrative mechanics themselves. The Soul Jar, that ominous vessel containing pocket universes of Wyler's movies, evokes the containment artifacts and dimensional prisons scattered across Dark Ether lore, like the Forsaken Souls trapped in ethereal crystals, or the godlike entities sealed in ancient artifacts in Vanguard. Wyler's deal with Mephistopheles, trading his essence for power only to become a collector of souls, parallels the Faustian bargains of figures like the Wolfram von List, or even Vanguard's special forces operatives ensnared by higher powers during the events of Vanguard Zombies. And Mephistopheles' final cry, "Master, why have thou forsaken me?" hints at a superior entity, much like the Dark Ether's layered hierarchy of elder gods and demigods, where even mighty demons serve unseen overlords. Wyler also consistently calls himself a lost soul in his diary, which is exactly the same verbiage the Dark Ether story uses for intel about people trapped in the Dark Ether. This brings us to the tantalizing figure of Dean Roth in Ashes of the Damned, the enigmatic director whose murder of his lead actress sparked my interest in reinvestigating Infinite Warfare Zombies. Roth's shadowy demeanor and murder of his actress feel like a direct nod to Wyler, both reclusive authors luring talent into horror-filled worlds. Could Roth be Wyler's reincarnation or vessel, escapes from the Soul Jar only to resurface in the Dark Ether era? Or could he potentially be an alternate version of Willard Wyler from the old multiverse that got plunged into the Dark Ether, and actually the entirety of Infinite Warfare Zombies, and I guess all of the games before the collapse of the multiverse, all got plunged into the Dark Ether, and all of the Call of Duty games are canon? Or perhaps the Soul Jar was simply a Dark Ether artifact, no different than any other one we've interacted with, and being trapped in the Soul Jar is being trapped in the Dark Ether in much the same way Requiem was sucked inside of the Sentinel artifact, yet are in the Dark Ether's heart. The thematic overlap, souls harvested for demonic ends, films as portals to hellish dimensions, suggests Infinite Warfare's unresolved cycle could feed into Black Ops 7, with Dean Roth unmasking as Wyler's heir, or a potential recasting and different reinterpretation of Willard Wyler, considering his actor Pee Wee Herman unfortunately passed away, and this could be paying homage to him without being directly Willard Wyler, but merely a reinterpretation of him. After all, Dean Roth could be a play on words of Lee Ross, especially considering that Mephistopheles takes his form. Now with the full launch of Black Ops 7 Zombies and Ashes of the Damned, we've learned more about Dean Roth, and the parallels are obvious. While Willard Wyler does not hail from the Ether storyline like Yuri, Gersh, Jeb, or Phoebe, his potential reappearance fits the exact same pattern of Treyarch resurrecting deep-cut zombie legends through alternative universe twists. This one, however, comes from Infinite Warfare Zombies, specifically the map, Raven the Redwoods, and the evidence only grew stronger once we explore Blackwater Lake Cabin in detail. We have some videos already on this topic from before release that I will link on screen and in the description, but some new details have arisen since we finished the Easter egg on Ashes of the Damned I want to discuss as well. Now you might think that this is crazy, an absolute crazy concept that Treyarch would ever consider tying in Infinity Ward canon into their narrative, but Lee Ross did actually propose doing the same to Treyarch Zombies, but he never went through with the idea, so it's not totally unheard of. Especially because Lee Ross has long since left and it's unlikely that Infinity Ward are ever going to continue that storyline, so this is a way to pay homage to that storyline in a way that somewhat feels respectful and doesn't tarnish the past story either, potentially making it have all happened just a part of the old multiverse. Right from the Call of Duty Next reveal, Blackwater Lake Cabin screamed Willard Wyler. Anthony Saunders described it perfectly. A famed horror director drowned his lead actress in the lake, believing her death would birth the ultimate terror. The cabin overlooks the water, just like Raven the Redwoods. Inside, you find a projector that looks similar to the one from Wyler's theatre, down to the exact design and glow. Next door, a rickety shack hides a boat dock very similar to the one in Raven the Redwoods, complete with fog-shrouded water and creaky planks. Powering up the point of interest requires shooting Sis off a generator and tracing the wire to a themed switch. The switch in the cabin here is a silver electrical box with a red-handled lever. The spitting image of Infinite Warfare Zombies' power switches. A very clear nod. There is even a Mr. Peak side Easter egg on the map that revolves around interacting with the trophy World Champion of Axe Throwing, picking up an axe from a nearby tree stump and then throwing the axe successfully at subsequent targets to get some loot, if all hit correctly. This seems like a clear reference to the similar axe throwing mechanic in Wyler's cabin basement of Raven the Redwoods. The Dean Roth movie posters in his cabin are also marked with MCP, which stands for Morgue City Pictures, similar to the ones on Shadows of Evil, showing us an alternative version of Morgue City existed in his timeline. There is a quote from Maya too that she knows of his movies, so Dean Roth may be from the new timeline our Terminus crew are from post-Tag the Totem, with Willard Wyler having existed in the prior multiverse before getting catapulted into the Dark Ether. And this is him reborn under a new name, due to his actor, Pee Wee Herman, unfortunately passing away. Movie posters scattered around seal the deal. Every film list, written, produced, and directed by Dean Roth. His star actress, Evelyn Sharp, appears across multiple titles. Dean Roth follows the Willard Wyler blueprint. He struck a deal with a Dark Ether entity, much like Wyler pacted with Mephistopheles to make his horrors real. As Roth's film career tanked to the point he had to let the film crew go and was forced to man the camera himself, he decided to record the ultimate fear reaction. He took Evelyn to the lake for a solo scene, holding her under the water and recording her expressions as she drowns. He hoped to make her immortal. The lake had other ideas, twisting her into something monstrous that haunts the point of interest. As you can see, these black footprints around the area. Playing the map confirms nothing disproves this. If anything, the Intel audio logs make Dean Roth sound even more like an alternative Willard Wyler. I'll play them now.
All right, Evelyn. Breathe. Let's run it again, just like we rehearsed.
They watched me in the silence, their eyes like glass. I don't know if I'm still in the scene or if I've gone mad.
No. You hesitated again.
Dean, we've done this over and over. Can we please just take 5?
Fear doesn't take breaks, Evelyn.
This isn't about fear. I'm just tired.
Even when you're tired, you can still be afraid. Surely you know that.
I know, but when I'm tired, it's harder to express the fear.
No, it's not hard. You just need to feel it.
Can you stop interrupting me? Maybe it would help if I actually had silence.
I am the director, not you. Maybe we should take a break.
He's not directing me anymore. I always watching me. All the time. Even when the camera's off.
We still have work to do. Don't keep the audience waiting.
There's no audience, Dean. You fired everyone, or they left. I'm the only one still here.
We don't need the crew, Evelyn. The picture's final scenes are just between you and I.
What about the producers? The studio? Surely, when word gets back...
They know I always deliver. They trust me.
This is our 6th project together, Dean. You have to know this can't go on forever.
It will be our masterpiece, Evelyn. The ultimate celebration of terror.
The story behind Nikolai being banished into the Dark Ether. Just like Dempsey, he too was touched by a demon, marked by it, and against his own will almost, it resulted in the death of innocent people, something that still bears heavy on his mind. We know that before being banished to the Dark Ether, back in 1984, Nikolai was a Soviet tank commander, rolling through the Afghani mountains. However, unlike his counterparts, some of the actions that the Spetsnaz committed against the locals, he felt shame. He knew the war wasn't against them, and so one day he decided to do something which unfortunately for him would haunt him for the rest of his life. It seems like Nikolai came across a family in the Afghani mountains, knowing that the Spetsnaz would soon arrive and probably kill them, assuming they were hiding terrorists. He told this family to hide in a cave to keep them safe. However, what he didn't know was that this cave was the home of a demon called Torbala. Anyway, let me show you. In order to activate this Easter egg in Astra Malorum, what you want to do is get 3 Molotovs and then throw them at the exact locations I am. So throw one here on the ground, and then when you do, you will see footsteps appear. If you follow those footsteps, throw another Molotov right here in front of them. Some more will appear. Follow them again, throw another one right here, and then some more will appear, leading you to this cave. And now if you look on the ledge right here, you will see a goat. If you interact with it, Nikolai will pick it up, a cutscene will play, and you will be transported into the cave system.
I know this toy. Why is it here? They are good people. I will not let Spetsnaz hurt them. They will be safe here.
You came as a savior offering sanctuary, but you delivered them to something far, far worse.
Nikolai will show you these caves. Will not find you. Do not be here when they arrive. You will be safe there. You can trust Nikolai. They will make example of you. They think you are hiding terrorists. Please, you must believe me. Spetsnaz will not ask questions, only kill. Your children, your elders, you must send them. Quickly, there are very bad men coming. I know you are good people. Your children, your elders, you must send them. Quickly, there are very bad men coming. I know you are hiding terrorists. Please, you must believe me.
A demon made its home here, hungering in the darkness.
Nikolai.
not know. God help me, I did not know. Eyes. Their eyes are missing. It is a charnel house. Oshimoy, what have I done? He's been torn wide open. What? This cannot be happening. Happened here. What madness is this? Who? What could have done this? Their faces. Go on.
The demon stole their eyes that it could see, their mouths to feed. It built a tower of their hearts, lined its chambers with their lungs, their skin. But the voice it used to lure them, that was yours.
I did not! I will not serve!
But you did serve, Nikolai, consciously or no. And the creature marked you a most favored servant.
Nikolai will never be able to make right. But he will try.
So as you've just seen, when the Soviets were in Afghanistan in the 1980s fighting against the Mujahideen, Nikolai, believing Spetsnaz would kill a innocent family because they would think they were hiding terrorists, told them to keep quiet in a cave system nearby, saying they must send anyone else they know, children, older people, in there to hide as well. However, what Nikolai wasn't aware of was that this cave was the home of a demon, Torbala. In Pashtun folklore, who are an ethnic group which inhabit eastern and northern Afghanistan and Pakistan, it is the Black Orb, the night demon. And after Nikolai had left these people safely in this cave, when he came back, they were dead. Their eyes were missing, their bodies had been torn wide open, and their faces were gone. The demon stole their eyes so that it could see. It stole their mouths so that it could eat. And right at the end, we find out it was this demon that had marked Nikolai. So similar to Dempsey's story, Nikolai too had been used by a demon, which resulted in the death of innocent people. And even though I would say it wasn't his fault, he didn't know this was going to happen, he feels the guilt. And in Astra Malorum, as a part of this Easter egg, as Nikolai is re-walking through this cave system trying to confront this demon, you see writing all over the walls, some of them done by the children that he attempted to save. And then we have an image of Tor Balor itself, the demon, on the wall, and some people either worshipping it or sacrificing themselves to it, because we see all throughout this cave system sacrifices such as the dead goat. And what's also probably worth pointing out is if you look at the symbol on the demon's chest, it looks very similar, in fact I think it is, to one of the symbols you can see on the stone pillars on Mars. So could it be that this demon was who the ancient civilization on Mars was worshipping? So if we are following this same story, up next we have Takeo and Richtofen. Well, there are quotes in Ashes of the Damned where Takeo is talking to someone or something inside of his head. It could end up being, if he was touched by a demon as well, it is still there with him, talking. And as for Richtofen, well, there are many bad things he could have just done anyway, considering who he is, but if he, like the rest, was also touched by a demon, causing him to become marked, allowing the warden to find him, then I'm interested to see what went down with him. But that's Nikolai's backstory and what went on in his past that caused him to end up in the Dark Ether. So there we go. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, hopefully you've enjoyed. If you have, drop a like rating, make sure you are subscribed, and I will see you in the next video. Until then, goodbye.
With Willard Wyler's wild, wicked welcome reinterpretation back to the zombie saga via Dean Roth in Ashes of the Damned, paying homage to this villain of old, what better wondrous window than now to wander wistfully through the whirlwind storyline of Infinite Warfare Zombies, now that it is relevant again in Black Ops 7. In trying to understand Willard Wyler better for future Dark Ether content, I recently took a look back at the full story inside of Lee Ross's Zombies epic, and was pleasantly surprised by what I found. I also found that there were, frankly, no good resources online for learning the storyline, with some elements discovered not being discussed on YouTube literally at all. So I thought the best course of action would be making a video of my own, going through the full story of Infinite Warfare Zombies that includes some of the late game twists from its storyline. From Willard Wyler's tragic downfall, the stories of the other celebrities, canonicity of director's cut, all the way to the defeat of Mephistopheles and what comes next. All of that and more in this video, so stay tuned. Our journey begins with the story of Willard Wyler, long before we ever step into the world of Zombies in Spaceland. Wyler spent more than 4 decades crafting films before the chaos of the Zombies mode unfolded. He wrote and directed schlock horror films. One of his first hits was Disco Devil. The synopsis: in Willard Wyler's Disco Devil, a young demon from the underworld is cast out for his love of disco dance music. When he attempts to rock the dance floor, he's met with an otherworldly resistance that brings down the house. Written and directed by Willard Wyler, released June 13th. 1975. Sometime in his life, Wyler wed a woman he fell in love with named Alexandra and fathered a daughter, Winona Lee Wyler. Tragedy struck when cancer claimed Alexandra while Winona was just 6 years old. Devastated, Wyler threw himself into work and pulled away from his daughter, since her features echoed his late wife and stirred unbearable grief inside of him. That kind of loss can twist a person deep inside, and for Wyler, it marked the start of a long slide into isolation, where the glow of movie lights became his only escape from the shadows of home. However, Wyler's films, either due to a changing market, the shift of culture, or perhaps the wreck he had become inside, began to seriously suffer. Flop after flop came, and he felt his life's work slipping away. But after already losing Alexandra, Wyler refused to let go. In his desperation, he searched for any way to make his films once more a hit. Eventually, Wyler struck a pact with Mephistopheles, the cunning demon from the classic tale of Faust, who tempts ambitious souls with forbidden knowledge and power in exchange for their eternal damnation. Trading his soul to this infernal dealmaker granted Wyler the unholy ability to lock people inside of his films, dooming them to the horrors and monsters there. This was far beyond a reckless gamble. It was a man's breaking point, a director so consumed by the fear of irrelevance that he handed over his very essence for a chance to reclaim his glory. The deal infused his creations with real, inescapable dread, turning his movies into living traps where victims became fodder for the nightmares he conjured. Actors and extras were now tossed into the living films, able to be really murdered, and the gore captured within a film camera. And with this cursed ability, Wyler poured everything into reviving his career, channeling the demon's influence to craft bolder, bloodier spectacles that blurred the line between scream and slaughter. One of his first major ventures under this dark pact was Nightmare Summer, released April 13th, 1979. The story follows 4 young high school friends who ditch class for a wild beach party in a secluded spot far off the grid. They are blissfully unaware that something sinister lurks just beneath the sand, ready to erupt and turn their carefree escape into a fight for survival. But Wyler didn't stop there. He dove deeper into the abyss with the Extinction series, a lineup of films titled Point of Contact, Nightfall, Mayday, Awakening, and Exodus. These epics hurl desperate teams of fighters into overrun outbreak zones, pitting them against ancient cryptids, colossal prehistoric horrors that make dinosaurs look like footnotes in history. The creatures swamp with unrelenting savagery, claws ripping through defenses, turning every desperate stand into a visceral symphony of chaos and extinction-level threats. Wyler birthed this saga straight from his soul-bound pact, using Mephistopheles' power to amp up the stakes and deliver the kind of raw terror that had eluded him before. This also allowed Infinity War to wrap up the leftover story of Extinction, effectively weaving those unresolved stories into the Infinite Warfare Zombies canon, sealing their cliffhanger fate within his demonic web. But if you want me to make a full story video on Extinction at some point in time, I can do that if it's heavily requested enough. With his newfound powers humming, Wyler wasted no time testing their limits on those he saw as threats to his vision. He zeroed in on the director-actor duo of Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes, whom he publicly ripped for dragging his cherished legacy through the mud with their irreverent style. In a surge of vengeful spite, Wyler hurled them into the brutal confines of rave in the Redwoods, twisting Kevin into a monstrous chainsaw-wielding slasher, a relentless engine of gore who claimed Jason as his inaugural screaming victim amid the foggy woods. Rave quickly evolved into Wyler's private execution chamber, a go-to exile for anyone bold enough to challenge his authority. With the slasher as his vicious executioner, defiers vanished into its loops, forced to battle shambling zombies or dodge the slasher's whirling blade until their luck ran dry, their fates eternally replayed in cinematic purgatory. As Winona blossomed into a fierce young woman with dreams of her own, she found herself drawn to Matthew Mason, a dedicated worker in Wyler's crumbling film empire. Wyler, still clinging to control like a lifeline, despised the romance from the outset, viewing it as another erosion of his influence. But he relented on the marriage, extracting a bitter concession. Matthew could hyphenate his surname with Wyler's, binding the union to the family name and ensuring any future grandchildren carried forward his bloodline and legacy. For a fleeting moment after the vows, stability flickered. But Wyler's studio soon spiraled into financial ruin, battered by debts and bad breaks. He barricaded himself against buyout offers from opportunistic suits, too proud or paranoid to surrender his kingdom. Winona, tired of the toxicity, made the fateful choice to break free alongside Matthew, pooling their talents to launch an independent film company and forge a path untainted by his shadow. The revelation hit Wyler like a thunderbolt. He exploded in betrayal-fueled fury, accusing them of ingratitude and sabotage after all he'd sacrificed. Driven by Mephistopheles' whispers and his own fractured heart, he transported them instantly into Raven the Redwood's deadly embrace, where the slasher made short, savage work of them both. To smother any suspicion and preserve his facade, Wyler crafted a heartbreaking alibi, a private jet crash off of Bora Bora's coast, bodies lost at sea with no trace of wreckage to contradict his grief-stricken tale. Yet, even as Mephistopheles' corruption coiled tighter around his soul, remnants of the man Wyler once was flickered through the cracks, tormented by waves of guilt, especially over the daughter he'd condemned. That inner turmoil fueled a desperate, hidden agenda enacted under Mephistopheles' nose. Redemption. He began recruiting actors into his films, not just for sport, but with the calculated hope that a cohesive team might unravel the demon's chains and drag him back to freedom. His initial gamble rested on the original four: David Hasselhoff, Kevin Smith returning alongside Jason Mewes, Pam Grier, and Cassandra Elvira Peterson. Elvira, with a mischievous streak, loved commandeering the in-film announcements, injecting her signature campy horror vibe, which invariably earned Wyler's heated dressing downs to toe the line and respect his script. But egos ignited like dry tinder. Their inability to collaborate splintered the group, dooming them to isolation in separate cinematic purgatories. Hasselhoff got sealed in the neon-drenched frenzy of Zombies in Spaceland. Kevin recycled into Raven the Redwoods' endless carnage. Pam thrust into Shaolin Shuffle's Kung Fu apocalypse. And Elvira left grappling with grotesque mutants in Attack of the Radioactive Thing.
Their true memories are but a thing of lore, as I require them for a performance far greater than they were ever previously destined for. Celebrity is nothing more than a thin coat of armor that fades. But here they can profoundly change the destiny of so many. The original four now must remain encased in this prison, as little more than supplemental aids, endlessly awaiting the four that can truly help me unravel this spider web. Forgive me, my friends, but the lost souls of this dimension need your attention and your will to fight. You shall be their beacon of light.
Each failure chipped away at Wyler, but it only sharpened his resolve. He pored over casting reels and bios with renewed obsession, until four young standouts ignited a spark of true belief. Andrew Wright, Sally Simpson, Poindexter Zitterman, and Aaron AJ Jordaniels. In them, he saw not just talent, but the raw synergy, the heroes his twisted tale desperately needed to finally shatter the curse and reclaim his soul.
I have sent thousands through this maze, endlessly searching for the few that can withstand its onslaught of treachery and deceit. Every last one of them has been filled with too much fear or anger to persevere. Those closest to succeeding filled me with such hope. For a moment, I believed that I had finally come upon specimens that could endure. But alas, they too had proven to be nothing more than a parlor trick, loaded with disappointment. My search must continue.
With that fateful selection, Wyler set the stage for what he hoped would be his salvation, handpicking four rising stars whose lives had forged them into unlikely heroes. They were the same: Andrew Wright, Poindexter Zitterman, Sally Simpson, and Aaron AJ Jordaniels. Each carried their own scars and dreams, the kind that drive a person to chase the spotlight, unaware they were stepping into a director's deadly trap. Let's start with Andre Wright, a kid born and bred in the gritty streets of the South Bronx. Raised solely by his determined mother in a world that chewed up dreams and spat them out. Like so many youths trapped in the ghetto grind, Andre burned with the need to carve out a name for himself and break free from the cycle of struggle. But where others chased street cred through gangs or hustles, Andre turned his gaze to theatre and entertainment, betting everything on the magic of the stage to lift him higher. He kicked off that bold path by linking up with a local group called the Bridges Society, a lifeline that nurtured raw talent amid the urban chaos. By age 10, Andre's hustle paid off in a big way. He snagged his debut acting gig in a modest, off-Broadway production, a breakout moment that rocketed him from obscurity into the grind of commercials and bit parts on sitcoms, always as those memorable background faces. That momentum carried him straight to a juicy role on the soap opera Beverly Hills Hospital, where he exploded into TV's bad boy, the charming rogue who had fans swooning coast to coast. When Willard Wyler came calling with an offer for his latest flick, Andre had to admit he'd only caught a handful of the old man's movies and picked up whispers of wild rumors swirling around him. Wyler brushed it all aside with his silver-tongued charm, painting the gig as pure child's play for a natural like Andre. Hooked by the promise of easy stardom, Andre signed on, blind to the abyss waiting in the reels. Then there's Poindexter Zitterman, shaped by a childhood under the watchful eye of his father, a brilliant particle physicist lost in equations, and a mother drowned in bottles, her alcoholism casting long shadows over the home. Young Poindexter escaped into worlds of wonder, devouring comic books, video games, Saturday morning cartoons, and every single Willard Wyler film ever churned out, idolizing the director's flair for the fantastic. High school senior year forced his hand when graduation rules shoved him into drama class, a detour he never saw coming, but fate twisted into triumph. He landed the lead in the class play, a performance so electric it blasted him onto the radar and launched his trajectory skyward. Poindexter chased that spark all the way to New York City, grinding through auditions until he became a Broadway mainstay, the go-to guy for quirky, brainy roles that packed houses night after night. Word of Wyler's next big project hit him like a thunderclap. As a lifelong fanboy, he jumped at the chance without a second thought, rounding out the crew by linking up with Andre Wright, Sally Simpson, and Aaron Jordaniels at Wyler's shadowy theatre for what promised to be the role of a lifetime. For Poindexter, this was more than an opportunity for work. It was a pilgrimage to collaborate with his hero, oblivious to the demonic strings pulling Wyler from the darkness. Sally Simpson burst onto screens as a pint-sized TV sensation, starring from toddlerhood in the reality smash Growing Up with The Simpsons, a fly-on-the-wall saga spotlighting her entire chaotic family. Her dad, a jazz legend, chased fame with a trail of notorious mistresses that tabloids devoured, while her mum, a battle-hardened veteran actress, poured her soul into scripts and spotlights, leaving family dinners cold and forgotten. The show minted Sally into a child star, but when it wrapped, she struck out for Hollywood independence, hungry to script her own legend beyond the family brand. Yet success eluded her grasp, her every step dogged by the ghost of her parents' glory. Interviews fixated on their scandals. Critics dismissed her as nepotism's kid sister, burying her own fire under questions about dad's flings or mum's awards. Desperate to shatter free and claim fame on her raw merits, Sally latched onto any breakout chance. Enter Willard Wyler and his mysterious new film. She hadn't bothered with his back catalogue, but the allure of a lead role under a veteran director drowned out the doubts. It felt like her ticket to the big game, a way to scream, "This is me!" to a world that saw only echoes. She dove in head first, her ambition blinded, terrible scripted, wild, soul-souled vision.
Hey everybody, in this video I'm going to walk through the route that I took for the Astra Malorum Easter egg in Black Ops 7 Zombies that ended up getting me all of the steps complete and able to enter the boss fight by round 13. However, I did hang around after that until round 26 just to get all geared up for a strategy to take out the final phase of that boss fight in under 30 seconds. So I'll touch on that as well as share a few tips, particularly focused on doing the solo to kind of help easily get through some of the more challenging tasks. As well as talk about a few side Easter eggs that I do along the way for a bunch of free perks. So
That
first,
shut you
starting
up?
off with
Yeah,
just a
it
couple
did.
call-outs on my loadout and equipment and augments and things that I use. I don't ever use gobblegums. I'm not really a fan of them personally, but for my primary weapon, I'm using the new Maddox assault rifle that came out with Season 1. You don't need to use this by any means. There's nothing special about it. It is a pretty good weapon though, but that's my loadout there. And then for my field upgrade, I'm starting with Toxic Growth. I use that quite a bit for a couple of tasks. And then I always like having decoys, and then Semtex is my lethal. But kind of the more important call out are the augments. And again, this isn't required. It just makes some of the things easier if you have them. So for Toxic Growth, as mentioned, I would highly recommend using Pollination as well as Green Thumb. Those are my two favorites for that skill upgrade. And then if you have it fully upgraded, you can get that extra charge that I have. And then probably my favorite augment for this is the Wisp T, the Zombie Sitter. So I'm going to be using that as well. That's like my new favorite augment. It makes things a lot easier for a couple of the tasks. So again, if you have that, highly recommend equipping it. Not required, and I'll touch on that when we get there. And then finally, one other call out is for the boss fight specifically is Frenzied Guard. I switch over to that.
This is a racket designed to torment us.
Extension augment. So that's going to make the boss fight really easy for the last phase. Assuming it still works when you're watching this. I don't know if they're going to patch it, but again, we'll get there. So that's kind of the main call outs with my loadout. Oh, and also one more thing is Cryo Freeze is required for one of the steps. So just keeping that in mind. So you can use whatever augments you have. I've got.
Better get lucky this time. I'm gonna take it out on
Alright,
whoever's
so now getting
closest
into
to
the
me.
run. So the first call out is that you'll see these purple crystals that will randomly spawn mostly on the outside portions of the map that have a chance to drop salvage. So you can farm those as much as you want. However, keep in mind that you'll eventually need to shoot 3 of them with the Cryo Freeze ammo mod. So just be sure to have a few around when the time comes for that. So then you can see the quick revive machine is here as well, doing the 100 essences change trick by going prone next to that. And then basically just clearing out the first round of zombies to get enough money to open up our first door. Once inside there, we'll come across our first quest item, which is the rock saw. So you can break the glass with this blade and pick that up. We're not going to be using it for a while, but we'll hang on to it for now. And then also we're going to have our first side Easter egg that we can do, which is one of 3 records that we can break for a free one perk. So pick up that record here, by jumping up on this wall, and then take it over to the record play. Once you start playing that, some music will play, and then you need to get enough melee kills to power that up. So just try and like pull out your knife and kill all of the zombies except for 1 in round 2. That should be enough to get you that.
Go back to the hell where you came from. Time to get ourselves some new shooters.
At this point, if you have enough essence, you can open up the door that leads to the next room, which is Machina Australis. I was a bit short, so I had to move up the screen for a couple more zombies. Not a big deal though. But once you do that, head into that room and you're going to find our next quest item, which is one of 2 harmonic components that we need to power the generator on and get the hack points created and all that. So you can typically find that in one of 3 spots. The first is going to be next to the arsenal machine. The second, where I found it, is next to this device that we'll use later. And then finally, the third spot is going to be up at the top of these stairs.
Insta-kill. I'd give you all a final warning, but
After
I think I'd rather
this
just
isn't
put you
necessarily
down.
required. I mainly just did it to ensure that I had enough money early on, but there is a double points power up you can get in the top perimeter area of this room. So I use that on all of the zombies in round 3. That being said, you can make much better use of this if you hold off and use it in a higher round, but just letting you know it's there to use, and you can use it when you see fit. Going into round 4, we can open up the next door, which gives us access to the archive, the Veil Walk, and the observatory areas. But before we head in there, head up back to the 2nd floor of Machina Australis, where we can grab another record for a free perk Easter egg. That can be found in this box in this corner here. So grab that, and then we'll take that into the archive where the record player is. Same process as the first one. However, this one you have to do equipment builds. So what I do is I throw one of my decoy grenades, and then I throw in a Semtex into the pile. I'm honestly not sure what the exact number of zombies you need is for this, but try and take out most of the zombies of round 4 while still leaving a few remaining. After that, I'm going to do a bit of backtracking just to save some money on doors and also get the second harmonic component that we need for the Pack-a-Punch machine. And that's found in the Luminarium area, which is the other door that you can open in the beginning spawn area. So make your way back to that, by that door, and inside you'll find that also in one of 3 spots. So I found mine next to the Juggernog machine. However, you can also find it kind of by this wall and then also inside the planetarium. So once you're able to get that, then make your way all the way back through Machina Australis, through the Veil Walk and into the observatory. Here we need to power on the telescope and then install those 2 harmonic components that we collected. So once you kind of go through the short animation cycle of doing that, you'll then need to interact with it one more time to start an event where you need to defend the area while purple-eyed zombies come in and try and attack it. So about half of them will attack you while the other half attack the actual machine. So I just kind of run circles around the area and shoot any zombies that get near it. That being said, if you are struggling with this part, this is where toxic growth really comes in handy. You can place that down by the machine and that'll kind of help take care of most of those zombies. If you do need a full power, you can actually find one in this room by throwing a grenade up in kind of the top left area of the telescope. That'll explode and then trigger that power up.
Full power!
But once that's complete, you'll now have access to the Pack-a-Punch machine, and you'll also have to start dealing with the giant patrolling robot Oscar. So we need to destroy him 3 times in 3 different rounds using 3 different traps. One of those traps being the telescope in this room. So one of the steps we need to do to get that ready is to shoot 5 of these steam pistons that are found in various locations around the room. So they'll kind of activate one after the other in a random order, and there's a bunch of them. You can kind of see me looking at all of the various locations for those in here. You'll also notice when it activates, you'll hear kind of a hissing noise and also see it moving as well as steam coming out of it to let you know which one you need to shoot.
Little victories that mean the most.
So you can see me start to go through that process. Once you shoot that first piston, that kind of kicks off the whole event, and you've got a time limit to go find and shoot the next one and so on. Again, using that hissing noise to kind of help locate if it's nearby. You do get a decent amount of time between each one, but you definitely want to be quick about it. Otherwise, you'll fail the event and you'll have to wait until another round to do it. But again, once you shoot all 5, that'll then activate the use of the telescope.
Harness it.
So you don't have to do the 3 traps in any specific order. However, on this run, I did the telescope first, so we'll start with that one. And as mentioned, you have to do this on 3 separate rounds, and you'll know an Oscar has spawned in if you hear this noise. So you have to spend some time kind of just running around the map looking for him, which can be a bit annoying. But once you find him, you can then lure him to whatever trap you want to use. As long as you keep your distance from him, he won't really do any damage to you. The only thing he really does is shoot you with this like UFO marker thing that kind of acts like a rage inducer. So while that's active on you, if zombies get nearby, they'll kind of get enraged and get more aggressive. Their eyes will glow red. Other than that, though, if you get close to him, he will hit you. But again, if you keep your distance, you don't really have to worry about taking any damage. Also, the rounds that he does spawn seems to be a bit random. I've had times where he's spawned 2 rounds in a row, back to back. I've had other times where I've had to wait 2 rounds for him to spawn again. So just kind of at the beginning of each round, keep an ear out for that noise that I played to let you know that he is active in that round, and then you can go look for him. But he should spawn every time, from my experience, right after you get the Pack-a-Punch machine on. And ultimately, I found him right back where I started, in the observatory. So once you're able to get him into this room, you can then go activate the trap by looking into the telescope here. And then you'll need to move around and look for the sun. Once you find that, put the crosshairs on the sun, and that will turn the trap on. You'll have this laser that starts beaming into the middle of the room. And then basically, you just need to lure him into that spot, and it will destroy him. So that's trap 1 of 3, and when he explodes, he's going to drop this little robot toy. You can ignore it. It's for a side Easter egg that I'm not going to do. And then he also dropped the damaged drone item. So that's another quest item that's used for another trap. However, if he doesn't drop it here, you can get it anytime. When he spawns in, you can shoot one of the little UFOs that circles around him and generates his force field. Once you destroy one of those, it'll then drop the damaged drone item that you can get there. Trap number 2 is where you need the cryo freeze ammo mod equipped on your weapon. So once you've got 500 salvage, run up to an arsenal machine and get that equipped. That will cause the purple crystals to drop absolute 0 fragments when you shoot them, and you're going to need to get 3 of these. The good news though is that the drop rate seems to be 100%, so as long as there are 3 purple crystals somewhere active on the map, you should be good, and they do respawn randomly after every round as well. And once you get those 3 crystals, you can then use that to activate the rocket trap that's found back in the museum. So the way this one works is there's a button you can interact with that will start a 5-second countdown. You'll then see kind of the animation of the rocket starting up, and then at the end of that countdown, it's going to have a big explosion. And you want to make sure that Oscar is in the middle of that explosion to destroy him. So that footage of the rocket trap was on a different run just because it was a little bit cleaner. Unfortunately, on the run I'm going through now, Oscar respawned on the Ravager round, which made things a little bit messy. As you can see, I'm going through here now. Same process, it was just a little bit more hectic.
Garçon, I'll take a shithead on the rocks.
That leaves us with one final trap to destroy Oscar. That's located in the Luminarium next to the Juggernog machine. This one also requires a couple quest items to activate, including that damaged drone item that Oscar drops that I showed previously, as well as wire and a car battery. So kind of worth noting as well is you don't need to wait this long in the run to collect all this stuff. Once you get the power on and the Pack-a-Punch machine on, you can start running around and collecting them as you see them. I'm just kind of showing them in this order. But starting with the wire, again, once you get that power back on, one of the street lights is going to start flickering somewhere on the map, so you kind of have to run around looking for it. It's going to be outside somewhere. Once you see that, you can shoot that, and that will drop the wire. And then for the car battery, you can get that from Old Tessie back at the beginning spawn area. However, first you need to get your weapon Pack-a-Punched. So once you get that equipped, head back there and then kind of shoot the front dash area of the truck, and that'll cause the car battery to pop out from under the hood. So you can pick that up, and then if you do this while Oscar is active in the round, he'll also spawn nearby, as well as some purple-eyed zombies that you're going to have to deal with. So once you've got all 3 items, the damaged drone, the wire, and the battery, try and clean up most of the zombies in the round, leaving only a few remaining, and then head into the planetarium where the trap is located. If you go up next to it and there's a pop-up asking you to spend essence to turn on the trap, it means you're missing one of the items, so don't do that. Nothing should happen when you go up next to it, and if that's the case, you can then interact with it, and you should see the battery get placed in the trap. After that, wait for Oscar to enter the room and then interact with the trap one more time to turn it on. Do make sure that he's actually in the room when you do this. It seems like the timing is a bit tight on that overcharge bar that you need to fill up, and he needs to be in there the entire time almost. So again, wait till he's in there, turn on the trap, and then make sure he stays in there the entire time. If you have cleaned up most of the zombies, they shouldn't be too tough. I just kind of basically circled around the room while I did this. As you see here, after you complete all 3 of the traps, he should drop the wonder weapon when he explodes. I was able to get this all done by round 8, but again, because of the random spawning, it might not be until round 9 or 10 when you're able to get this done. Just kind of depends on when he shows up. In those in-between rounds, though, when you're kind of waiting for him to pop up again, I'd recommend doing TED trials if they're available, just to get some rewards and get geared up. You can also do the 3rd music Easter egg where you get a free random perk. This one is located in the Luminarium area as well. You can find the record up on this top shelf, and then you can take that over to the record player, which is next to the kind of the gate outside leading to the observatory. This one you require field upgrade kills to charge it up. So again, I just use that toxic growth in the walkway and just kind of let that do all the work.
Time to bust some heads.
Moving on to the next step. So unfortunately, if you thought we were done with Oscar, we still need him to spawn in one more time, as he's going to give us a code that we need, and you can't do this step until after you get the wonder weapon. This one's a little bit different though. Rather than destroying him, this time we need to sneak up behind him and follow him around until he plays an audio log listing off 3 different planets. So again, while you're waiting in between rounds for him to show up again, you can do TED trials if they're available, maybe buy some gear and just kind of clean up zombies for the time being. So this part might seem super annoying to do, especially if you're trying to do it solo, but there's actually a really easy way to get this done using the Zombie Sitter augment on Wisp T that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. So what you want to do is at the beginning of each round, try and listen for that sound to let you know that Oscar is spawning in. When you hear that, head over to the Wisp T machine area and clear out all of the zombies except for 2. Once you've got those 2 zombies, you then want to buy a Wisp T and then shoot the second zombie to activate the Wisp. And then once that second zombie dies, he'll then just distract the final zombie for the rest of the round, leaving you free to just run around, which is awesome. I love it. So with that active, that zombie's out of the picture, and you can just run around, go find Oscar, and then just sneak behind him for as long as you need until he plays the audio file with 3 planets.
Stay up there while I draw Oscar away. And remember, Jupiter, Venus, Uranus.
So that is the ideal way to do it. However, the downside of getting all of these free perks from Easter eggs and TED trials and whatnot is that there's a chance that one of those is going to be a Wisp T. So if that happens, you can't really control the activation of that Wisp as easily, which is exactly what happened to me in the run that I'm showing you now. That footage I just showed was from a different run. So if that happens, you can still get it done. You just kind of have to deal with that zombie kind of hitting you. If you can just get it down to 1 zombie and just kind of strafe around while you follow Oscar around. Then you can also use decoys to kind of give you a brief little break. But it still can be done. It's just a little bit more annoying.
Stay up there while I draw Oscar away. And remember, Mars, Saturn, Earth.
So once you get your 3 planets, you then need to convert that into a 3-digit numerical code, each planet representing a number based off its position from the sun. So in this run, I got Mars, Saturn, and Earth. So looking at the positions of those, I get a code of 463. You can then take that code and input it into this machine in the observatory next to the Pack-a-Punch machine. If inputted correctly, that will cause this lift to lower, which you can then climb up and grab a key from this corpse. You then want to take that key and run over to the room between the Machina Australis area and the museum, where you'll find this cryo chamber that you can then unlock and open, giving you access to this brain that you can saw into using the rock saw that we grabbed way back in round 2. So once you do that, that will then have a little bit of an animation that you have to wait through, and Oscar's going to spawn right in front of you. But if you're quick, you should be able to grab it and run away.
Of course, there's an alarm. Damn it! Get back here!
And then you want to take that brain over to the Luminarium. There's a container across from where the Juggernog is that you can swap that into. Once you do that, you can then interact with it one more time to activate a lockdown event where you're going to have to defend the brain. This is another time where toxic growth really comes in handy. You can basically just place that in front of the brain and you're good to go. However, you can sit back and provide some supportive fire as well. So during that, I also went into a Ravager round, so I had to clear that out, which now puts us into round 13. But once you do clear that lockdown, you can then pick up the brain and take it back to the Machina Australis room. Keep in mind, though, that once you pick this up, you'll only be able to walk, you can't run. So either do it right at the very beginning of a round or clear out most of the zombies first before you do this. Once you get there, there's this machine in the middle of the room that you can place the brain into and then interact with it one more time to turn the machine on. Once turned on, the screen is going to start flashing some words that we need, but we'll come back to that a bit later. There's also another device that turns on as well up the stairs that requires a 4-digit numerical code, so we're going to do that first. And you can get that by going back to the observatory and looking through the telescope again, doing the same thing that we did to activate the laser trap. However, this time, rather than looking at the sun, we need to move the crosshairs over to Mars. Once you put the crosshairs over there, you're going to get right ascension and declination numbers. In this case, we're only concerned about the declination, which in this case is 57 degrees, 5 arc minutes. So that's going to give us a code for that device of 5705. So running back to the device and inputting that code, if done correctly, you should then hear a voiceover just confirming that the code is good.
Ordinance accepted. Magnificent. Now the final activation.
Next, we need to take a look at those words that are flashing on the screen of the brain machine that I mentioned. These are going to be book titles that you need to remember. So this is another case where I make use of decoy grenades, as you're going to have to look at this for a little bit of time. So the number of books is going to vary. I've had as few as 3 that flash, and then I've had other runs where I've needed to remember 6. So just kind of vary. You just have to take a look and see what you get. So in this case, I ended up getting the Unknowable Void Echoes of Andromeda, Witchlight Codex, and the Black Veil. So once you have that, go to the archives, which is next door, and there will be 3 sets of bookcases, each with a bust or statue that you can interact with. Each bookcase location has 3 sections, and if you interact with each one, it contains a book associated with it. So in total, that's 9 books, 3 for each set of bookcases. Fortunately, this is the same every time, so you can just look at this graphic I made to complete this step. Basically, what you have to do is count the number of books you got for each location. So going back to my example, I got the Black Veil, so that's 1. Witchlight Codex, that's also 1. And then Unknowable Void and Echoes of Andromeda, so that's 2. You then need to rotate the statue for each location the same amount of times that match that number. So once you've got all that figured out, you can run in and interact with each bust. So again, for me, it was 1 rotation on that wall, 2 rotations for this one, and then finally 1 rotation on the last one. If you do it correctly, you should hear a voiceover and an opening will appear in the ceiling. You can then climb up the ladder and pick up the model of the planet Neptune.
Show better be worth the price of admission.
After that, there are 3 pieces of paper that you need to find that are going to have pictures of Mars, Saturn, and Neptune on them, as well as a random direction that's going to be different each time. So the first one is in the archive on this desk, and then next you can head into Machina Australis and head up the stairs. You can find that one there. And then finally, the third one is located in the planetarium next to the Juggernog. Once you have all of those, head back to Machina Australis, and then on the top floor, there's going to be a spot where you can add Neptune back to the solar system display that's hanging from the ceiling. You'll then need to shoot Mars, Saturn, and Neptune so they rotate around the display and align with each direction that was written on the note for that planet. If you go down to the middle and look up at the sun, you can see a compass which has all the directions as sort of a guide on where you need to put them. After those are all aligned correctly, you can then interact with the brain machine to kick off another lockdown event where you'll need to defend the portal in the middle of the room while it reboots. Also, if you notice that my perks and whatnot are different, I'm now switching to another run that I did where I just did this part a lot cleaner, so I wanted to use that footage. But anyways, before you do this, if you do have any money for like upgrades and whatnot, now would probably be the time to use them. It's not super challenging, but I would go in with as much firepower as you can at this point. So for this one, all you really need to do is just keep circling the top floor and keep an eye out for the UFOs that Oscar sends towards the portal. These are different than the UFOs that are creating his force field, and they'll make a little warning noise when he spawns them.
Now there's literally nothing happening between your ears.
So if you sort of hear that alarm noise that they make, once you hear that, be sure to try and destroy them as quickly as possible before they hit the portal. If you do miss a few, it's not the end of the world. A couple can get through and you'll still have plenty of time to make it. It'll just set the reboot timer back a little bit. But really just kind of keep circling and just focus all of your firepower strictly on those. If you do need some breathing room from zombies, you can like bring in a couple decoy grenades or like put toxic growth in your running path or whatever field upgrade you have, just to give you a little bit of a buffer as well.
You did it! The Red Planet is ours!
And as you can see, after completing this step, you get sucked into the portal and sent to Mars. So at this point, we're kind of in the home stretch before doing the final boss fight. We've just got a couple more things we need to do. You will notice here that I switched my field upgrade to Frenzied Guard. That's specifically for the boss fight. It's for a strategy I'll talk about when we get to that point, but that's why I'm doing that. And then the brain will come with you. It floats down into the middle of the arena there. So grab that and then take it back up top and place it into this machine up the top there. You'll then need to interact with it again to connect it or turn it on. After that though, wait around for just a little bit until you hear this bird noise. Then I also got a voiceover as well. So once you hear that, head to this window down at the bottom and you'll see 4 pylon towers in the back that you need to shoot. Starting with the furthest one on the right and then kind of make your way towards yourself. So shoot the back right one, then go left and then right and then the closest one to the left. Once you do all 4, and you might have to delay your shots a little bit as the bird is kind of following the pylon as it activates. Once you get all 4, turn around and shoot the 5th one that's located at the top of the arena. At this point, the bird is going to be flying around the arena and you need to jump up and grab him. I'm pretty sure you have to hit the interact key for this. You can't just like run into it. Also worth noting is that the gravity is super low here, so you can do big floaty jumps from the top. There is a time limit on it though, and he will eventually fly away. I'm pretty sure, from my understanding, you can keep shooting that pylon in the top of the arena to kind of entice him back and keep him there. However, I'm not sure if you can do that forever. So again, you just kind of have to keep doing that until you get a good opportunity to kind of line up your jump and catch him. I've had times where this was like super quick and easy, and then I've had a couple runs where this was just really frustrating and I tried multiple times and I just could not get it. So it just kind of depends how it goes. But once you do grab him, you notice my screen flashed white, kind of indicating that. You can then place him in this slot here, which is kind of next to the window where you shot the tower pylons.
Chasing after you again, understand?
And then finally, before we head back for one final step, before we enter the boss fight, you need to pull out your LGM Wonder Weapon and shoot the tops of these 5 towers around the arena to activate them. Each tower has a symbol that's associated with it, and we're going to need to interact with each tower based off its symbol in a specific order. And we can find out that order from the telescope back in the observatory. Once there, interact with this oscilloscope type screen that's going to show 5 symbols in a certain order as the organ plays. However, you're only going to get 4 symbols that match the ones on the towers, and then one of them is going to be a squiggle that appears somewhere in that order of 5. So that squiggle is just going to be the symbol that you didn't see. So in my case, the X symbol didn't appear. I'm just going to put that in the position that the squiggle showed. So once you've gotten that all written down, head back to Mars via the teleporter in Machina Australis, and then basically just run around the arena and interact with each tower based off the symbol order that you got in the observatory.
Could be a code. One way to find out.
And that is the Easter egg complete. So at this point, all you have to do now is interact with that brain at the top of the arena, and that's what will kick off the final boss fight. However, now you can just do that at any time. So I'd recommend sticking around and getting geared up and farming some zombies for essence and whatnot for a few rounds. Especially recommend getting the LMG Wonder Weapon up to level 3 Pack-a-Punch, as that does really well in the boss fight. And speaking of that, I do already have a video that I posted on the boss fight last night. So I'm not going to go into detail on that here, so I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check that out. But as mentioned, I do utilize a strategy with Frenzied Guard that kind of takes care of the final phase of the fight, which is really tough in under 30 seconds. So I have a feeling it might get patched. I don't know. So utilize that while you can if you want to. That's how I got through the final boss fight. But again, I'll kind of leave that to you if you want to go check that out. Otherwise, I'll leave you here. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. It helped you get through the Easter egg. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Bye. Hey everybody, in this video I'm just going to quickly run through how you can do the 5 Skulls Easter egg in the new Astra Malorum map for Black Ops 7 Zombies, which as you can see here gets you a free perk. Fairly straightforward to do, just first requires that you Pack-a-Punch your weapon, and then there's going to be 5 skulls around the map that we need to shoot and collect. So skull number 1, that's located in the Luminarium, kind of by the beginning spawn in this crevice. Again, shoot it with a pack-a-punch weapon. You'll notice that the eyes glow purple. You can see it on the map here as well. Once that happens, just interact with it to pick it up. And then you can go on to number 2, which is located behind this wall, hiding behind the pillar in the Veil Walk area. You can see that on the map there. Same thing, shoot it, purple eyes, pick it up. And then we can move on to number 3, which is in the Machina Australis area. And that's right next to the arsenal machine in this display case there. You can see it on the map there as well. Shoot that one and pick that one up. And then we can move outside into the courtyard area, where this one is in one of the zombie spawns. You can see it in that hole there. It's right next to the ammo buy. You can also see it on the map there. Shoot that one, pick it up. And then moving on to the 5th and final skull, that is in the museum in this display case. So you can shoot through that glass and pick that one up as well. So once you have all 5 skulls, head back to Machina Australis and go up the stairs where you'll find this table here. That's where it's located on the map, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's 5 symbols where you can place those skulls, which I'm doing here. After you get all 5 placed, they'll kind of light up and do a little bit of a show, but right after this you need to pay attention, as they're going to start lifting up in a certain order. In the position that they're in and that they're lifting up, that's the order that you're going to need to shoot them after this is all done. So I need to shoot them in the order of 2, 1, 5, 2, 3, 5, 4. You notice I was kind of strafing around. It looks like they get stunned during that period, so I think you can just kind of stand there and look at them. I was kind of moving around trying to avoid zombies, but anyways, then you can see I go back, and then they start hitting me. Kind of go back and then hit the skulls in the order that I need to. So that same code. Once that's done, you can see they all transform into that free perk that you get. So anyways, that is the 5 skulls Easter egg for this new map. Hopefully you enjoyed this video, helps you out, give it a try. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one.
I am loaded up. Oh shit. That's a really freaky looking cabinet. I don't even know if I want to go near it. That must have done something. Nothing like a little Dutch courage. feel something. Sorry guys, no encore for you. I don't think there's much left. Why y'all here? I'm not putting on a show right now. Don't even look at me. You don't scare me. Wanna tussle? Hey, back it up there, wandering hands. Sellout show tonight, huh? Trying to surround me? You're not the first. You're gonna be sorry. You don't scare me. Doesn't matter how many of you there are. Ah! That sure helped us out.
way back. And stay up. God damn. Jesus. The fuck? Let's go. Oh, shit. Shit, I'm gonna have to like. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I have to crash my Discord. Right? Yeah. No, I need to crash it. There we go. The man, the myth, the legend is back. You wanna see the freaking Roblox games I was talking about? Yeah. I mean, when you watching me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So this game is actually really fire. You know, the movie called Real Steel. No, it was like, you know the movie, man. It's like a movie about this guy training his robot because, like, in the world that they're in, there's like robot fights, and it's really, yeah, robot boxing, exactly. And it's really fire because, I mean, the only thing I don't really like about it is the controls. They're kind of weird. It's just confusing. It's taking so long to join up. Oh, jeez. I hear like static. Oh. So then, the next game. Oh. Yeah. Technically, is what it is. And like, whenever somebody like looks like they're about to slap you, but it's gray, that's like a fake out. So if you like accidentally weave, they get a free slap on you, and then they get to go again. But if you like successfully weave their red slap, um, it like gets rid of their turn, and it's your turn to slap. And this one, it's kind of like low quality, but it's fun. It's like martial arts. You know what? This game, Basketball Zero, I'm gonna save for last. This sniper duels, just sniper duels. You could do 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. Yeah. I was playing it with Nick the other day. Oh, Racket Rivals. This game's pretty fire. I know it's badminton. But no, they made badminton fire, bro. And then we got Dueling Grounds. Get that. Combat's really good in that game. Like sword fights. But make sure before yeah. It's kinda like that. No. NYC Chaos was actually so good. Make sure you like and favorite the game before you join though, because then you'll get some money. Bird game, oh yeah. Bird game free. For the Xbox 50. Shit's tough. Alright, so this is Basketball Zero. It's like basketball, but anime. The fuck? Why do I just got shorts on? Yeah. There we go. It's fire. It's fire. Trust. I trust this shit's fire. Shit. Oh jeez. Mhm. Oh jeez. It's not making that. My god. I feel you, man. Huh.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
not sure
anymore,
drinking
folks.
that was the best idea.
Oh! How the fuck did that guy
Nikolai
miss it?
proud of me.
Oh! Slapped the ball out of his hands.
man who finds strength only through liquor.
Go, got a dunk.
Ooh.
Jeez, that guy's at 85 overall.
Looks like it's made of flesh.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
I'm invincible. I can't be vinced. I'm invincible. Who's trying to vince
Oh,
me?
he used his awakening.
Is invincible even a thing? I just made you disappear.
Oh, what the fuck was that guy doing?
It's as close as you get.
Shit. Cause he. Oh wait.
Drawing manifests itself.
Never mind. Oh wait. Teammate's fucking stupid.
I spent half my life thirsty. Why, I wonder. Ooh, I think you spread yourselves a little thin there.
Fuck, this guy's spider man.
Careful, these clothes are made by the finest tailors. Sorry, there's no way I can make you reappear. I guess I was trying some kind of clever maneuver here. Perhaps in this direction to rid me of the stress. Guys, look at that.
Let's fucking go.
Being so close to death makes me feel so alive.
Shit, let's go.
Could you just not do that?
Oh, we're not gonna win this.
Bottoms up.
This is what happens. Oh, missed it. Dang it. I lost, man. I barely got to use my abilities.
Have you never heard of...
Nah, this is like my favorite game out of like all of them. Yeah. No, cause it's actually like fire. Basic. Great. Green graffiti. Ooh. Set up an emote pack. Wib wub. Cool walk. Cooking. Ooh. Wait, that's kind of fire. Alright, this is my last pack. Smoke. Ooh. I'm cooking in the kitchen. Oh yeah, I'll be hitting the gritty with that shit.
Power.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I swear to God, I blocked that shit. What? Watch, bro. My ability's not fucking working. I literally did my ankle breaker. I don't know what the fuck this game on about.
But more than that, things start getting a little dicey.
Oh, let's go. Yeah. Alright, bro. I think I need to learn how to shoot. No. Oh, this guy just used his abilities. So. Oh my fucking god! The shit happened again. I can't like go into my Discord. Yeah. Happened so many times. This shit is fucking annoying.
I shit scarier things than you.
There we go. 5 minutes. Oh, let's go. Our team's cooking them up. 17 to 8. Shit.
This looks too fucking weird not to be important. Does it spit out a ton of lead? Good. That's all I need.
Let's go. Just scored on these goofies. Oh.
How do we know this stuff isn't poison?
Oh my god, my teammate should have just fucking passed. Bro, my teammate's so fucking stupid. Should have just passed. Should have just fucking passed.
I like to know what I'm paying for.
I should hate my teammate. He's a fucking ball hog. He's a fucking ball hog. Oh my god. Lacelli. The fuck was that an ankle breaker? That was not an ankle breaker. He was done doing his dribble. This game's so stupid. Let's go.
Trying to gang up on me, huh?
Okay. There we go. Yeah. Oh, let's go. We make that. Jake on Berkeley. Oh jeez. Let's go just pop this one. What the fuck is that guy on our side of the court? What the fuck? Hey! Bro, shoot the fucking ball. Oh my god. There we go. Shoot it! Shoot it! Oh my fucking god, my teammates are so ass! I'm a what? Oh wait, no, I'm home, I'm home. Bro, I passed it to my teammate who had all the time to shoot the fucking ball. No, but gosh, so stupid. Let's go. I win. We could have made a free, but I had to dunk almost like this. Alright, I'm gonna be right back because I need to crash my Discord again.
Surfy, I would talk on stream, but I don't know if you can hear. There's like a very bad fucking like dog whistle noise, bro. I know the stream hears it. I don't know how to fix it, bro. It's all bad works. But yes, I'm still alive, brother. You can hear me? Yeah, I know, but you probably hear a very annoying noise as well on top of it. Right? I've been muted the whole time because of it. It just like, it's like a non-stop, like, I wouldn't say dog whistle, but like, I don't know, it's like ear piercing, bro. It's really bad. I can hear it in my ear right now. Don't hear noise, just you, bro? Are you dead ass?
I hear noise.
You can hear it, Jake?
Yeah.
You might just have it like low or something. Then alright, I'll keep it on for now then. If you hear it, let me know though and I'll mute the mic. But I did get the buried ghost. I just can't get it or get her to be the dog round, bro. I have her in the map. I just can't get her to spawn. Like I have the spawners down there like right here. But on the dog round she don't spawn, man. You do have it but not yours to share. That's okay, brother. That's what I'm saying. I have it. I just don't have the like I need a what's it called? Wait a second. I need something to say like every 4 to 6 rounds it's witch only. If you already have it, gotta maybe override it, yeah.
God, the burn's fucking crack.
Wait, Jake, can you see the stream or no?
Yeah, I can see the stream.
Oh, okay.
So I just flipped the switch. Did it do anything?
Peep the drip. See double tap?
Oh.
Wait for it though, wait for it.
Oh, that.
And he kills the zombies.
Gotta keep hydrated, I suppose.
And you know about the Vulture 8 one. Or like the bird pecks. That kills the zombies too, if they're close enough. I got all new Burke machines. PhD flapper's different too. And I got the cans. See that? Yeah, oh fuck.
You're about to see a comeback.
Oh no. Oh no. Where's it not working? You slide into them, they blow up.
Think you got a shot? Think again.
What else is it? Oh yeah, melee macchiato too. Well, I'm not gonna have that in my actual map, but I am gonna take these punches from it and put it on the pyro punch.
Okay, gloves off.
So then you're actually swinging. Look at that. I need that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it does no damage. I don't know why. But my pyro punch do damage, so I just need the animation. Alright, I gotta, now that it works in my test map, I gotta transfer it to my main map. Basically, I gotta do everything I just did all over again on the main map, though, which is gonna be a lot. But I'll show you. If you're still in the chat, Surfy, I'll show you what I got. Oh wait, Jake, are you watching on Twitch or on Discord? Discord, right?
Discord, yeah.
Oh, okay, I don't know because it said I got 3 viewers.
Huh?
I thought you was the 3rd. Yeah. Let's go. Shouts out to Surfy Polecat, man.
Yes.
He's the goat. Yeah, look, I got this bitch right here. This fucking bitch. She's right here in the map, damn it. I got that hoe. And these are her spawners right here, these 4 boxes. Just which spot. And like the oops, that's the wrong notepad. I think I X'd out of it. I got that puppy. My god, thank you very much. Thank you. What'd you get? You got the cookie butter? Oh snap. Oh snap, crackle pie. What did you say? What did you say, Alana? Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. You got coffee? Now I'm cracked out. Where was... Where's that? Where's it at? Ah, I'm going crazy now. I'm geeked out. I'm geeked out. Ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm tweaking out. I forget what I was doing. Shit. Damn it. Where is it?
Let's go.
Should be
Free!
in the bees. Bees. Buried ghost. Yeah, so in the readme it says yeah, he just spawner target name, which spawner, the script struct, which spot as the target name. And then that's the thing though, there's no script for like every 4 to 6 rounds make it a dog round. So what I was doing was I have a pack for Apothecon furries or furies, and I was using their script to like mix the two together, but it wasn't going as planned. It's not going as planned at all. The ghost has a GSC, bro? Yeah, I know. I'll show you. It doesn't have a it doesn't have the every like 5 rounds, like how a dog, like how the dogs are every 5 rounds. It doesn't have that in here. So I started doing this down here to make it like enable ghost rounds. So like round count every few rounds spawns in, and then I have a GSH. So it's like ghost per player 4, ghost per round 8. Ghost rounds, they do happen. Their health goes up over time. It gives you full ammo, or full, whatever, max ammo. This is from the Apothecons, or Apothecon Furies. Everything, but it didn't work, so I just have it like keyed out. But this is all that came with the ghost GSC, and it's like it's everything other than every 5 to 6 rounds is that round. I put the using into the correct files and added it in zone and make sure that the spawn point is correct. Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good. I got the usings. It's all right. I'm just saying that it's just that one. There's no function to be every few rounds they spawn in. With this, you can just spawn them in like how in Buried, like you have this one zone, like let's say in the house in Buried, like the haunted house, they spawn in there when you walk in. That's what this is. I don't have that part set up because I don't want that. I just want it every time she spawns, or just like how the hellhounds are. Every dog round, they spawn instead of dogs. Which I basically have right here, but because I kind of copied it from the Apothecon Fury, whatever you want to call it, that script, and It's basically it, but it doesn't work. Well, it's defined in GSH round. I don't think you need to add the function in as it might already be in the code. No, I made that GSH. This is from, well, I didn't make it, but it's from the Apothicon Fury GSH. And I just replaced it with the Buried Ghost. You know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm saying, brother? Like this was, hold on. I'll show you what it was. Like this was not. That's why it's not working? I know, bro, I know. I know that, but I don't know how to make it work. If the file didn't come with GSH, then you don't need GSH. True, but I made it so it, cause it's not like, it's not a per round thing. Like this is all this shit. All the per round script was me adding in. This is just like the functions, so like I did define the GSH. Yeah, it's up here. Oh, where did I put it? Well, I tabbed it out because it wasn't working, but this is it right here. Insert script, buried ghost, GSH. Or ZM, buried ghost, GSH. ZM, buried ghost, GSH. It just, I forget what, I don't know, I'm kind of lost in the sauce, man. I'm super sleep deprived. It was telling me something about one of the lines in here. It was not. No, I mean defines text. Oh, these have to be in the, oh yeah. No, those are the, like Barry Ghost debug. Barry Ghost debug. Actually, that was what I was confused about. It was telling me, hold on. It was telling me buried ghosts per round. This one right here, this define. It was telling me this is not a thing, but it is right here in the GSH. Buried ghosts per round. 8. Number of ghosts that will spawn per round. It's right here. And it was telling me when I built the map. I'll just, hold on. I'll save the code real quick, or the script. I'll save it how it is so you can see what error I got. Just so, because I don't really know how to explain it. I'm kind of a bot. Have you tried using it without GSH and without the HB21 code? That's what I just had, like when I was in the map and you saw me like playing in the map, and they wouldn't spawn. But it does say, that's the wrong instructions. I'm like doing like 3 things at once. Fuck, where was it? Shit. God damn it. It did say in here, I think. Wait, no, it didn't say here. Where did I see it? Maybe it's in the script itself? Yeah, it says it requires at least 2 zones. And I don't have any zones. I'm not gonna lie. I don't got no zones. So I don't know. Do I need a zone? Because like the hellhounds don't need a zone. The dogs will just spawn. Add 2 zones. Alright, bet. That's another thing too, like that's why I'm doing it in the test map, because I don't have my zone set up on my actual map. Oh. Shit. I gotta go to the entity browser. Z. Shit. Oh. Wait, I forgot how to make a zone. I ain't gonna lie. I know you could like, hold on. I could just like grab this this brush and then convert it to a zone if you remap the class, right? Oh. I'll turn this to a script model. Why did it not work? Or script brush model. Remap class to info, right? Info volume. The zones in the browser? Yeah, I couldn't remember where. It's a volume, that's what it is. I got it though. I got the info volume. And I gotta do textures. I'll just make it purple. Ooh. Why? What the? Alright. Or just copy your first one? I don't think there is one. Oh. I probably gotta make this way smaller, huh? You can't have zone and zone? Yeah, I didn't realize the zone was this big. Let me shrink it down. I'm gonna just like put it like this for now. And then I'll put the ghost in a different one. I will say I don't know anything about zoning. I still have to learn about that. I know like a little bit, like they can't be like they have to touch kinda. 'Cause if you're not in a zone, it'll kill you, right? If you have it scripted. That's another thing. I don't know how to script them. I watched the ice grenade video and I was pretty lost, I'm not gonna lie, once he started scripting it. Make sure they're connected together, not overlapping. Yeah, they're connected. Oh wait, no they're not. They're like one off, but if I alt left click, now it's connected. Okay, now they're all inside. I'm gonna just do it a bit bigger, like that. Maybe put it higher up. Also gotta make sure to add it in GSC so you don't die. I can load my PC up now and send what you need in GSC if you want to, brother. It's okay though if not. GSC. It should be down here below all the inspect, I believe. Yep, level zone, zone manager, start zone. So, volume 2, start, etc. Oh wait, you gotta add the name in the info volume too. Oh yeah, facts. This would be like target name. Yeah, I'll just do volume 2 start. Or volume 2 test. That's just start zone spawner, right? Or start zone. And then in the code, is it a init zone, right? Init zone. Just like copy and paste this. You gotta target that zone to the zombies or which. Am I wrong, or is this how you do it? And it's zone 1, and then it's what I just did, right? Wait, I don't even remember what I called it. No, that's not it. Shit. I'm lost in the sauce, Surfy. I'm so beat right now, bro. I just hit the 10-hour mark on stream. I'm gonna pull up the ice grenade video that I watched. I like started it, and then I never finished it. Like I mapped out all the boxes on my map, and then I didn't. Oh, you just sent it. Okay. Zone manager. Add adjacent zone. Surfy dude, you're goated, bro. Oh, I should probably do it under the level thread, right? Or do I do it in the same spot? Within my function main? Or do I do it in a separate function? Like, do I do it in a zoning function? That probably sounds stupid. Add adjacent zone, and then I put inside this the name, right? Volume 2 test. Right? And I gotta do what you're saying, link them. But wait, I could be wrong, but I want to say this said I don't. Oh, the zone file. I don't need anything in there, but I do need. Wait, there was more like instructions for it on his what's it called? Maybe I could go through history. You're playing Schedule 1, Jake?
Yeah.
You wanna know what's crazy? I was thinking about Schedule 1 this morning, and I was gonna ask that dude if he would send me his Schedule 1 map that he never finished, so I could finish it.
Shit.
You sent an example? Okay, bet. Surfy, thank you, brother. I thought there was something in here saying. You don't need to link zones to them. That's what it says. See? Add spawn points by placing structs and giving them the target name. You don't need to link zones. Or is that only if... Wait, now I'm confused. Because wouldn't it be... Let me see what you sent me. Wait. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, you're right, Surfy. My bad. That's strange. How would they spawn if not connected to the zone? That's what I was confused about when I read this. That's what I was saying before, like, I don't think the script I have was finished. Because they don't have within the script, like, they only have, like, the, what's it called? I can't think of it. They just have, like, how the ghost acts, kinda. Like, it'll ignore you if it does this. But it does say it requires 2 zones, so, like, I'm so confused. This one says you don't need zones, this one says you need more than 2. I'm guessing it has to have, it needs a zone, right? But would I do it in here? Because it has zone equals zone manager. If level new zones. It spawns itself so you don't need a zone. Wait, how'd you see that? Oh, within this section it says that? Wait. Oh, like it's automatically connected because of my zone manager? So when I do my zone managing script, it just auto connects if it's in that spot type shit? That's kind of cool, because then you don't have to... Actually, yeah. That's kind of cool. Because then you don't have to script it all. You just have to script your zone. You don't gotta connect it all. What? Okay. So let me do the zone manager. Start zone, then it would be... what did I name it? Volume 2 test. And then this would be the third connection, right? Or like the door that connects the 2. But what do you do if there's no door in between a zone? Because I know this is like the trigger that activates the next zone. No, it'd be the second zone. But what if, like, okay, so on my main map, I have a spot where, like, the shape of the area is such a weird shape, it needs, like, 4 separate zones in one without any doors in between. So how would you connect something like that? I was watching this ice grenade video and it was saying it. Hold on. I could just watch it real quick.
Yo, what's up everyone? My name's Ice Grenade and welcome to another tutorial. This is how to do any crazy zone styling and have it work perfectly just like it does in the Treyarch maps. So you can open up in any order, back to front, anyway, and the zombies will be zoning right and they won't be spawning in zones they shouldn't be, and they won't be walking into walls and stuff like that.
I think it is this one.
Okay, I don't want to die. Jesus. So this is it.
He gave a good example in this video. Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking.
Of this. We go all the way around like this, and go all the way down here. You'll see they're not trying to come through any of these doors. And if we open this up, look, they're coming
There's
back
a way
now.
where you don't need any doors at all, and you could just connect multiple zones.
Route, and they're always going to be spawning in the closest zone, and they're not going to be spawning in any zones that they shouldn't be. So let's just show you another example. If we go over here and open these up, you might think, okay, well, they're going to want to spawn in that
he
zone
made one
there
where he
because
didn't
it is
just walk
adjacent to
through.
this zone. Okay, if we hide this and we go this one here, we got start zone, zone 2, and the zone 2 flag there. We go over here, back to where the spawn is. We have a start zone, and we've got a zone 2 there. And if we hide these and look at the trigger, we've got a zone 2 flag, because that's how that one's set up. So if we just ignore these ones, because these are part of the other parts of the map here, and not necessarily this maze here, which is this zoning tutorial. Okay, so first things first, let's explain what these lines mean to me.
This shit's about to be so confusing.
We got this here
on my actual
and
map, bro.
You'll find one
There's
of
like
these,
at least
in your
50
user map
zones I'm gonna have to connect together.
And you just copy this and then replace these values as necessary. But if we take a little closer look, actually, here we go.
I did not
the way
know you
I
could
see
zoom in
this
like that
is
on the
you have
Visual
two
Studio
values
Code.
here, and you have a flag. Doesn't matter what way you put these values in, it will still work. It doesn't matter to the program. You could write it like that. You could have 2, 1, or you could have 1, 2, whatever way round you want. It doesn't matter. The first two things it means are, okay, take these two zones. They are next to each other. So when you're in this zone, make sure that the zombies in that zone go into that zone. And we're basically binding these together with a flag of F1, F2. And
you just
this
don't
is
do a flag
saying
at all.
that, okay,
It's
well,
a
when
Z9, Z9.
the trigger, so let's go over to that trigger, F1, F2, which will be this trigger here.
I'm pretty sure.
So if we look at it, not in game view, and well, they are now adjacent to an example of the 7, but just say that F7, F11 flag, and it has a target of D7, D11 for the door. And if we look at the door, it's got the D7, D11
My ear
there.
hurts,
So
bro.
when you buy this trigger, you'll remove the door and you go in there 11, but we haven't got a zone 7 to 6. Well, we have. We've got a zone 6 to 7, and like I said
Zone 6
earlier,
to 7, 6,
we've said that when you to act either that door or that door. So we'll pick either door here that you'll use to access it. So we go in here and we'll have a look and see that this trigger is F9, F10, okay? And that's D9, D10. So if we look at the script flag, F9, F10 that I've made, which is over here, F9, F10, and I'll just break it up so you can see it better. That means that, okay, well, when you trigger this, it now knows that zone 9 and zone 10 are next to each other and it's active. So zombies in zone 9.
This is what I gotta
will go to
do
zone 10,
too. I
zombies
just
in
gotta
zone
name
10
them like
will
this
go to
so
zone
make
9.
things so much
And
easier on
if
my
either
actual
zone in
map.
here hasn't been activated yet, it will be activated.
so lost
And
'cause I had
we've
them, like, all
also got
names
something
of the
special here,
area.
which is a new thing that I'm going to explain. Okay, so
This is
for
what I
most
need right
cases,
here.
when you're going into one new zone that only has one info volume, you're just going to have 3 parameters. The first 2 zones, doesn't matter what order, and the flag that
So I just
corresponds
literally
to the
don't
connection
add
between
the
them.
last one.
But say, like in this instance, we have 2 zones here, zone 9 and zone 9B. Well, what we can do is we can just link the activation by typing in the 2 zones. So there is no action between activating this one and this one. Say that we bought this door and we're in this zone. We don't want an action before we go into this area, because if we did and there's no wall there, then a player, you know, you need a trigger there, you need something stopping them. But just say, for example, you've got an oddly shaped area and you need to make it out of more than one info volume box, then you're going to want to create a secondary one here like the Z9B, and you just simply do that by adding in the 2 parameters here, and you do not need to add in the flag. You know, you might think, oh yeah, well, okay, well,
So that's
you know,
literally it?
when this needs to
it's so
activate
easy.
when we get that door, so we need to type that flag in as well. F9, F10, you know, so that, okay, well, yeah, these are
I
getting
keep the
triggered,
comma
and
at
then
the
it activates this one and this one and this one and this one. No, that's not right. You should only have the flag set on the 2 zones that it's in between. So we've got the 2 zones here. We've got zone 9 and zone 10. And if we go back to this code, we've got zone 9 and we've got zone 10. And then we've got the F9 and F10, F9 and F10. If we look at the...
So that should work. Right?
Zone 9
Shouldn't have to
and
do
the zone
anything.
9B, there is no door between them. So there should be no flag. And it's set up using just 2 parameters there. The program knows that it will activate them and it will work accordingly. So this is how I zone. Zoning was never easy.
Yeah, zoning is not very easy. But we gonna get used to it, man. We gonna learn that shit. Alright, so this should essentially work. Start zone. Connected to volume to test. That's it. That's literally it. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Should I make a wall so I know? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna put this a little bit further back then. Just so they got some room. Alright, let me see. Do I... Yo, Surfy, I don't know if you're still here, but do I link the... Oh no, they already have the target name. Never mind. So that's how I do the zombie spawners if I did. Oh, wait, what about this? Oh yeah, that's good too. Okay. Alright, it should be good. If I build the map, everything should work. I don't need to build light. Just compile and link. I really hope this works, man, because I gotta get back to the actual map. I've been on the testing for 10 hours, bro. Losing my marbles. Fingers crossed, Jaconator.
Yes, yes, yes.
Let's hope this works.
Yo, look at the setup I got.
Hold on. I had the YouTube up on the other side. Oh, whoa. Why is the light like that?
It's because I took cocaine.
Okay. Goober.
It's the extreme ghost.
Isn't there
Look
like
at
underground tunnels and stuff now or something?
Oh yeah, I'm about to blow a bomb up in one of those to get inside of a manor.
Oh, snap.
Mhm.
I seen a clip of it on Instagram.
Yeah. So I need to get Stan to turn my RDX into a bomb.
Oh, snap. Oh, man, goddamn.
I need to get Goompill in here.
Don't know if he will, man.
Oh.
Alright. I'm running a map. Let's see, man. Let's see. I've been working on this shit all night, so I hope it works. Oh, but I didn't make it so, this isn't gonna work though. I don't believe at least. Well, I don't know actually. It didn't build. Oh, yeah, see, I knew it. This is what happened last time too. They pump faked me. Script error. Buried ghost special spawn with 0 parameters at line 438. Unresolved external with 0 parameters. The fuck does that mean? This was the issue I was talking about. It's, where is it? Well, that's what I was supposed to do actually. Hold on. Let me. I forgot to cancel this out. I'm supposed to be trying it with.
See that manor all the way up there?
Yeah, I see it.
It's the Benzies Manor.
Isn't that the mansion you used to glitch into?
Oh yeah.
Alright, let's rebuild and try again.
But there's also shrooms that they're adding.
I thought they already added those.
No. I think the shroom. Actually, the shrooms might already be added. Oh, I defeated the Benzies family. I blew up the manor. Oh shit.
Why would you do
I
that?
thought I was gonna like be able to.
Why'd you
Oh my
blow?
god. I blew it up. Oh, I could've fucking lived here.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
No, bro.
I thought you were sneaking in, not blowing up the place.
Me too. But not.
Deuces down. Alright, try again. We're in the map. God damn it. Surfer poke out. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? I was just saying your name. Surfer poke out. The surfiest. Oh. No error. It's actually loading the map. You really don't hear that noise, Surfy, bro? It's like piercing my ears right now. I gotta get rid of this headset. Nope, just you? There's no way, bro. Cause I watch my streams back and I hear that shit. Alright. Now is it if I enter the zone, they'll spawn? I'm inside the zone. Oh, I walked outside the zone. Guess I'm deaf? Nah, it's probably just... I don't know. Are you listening with headphones? Because that is one thing. I don't hear it when I play it on the phone. But with the headphone. You didn't add the flag? I didn't need the flag. He said in the tutorial, no flag. That's how you connect two without a trigger in between. I think I ran out of bounds. Oh no, you're right. So how the fuck am I supposed to do it? Look, he says right here. Add adjacent zone. Look, this one right here. Z9, Z9B. That's, if you have, two zones that, don't have a flag, or, yeah, they don't have a flag in between, or a trigger, or door, whatever you want to call it. Do I probably need one, though, to start it, and then I can do that after the first flag. Is that what it is? Because he does have one on the start zone, zone 2 flag. But then you can do it after you do that. Check what he put? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, I'm probably delayed, Loki. Yeah, he has, with his start zone, he does have a flag on it. But after that, you can do it without a flag, I'm guessing. So, I gotta go back in Radiant. Might have to restart stream soon, Loki. What hour am I on? 10:30. So in like an hour and a half, I have to end stream and start it back up. I'm going a full 24 hours, Surfy. I'm losing my marbles, bro. I got a coffee, dude. I'm locked in all the way for the rest of the day. What's wrong with me, man? I don't know. I have problems. I'm insane in the brain. You know what I'm saying, Jake and Later? Do you feel me, brother? Oh, you're not even here. Jake and Later left. Check his zone and triggers and map. Check what he put. Yeah. I have to do a trigger, I guess, for the first one. Then after that, I don't need the trigger. So these are the. I should probably make like a little start room real quick, just so I know where I'm like walking into and shit. Let me do that real quick. And then I'll just base it off that. So let's say make it a little bit larger. Something like that. Boom, boom. Copy paste. Flip. Flip the sheet. I'm just making it super quick. This doesn't have to be perfect. In the video, Ice does have a brush with targets, etc. on it, and you don't have that, just zone. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. You probably weren't. You were probably watching the video or something. I already said that. His start zone, his starting zone, he has a trigger, but after that, you can do it without it. I thought I could just do it off the rip. That's why I'm building it out right now. We're gonna get there eventually, man. Hopefully. Alright. Now I can do, do I don't have any triggers over here at all. Oh, actually, I don't have clips or triggers, visible. I got a trigger that I could use right here. Oh no, that's a trigger damage. I need a trigger use torch, right? Copy paste. Actually, I'm gonna make these walls smaller. I have to make this a script brush model though, right? I wish I was in my actual map. I got just like ones I could copy and paste. Script brush model, right? And then this will just be start zone door. Target. Fuck, bro. I'm so shot right now, bro. I don't even fucking remember how to do this shit. Wait, oh. Just put this inside of here. Okay, and then this will go here to here to there. Move the ghost to there. Just put that extended out so I know my boundaries. And then I'm gonna do another one like this all the way to over here. Like that. And just to line up a little bit better. Alright, so this is the start zone spawner. Okay. Then I'll just name it zone 2. Zone 2 test. Name this zone 3 test. Okay. So and then I'm gonna do another one. Copy paste. Alright, let me do some different colors so I don't get that lost in the sauce. Do that one green. This one orange, fuck it. Then we'll call this one zone 4. Zone 4 test. Zone 2 test. Zone 3 test. Okay. Now, save that motherfucker. And we go to, go here. Go to zone. No, not zone. Go to GSE. Zone 2 test. And we're gonna name it, wait. Let me watch the video.
But now I find it incredibly easy because I look at it from a different there. Okay, what I've done is I have set up this zone as Z9 and 8. So I look at it and it's basically how you expect them to work. I'm going to show you exactly how I do it so you guys can get it going. Okay, so if we go over here in Radiant, and I'm just going to bring back the triggers. So you can see that we have a trigger here for these doors. These doors are script brush models. If you don't know the basics of zoning, you want to go check out my Zoning 101 video. But here we go. I have marked this zone here. If we show all of these volumes and we hide the sun volume and the umbra and the lit volume, and you want to check here, we got all these separate zones. Have them touching or have them slightly apart, but don't have them overlapping because that will cause a problem. I've named this zone Z1 as for zone 1, and this one's Z2, Z3. You'll see that this one hasn't got a target on it. I've just forgotten to put that on there, that's all. So if we do S1 there, and we're going to do target S2 there. Okay, and if we look inside these zones at the right,
Wait. Whoa.
And we're going to do target S2 there.
Hold on now. Script noteworthy player volume. Target S2. What? These don't have anything. Okay, script underscore noteworthy. What was it? Player underscore volume. Boom. That's first off. And then target I'm gonna just do what he does, S2. I don't know what the fuck S2 is, but that's what his is. I'm guessing this trigger would be named S2. Right? Yeah. Okay. So then this right here would be S2. No. What? What the fuck is the S then?
Zones, which is only this one and this one that are active and have open barriers between them. So we're going to do that in here, and it's how I. So you can see that we have a trigger here for these doors. These doors are script brush models. If you don't know the basics of zoning, you want to go check out my Zoning 101 video. But here we go. I have marked this zone here. If we show all of these volumes and we hide the sun volume and the umbra, or have them slightly apart, Z1 as for zone 1, and this one's Z2, Z3. You'll see that this one hasn't got a target on it. I've just forgotten to put that on there, that's all. So if we do S1 there, and we're going to do target S2 there, okay. And if we look inside these zones at the risers, or the dogs are the yellow ones there. I've just colored them yellow. You can leave them red or do whatever you like. I like to set them as a different color so you can easily see what's going to be a zombie spawner and what's going to be a dog spawner. So if we go here, you'll see that this has a target name of S1, and if we look at its volumes target, it's the same value. You can type in whatever you want. I just use a format that makes it easy for me to code and saves me amount of time. So we got Z1 there as in the zone 1, and then we got zone 2, and then we got zone 3, zone 4, zone 5, zone 6, zone 7, zone 8, zone 9, zone 10, zone 11, and zone 12. And in zone 9, we've also got a zone 9B, and you'll notice that there is no barrier there. So we're activating 2 zones when we either have this one opened or this one opened. So I'm going to show you what you'll need to write in your GSC, but let's go over here to the doors. So okay, if we hide this and we go over here, we got the door here. I have given this target name a door 1, door 2 name, D1, D2. So that's what I'm setting it as. That's what I name my doors. I name them what they are. They are, okay, this is a door between zone 1 and zone 2, so I'm going to call it D1, D2, which makes complete sense to me. So that's how zone 1 to zone 2 is set up.
Okay. This is D1, D2. And then this would be, I don't know how that, what? I fucking get this shit. That's D1, D2, I guess. I don't understand though how. Because then.
Can you guess what the next one is between zone 2 and zone 3 on the
No.
door? So if we go in here and have a look at the door, we have got
Why is the target OD?
door 2, door 3. If we look at the trigger, it's targeting the door 2, door 3. what you can do is if you just set up the trigger and you want the target name as zombie debris, you want script flag as the flag. I have the same format for the flag as well. So for the flag name, I have
to add a script flag to the trigger. Also, I don't think I have the right trigger in use. So what does he have? He just has a trigger use. Oh, brother. This is all going to shit. Okay. Script flag. Fucking F1.
Yeah.
That's good.
What's up, dude?
Struggling.
flag 2, flag 3. So F2, F3, that means, okay, well this trigger happens to be between zone 2 and zone 3. So we're going to have a flag to flag these, and that's why it says F2, F3.
We working on the
so
map?
basically, your trigger, you should be writing in something here that will be a connection between these two zones. So we have a...
So what the fuck is my... Gotta add a zombie cost first. Anti-head. Fucking goddamn.
A row will be...
Target as well. Wait, but what is the target? D2, D3. Target D2, D3. Yeah, but yeah. There's no D2, D3. So.
The connection between these two zones. So we have a row here, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, and then we have zone 5, zone 6, zone 7, zone 8. Okay, so if we go over here to zone 1 and zone 5, can you guess what the KVPs are going to be? If we hide these zones and go have a look at the trigger, we got F1, F5 for the flag, and we got D1, D5 for the target, which is the name of the door. If you're wondering what the target on the door is, OD, it's just a random struct I have somewhere called target name OD, and it's just an abbreviation for overdose, aka death, meaning where the doors go when they die. So they fly up to that struct.
Well, that's not helpful. Okay, so this would be D2, D3, D2, D3, and then
right OD it. It's just of the door.
that would be where it goes, but do I need that? I thought it just deletes the script brush model, right? Surfy brother, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I'm fucking lost, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. I'm fucking lost as fuck. Cause if this is that, script noteworthy, I forget what the fuck it's supposed to be. player underscore volume. Add that to this one too. Fuck. Alright. And it needs target. But I don't have a target for it. So I will just leave those blank for now. And then go into the script. And then, okay, so copy this. Paste. Now this is, I don't need a script flag anymore because this will be zone 3 test and zone 2 test, and then this is also copy, paste, 4. Alright. If my calculations are correct, this should work. If not, I give up. Okay, this is gonna be awful on the real map, dude. Jesus Christ. I just wanted Buried Ghost as my dog grounds. $11 later, Buried Ghosts are not dog grounds. So do I have to restart stream? We still got an hour. Okay. In about 1 hour, I have to restart stream. And we're going for another 12. If this shit will build. Come on, man. It's just a test map. Why is it taking so long? It's done right now. I guess I didn't need to compile. Oh no, I did actually. I built walls and shit. Man, oh man. I'm so beat. Oh. When you see the bad bullet mesh, you know it's done building. Let's go. Oh, processing. Come on. Come on, bucko. Alright, let's go. If my calculations are correct, this should work. Nader bobber.
Hello.
You freaking nader.
Whoa.
What are you doing?
Whoa. Like, I just heard crazy static.
Yeah. That's why I'm refunding. It's been like this for a week.
You're returning them?
Yes. If you couldn't hear why. If you couldn't hear why, because I can hear it in my ear right now. I bet you could probably hear it when I talk. That shit sounds
It's a little staticky.
Yeah. If you on the stream, it's like bass boosted. And, oh fuck, dude. What did I fuck up?
Perhaps some misdirection might rid me of this collective threat. Wow! Hey, guys, look at that.
I think it's the Bluetooth and my PC not liking Bluetooth.
The headset didn't come with a dongle?
What's that clicking sound?
Yeah, it did, but it doesn't with it as well. So it's probably not the Bluetooth. I don't fucking know, bro. I spent $200 for nothing. Got a worse issue than what I had beforehand. So I'm getting my money back. And this shit doesn't work either, bro. But it'll crash the fuck out. Where's the surfy polecat when I need him, man? What the fuck did I do wrong? I thought I did everything right, dude. What am I missing? I have my trigger. Script flag, target. You know what? It doesn't have... Well, the hidden string is not on. And it should be zombie door somewhere. I forget where needs a zombie door, but I know something needs. I'm pretty sure target name has to be zombie door. But this dude don't got no. Yeah, no, his target is OD. And wait, no, this isn't the trigger. Trigger use. Zombie debris target name. Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. Or am I sleep deprived? It's a mixture of both. Zombie debris. Boom. The fuck is that supposed to be then? This is too much, bro. This is too fucking much. Starting to get annoyed. Let's build again. For the 18 millionth time, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Who would have thought, dude? Getting buried ghosts.
Yo, I'm about to 1v1 Nick in basketball.
Okay. Cook 'em.
I will.
You called me the N-word yesterday. You gotta smoke 'em.
Nick, you finna get whooped down, buddy. Wow.
My eyes
Fuck.
burning, bro.
I don't think
know
you get
how
progress because
I'm
we
gonna
in
make it all night. Or to the night. Okay. Now. Map. I should be able.
Oh my.
The door. Or I'm just a fucking retard bot and fucked up again. Which is very likely. I am a fucking retard.
If you just click it, you'll do it.
You just let him score on you like that, Chicken Little?
It's okay, I'm gonna break his ankles. Oh. Oh shit.
Bro.
Oh my god, I got my ankles.
Birdie. Did you just cheat?
No.
You did. You scored on his hoop.
That's what I meant to do.
You're supposed to score on his hoop that
Yeah.
he scores on?
Oh,
Cheat,
no.
ass ninja.
Are you playing 2K?
On Roblox.
Not exactly 2K.
2 blocks.
2 blocks.
And I died. Bro. I don't get this fucking stupid ass shit, bro. I don't get it at all. Zoning is fucking ass. What is wrong with it? Start zone to zone 2 test from the F1, F2.
Yeah. So what, do you just have crazy D? Oh. That's fucking busted. What? What, bro?
Jake, what the fuck are you playing, dude?
Right.
I'm playing basketball.
Bro, just buy a copy of 2K.
Too much, bro. Roblox is free.
That's valid, but no, that's not valid, dude. Save up some bread.
Oh my god. Save up
Oh my
some
god,
bread.
he nailed it.
There's not really like a greening mechanic. It's just your defender gotta play good.
So it just goes in every time?
Unless somebody blocks it, and it's kinda easy to block. It's not gay, it's my ability.
What are you home or away?
I'm away.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Did you just nail that? BO3?
Oh my fucking god, how do I? It's fun when you actually get into it. Okay, Spenny?
Damn, he just crossed you the fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
And then just dropped an absolute fucking bomb on your head.
Gotta use your fucking ability, Nick.
So it's a one-on-one game?
Nah, it's only a one-on-one because I'm in a private server. But you usually play with a whole team. Oh my
So it's
fucking god.
5-on-5?
I think so.
Yo, what's up?
Jesus Christ.
Bitch, give me that shit.
Yo, what's up everyone? It's Ice Grenade. How you doing? And today I'm going to show you everything you need to know about zones. So this is a map that I quickly made the other day, and it's got a whole bunch of zones. If we go out of this view, you'll see that there are zones everywhere. So I'm going to hide this thing here, and you can see the whole map there. I'm going to go to filters, and I'm going to just hide the different volumes here so that you can see it better. Now it's just showing the zones and everything else. Okay, if we look out of the map, we'll see these pink boxes, and these are the zones. I have them touching. There are a few rules with zones that you want to make sure you meet. One is never ever overlap a zone. If a zone is overlapping, it's gonna crash your map and it won't even give you an error, and it just won't work, and it will have a problem.
You're not making it.
Don't overlap them. You can have them touching like this, or I've heard that you can have them like slightly separated, and the amount separated can be no more than 32 inches. And the reason I think it's 32 inches is if we go over to the scale standards, and these are your doc mod tools, so the root of your Call of Duty, if you go to doc mod tools and then got some PDFs in here, it shows that the diameter your character has is 32. It needs to be less than 32 in width or 32 so that your player is always touching a zone. I'm gonna just put it back so that the zone is touching. The next thing is, for the zones, you need 3 different KVPs that are important. So the first one is the target name, and this is literally the name of the zone, and I've called this one start zone. If we go to the next zone, I've called that one Z2 for zone 2. You can call it whatever you like. You could call it start underscore zone for the first one, then you could do zone underscore 2, whatever you like, whatever naming convention. I've just picked a simple one, which is Z2, and then the next zone Z3. The next thing I want to show you is we have the other 2 KVPs. We have a script noteworthy and a target. The script noteworthy is always going to be player volume. That's telling the game what this volume is. It tells the game where the player is. So every single one of your zones is going to have a script noteworthy with a player volume value. The next thing is the target. So each target, when it has a player in it, is going to tell the game, so it's going to target the spawners. So if you're in this zone, it's going to go to the spawners and say, okay, I want these spawners to chase the players. So when you're in this zone,
Kinda black
it goes target to start underscore zone underscore spawners. If we go in this zone, you'll see that all of the different structs for the spawners, this is a dog one, has a target name of start underscore zone underscore spawners. And the risers also have a target name of start underscore zone underscore spawners. So all the spawners are going to have target names that are identical to the target of the zone. The zone is targeting the target names of the spawners. And then when you have another zone, you're going to need to activate it somehow and restrict players from going into it. Because if you haven't activated it, then when players go into it, they're going to die. Here I have some water, and the water is actually something players can walk through. So what I've done is I've made a clip encasing it as well. So if you look here, there is a clip, and it's quite hard to see. But if I hide the volume, you'll see the clip there clearly. And that clip is just stopping players from going through. And in front of the clip, we have a trigger. And the trigger is to allow the players to buy the block. So the trigger will need 4 values. And it will need a target name of zombie debris. And it will need a script flag of easy2 or whatever you're going to name in your GSC scripts. This is another requirement for zones, is to make sure you have that script flag set there. The target for the trigger is going to be the object that it will be targeting, and in this case we'll be targeting the clip and also the water. So the target name of this clip and the water is door 2, and it has a target of S die. This
I won,
struct
Kruger.
die basically. So when it
48 different. Go. You didn't win. Wow, what happened? Bruh. $57 lucky spins.
there is a clip, and it's quite hard to see, but if I hide the volume, you'll see the clip there clearly. And that clip is just stopping players from going through. And in front of the clip, we have a trigger. And the trigger is to allow the players to buy the block. So the trigger will need 4 values. And it will need a target name of zombie debris. And it will need a script flag of easy2 or whatever you're going to name in your GSC scripts. This is another requirement for zones, is to make sure you have that script flag set there. The target for the trigger is going to be the object that it will be targeting, and in this case we'll be targeting the clip and also the water. So So the target name of this clip underwater is door 2, and it has a target of S-die. Struct die basically. So when it's bought, I want it to fly up here, and this just gives the effect of it moving off when you're buying it, and you can put this anywhere in your map. I have every single door linked up to the same struct just because I'm lazy, but you can have as many structs as you like and name them accordingly. So you could give this door target struct 1, and then the other doors target struct 2, and then have different structs everywhere. And this script struct is literally just if you press B for Bravo and go script and then dragon a struct, and it's one of those, and it has a target name of S-die. So we have a trigger, and we have a target, and we have a zombie cost because we want it to cost 1,000. We have it targeting the door. We have a script flag to allow it to activate the zone, and we need to do that in the GSC, and we have the target name zombie debris. And for the next door, I have a clip which is stopping the players from walking through. I have the target name of door 3. These are 2 models which are also script models. Remember that when you're making something that's scripted, aka these models, you need to make them script models. You can double click on there when they're selected. And for the clip, we need to make it a script brush model. Anyway, the KVPs for these objects are target name D3, because these are the 3rd door, but technically it's the 2nd door, but it's it's the zone 3 door, and they'll be targeting S-die. And we go to the next door, and these are doors that are opening up to zone 4. If we look at the trigger, it's got easy 4. Anyway, so we have all these triggers and these doors around the map, and we are showing each time that they open up to these zones. The next thing you need to know is in the GSC. So if we go to open map folder, go to scripts, go to CM, and go down to the GSC. Right, down here, scroll down until you see function, user map underscore test zone in it. And this is where you'll be adding in your zone data. So this zone data here is quite straightforward. You put the zone that you're in, which you start off in the start zone, and you put the zone that you'll be going into, and you put the script flag for the zone you're going into. If we go back to the start and we look at this trigger, you see it has a script flag of EZ2. Well, that's what's the 3rd parameter on this line is. So we've got 3 parameters, 1, 2, and 3. And the 3rd parameter is going to be the script flag of the trigger. The 2nd parameter is the flag of the trigger. The 2nd parameter is the zone that you're entering. In this case, we are entering this zone here. So this zone is called zone 2. So if we look there, we'll see zone 2, and we've in the start zone, we're going into zone 2, and we're using a script flag of zone 2. Okay, so now that we've activated that, we'll see that the spawners here have a we are entering this using a script flag arises. Okay, so we'll go to the next door, which has a trigger saying enter zone 3, and if we go back to the code, we'll see enter zone 3 here, because we're in zone 2, we want to go into zone 3, and when we go into zone 3, we will be entering zone 3. And I have a system where it just goes here, 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 and here. Okay, this is great and all, but say that you, for some reason, you want to activate 2 zones on the same door. Not a problem. So we get down here, and this zone here happens to have another zone there that are next door to each other, but we're going to be teleporting through there and we're not going to be activating the zone. We just want it active as one zone. However, the layout of it means that we need to have more than one zone. So how I do this is I have the script flag as enter zone 11, and if we go over to the code, you'll see that when we're in zone 10 and we want to go into zone 11, we will be entering zone 11, but also when we're entering zone 11, we'll be going into zone 11B, which is the name of the second zone here that sits next to it, 11B, and 11B will be targeting the 11B spawners. So this is how I've set it up, and this way means that the zombies will be spawning, right? They won't be spawning behind barriers or anything. What I do as a precautionary measure is if you forget to change one of the spawners to the right name and they get stuck behind a barrier, instead of it becoming a groundbreaking problem, if you use a player clip, then the zombies are going to be able to run through it and they're going to be able to get the player. So if you make a mistake, then you're not going to live with the problem. It's not going to make zombies get stuck and then players won't be able to continue the map because zombies won't be coming at them. So just doing it this way stops players from going through it. And the GSC, and then the other doors target struck 2. And I have that script flag set there. We have a trigger, and the trigger is to allow the players to buy the block. So the trigger will need 4 values, and it will need a target name of zombie debris, and it will need a script flag of requirements that's going to be, and also the water. So the target name of the S fly up here, and this just gives the effect of it
off of 1 reroll? Wow.
moving off when you're buying it, and you can put this anywhere in your map. I have every single door linked up to the same struct just because I'm lazy, but you can have as many structs as you like and name them accordingly. So you could give this door target struct 1, and then the other doors target struct 2, and then have different structs everywhere. And this script struct is literally just if you press B for Bravo and go script and then dragon a struct, and it's one of those, and it has a target name of S die. So we have a trigger and we have a target, and we have a zombie cost because we want it to cost 1,000. We have it targeting the door. We have a script flag to allow it to activate the zone, and we need to do that in the GSC. And we have the target name zombie debris. And for the next door, I have a clip, which is stopping the players from walking through. We have a target name of door 3. These are 2 models, which are also script models. Remember that when you're making something that's scripted, aka these models, you need to make them script models. You can double click on there when they're selected.
Copper 67%. Ain't that? It's cream cheese bagel. 6-7? More like cream cheese bagel. Bagel cream cheese. Well, that's elite. A bit too elite. You are cream cheese bagel. Oh, bagel cream cheese. My bad. Okay, okay.
And
16.7.
for the clip, we need to make it a script. Right name door is the zone 3 door, and they'll be targeting S die. And we go to the next door, and these are doors that are opening up to zone triggers, and these doors. The next is script. Scroll down until you see function. It can be targeted for the to model it, and we have a cost trick and B2, so you could see in your map just get die, and it has so that it flag door and Sigonita. Clip D, encasing it can walk through. There's going to respawners. The zone. The zone is targeting the target names of the spawners. And then when you have another zone, you're going to need to activate it somehow and restrict players from going into it. Because if you haven't activated it, then when players go into it, they're going to die. Here I have some water, and the water is actually something players can walk through. So what I've done is I've made a clip encasing it as well. So if you look here, there is a clip, and it's quite hard to see, but if I hide the volume, you'll see the clip there clearly, and that clip is just stopping players from going through. And in front of the clip we have a trigger, and the trigger is to allow the players to buy the block. So the trigger will need 4 values, and it will need a target name of zombie debris, and it will need a script flag of EZ2 or whatever you're going to name in your GSC script. This is another requirement for zones, is to make sure you have that script flag set there. The target for the trigger is going to be the object that it will be targeting, and in this case we'll be targeting the clip and also the water. So the target name of this clip and the water is door 2, and it has a target of S die, this struct die basically. So when it's bought, I bring off when you work, just because I'm lazy, but you can have as many structs, like 1, and then just if you press, and we have a target, and we have targeting activate the zombie, which is also models. You need to a script target, but it's for door. When we go to the next, it's got EZ4. Anyway, so time that they, if we go to obvious wood and spread, well, that one script flag that you know, the 2, and we've started zone 2. So if we look there, we'll see zone 2, and we've started.
Ooh, armor. Productive stream. Jeez. Huh. Wow. The goat. Mm-hmm. Gee. 6,000. 8, 9. Yeah. After I get this one. Hold on, baby. Fue. Yeah, I'm a minor. Yep. This is actually like Minecraft. Now that I'm thinking about it. Shit. Wait, who?
No way you were on Minecraft, dog. I know what happened. You getting scooped or what?
not a boulder. It's a rock.
Double points. Time to cash in.
Oh my god. I think it's actually working. The most progress I made all day. Or since the past 12 hours. Alright. Now,
You ain't got no power in your punch.
if I buy this and step through, I don't die.
Congratulations.
And if I kill them,
You just pissed me off.
they should spawn here and not in there. They should spawn in this box. They should come out this window. Yeah, yeah. Okay, they're still spawning in there, but I think that's okay because it's technically an activated zone. And it's the closest one. They're also spawning in here, which means I should be able to just walk right through and not die. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did it. I fucking did it. Now I'm gonna end. Oh my god, and it's on 11:44. 11 hours, 44 minutes.
Important.
I'm gonna end stream now that I got this to work. And
Why don't you go annoy
I'm gonna
someone
restart.
else?
And we're gonna port this over to the main map.
I need
Oh
some bullets.
my god.
Double quick.
Actually, I gotta do one more test. I gotta see if the ghosts work. By round 5, they should spawn instead of dogs. Like anywhere between round 4 to 6, they should spawn. Should. My eyes twitching from all the stress.
My god. Oh, I got a double battle axe.
Alright. Go right through. I don't know if this is zone.
Oh, I think I heard something starting up. Time for Jackie V to settle some
Yeah,
old
so,
fucking scores.
alright. When I boot the stream back up, we're gonna transfer over all these new perk machines, delete all the old ones, and, well, actually, before I boot it back up, I'm gonna build light on the main map, because that shit is gonna take probably an hour just to build light. So, look at this chicken in there.
Hey, that's a assaulting an officer.
He smoked him.
All my smoking means I could really taste that.
The Vulture 2 is so fire,
That's hard.
bro. Can't wait to put this in the church. Been trying to forever. And the melee macchiato too. The swings.
What? You wanted me to keep you slow?
Got speed run through these rounds before we hit the 12-hour mark. I can't believe like that was the problem. Literally just had the script in the wrong section. Had 3 lines of code in the wrong
You think I'm too
spot.
stupid to see what's going on here?
3 fucking lines.
Double points. Let's rack 'em up. You are gonna regret that real soon.
Why are no ghosts spawning? Well, I guess it's not.
Who wants to learn about the law?
Should be right here. Next round. Okay, next round. I honestly don't think they're going to spawn. I don't believe I set up the ghost correctly.
I thought I had more rounds than this.
Should.
That shut you up?
They
Yeah,
should
it
just
did.
spawn. How's the round not over, bro?
Perfect timing, just what I needed.
Alright. Come on. Come on, ghost lady. Please. Make this easy. Yo, Jake.
Yeah.
I really need your help with something.
Yeah, what you need?
Not today, but
Today?
I said not today,
Yeah, I know.
but very soon I need to record you doing some announcer quotes.
Okay.
Like, you know, like the fetch me their souls.
Oh yeah.
Like the insta-kill, max ammo,
Fetch me there,
double
Joe.
points.
Fetch me there, Joe's.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly like that.
Jackie
Yeah, I
B.
want
Jackie
you
B
as the
hits,
announcer.
even with the lights out.
Cause I'ma like edit it in like BandLab and make you like sound evil. Like an evil villain. Like puts a bunch of reverb on it so it sounds all crazy. Wraps around your head when you I want to make it all crazy and trippy.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, the ghost is not working still. But the zone works.
Nice.
And the perks work. So
let's go.
we are going to end the stream right now. And restart after I finish building light on the main map. Because that's gonna take forever. So thank you to everyone that tuned into this 12 hours of stream. I think it was only Surfy Polecat and maybe Shadori or Shitty. Yeah, man. I'll be right back for part 2. We ain't counting this as an extra day. I'm not milking the days. This is day 104, part 2 for the other 12 hours. Cause yes, I'm going the whole 24. I don't give a damn. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1, and